Here we go. Yes, Thursday night, CrossFire, guys. Going to be a great show for you. As you can see, we have some of the panel members here. We got some more joining us as the hour goes on. It's going to be a packed house. Outstanding audience already here, guys. I see Toolman, Archwar Angel, Neil Augusto. Great to see all you guys. RPG is out there. Guys, do me a favor. Hit that like button, if you will. Smash that like button as many times as you can. Remind people in the audience as well to hit that like button throughout the show, because Mooch forgets that. That's just one of my things. It's one of my traits. Also, if you want to become part of the Mooch Maniac family members, please hit that join button right above that outstanding description. That description tells you a little synopsis of what we're going to go over tonight. Great show. What a week, right? I mean, crazy things going on. Borderlands 4, Xbox raising game and console prices, Seth Rogen in Warzone. What's going on? What's happening? I don't know. But we're going to talk about all that and a whole lot more tonight, guys. We got a great show for you, and I wanted to just update you guys. So we set the tentative date, May 10th. It's a soft opening. We're going to be doing our Twitch streaming. I'll let you guys know as we get closer and closer to the day. But listen, soft opening. Not going to do a whole lot out there. Want to make sure all the equipment's working, make sure things are happening. But we are going to start our Twitch schedules, please. So hit the subscribe button here, and also after the show, go over to twitch.tv. It's Mooch TV over there as well. Drop the O's for zeros. It's M00CHTV. Guys, listen, it's going to be fantastic. We got an outstanding panel. Some, like I said, are going to be joining in a minute. The great Donnell Brown, he says, I see the Mets. The Mets see you, Donnell. The Mets see you, my friend, okay? We are going to see those Dodgers in the NLCS, okay? I promised you that. Shout out to RPG for the one gifted membership. I appreciate that, guys. Means the world to me. That being said, let me go ahead and get to this outstanding panel. Like I said, we've got 2 or 3 more joining us as the hour goes on. You guys know him. He's going to have plenty to say. I'm not sure. He may say the whole thing during the intro. He may just let it all out and then leave. We're not sure, but the great Crap Gamer is back. People were writing me all day. Yeah. Please make sure Crap is here tonight. Crap, welcome back, buddy. Yeah. Great to have you. How you doing tonight?
Like, it's cool. I'm glad to be back. I saw the news this morning. The first thing I saw, right? Because yesterday, of course, was like the quarterly reports, and you had all the Microsoft Pocketbook watchers were like, "Oh my God, look at that! They're making so much money!
A lot of money!
God, Sony's got to be pissed. They're making so much money because they're winning." And I'm like, "They're winning the way Sega's winning, I guess." I mean, okay, cool,
winning,
but look, their hardware is still down, and then okay, so celebrate that. I guess I don't know why we're celebrating third-party publishers, but and then you come up this morning and it's like, wow, they're increasing the prices of literally everything across the board. Like, I've never felt like I've got to fuck you quite the way that I do from Microsoft right now. You know what I mean? Like, year 5, you raised the price of your console by $100. This is the first time I've ever had a console go up in price. Yeah. Right? 5 years into the damn console generation. I'm just like, I'm scratching my head on this. It's like, wow. It's like, I don't no, you have Mooch. I have a product that's selling like shit. Yeah. So I go, hey, Mooch, we got to come up with an idea.
Let's strategize.
To sell this thing.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Mooch, what do you think we do, man? Like, get something to make it enticing to people? I don't know,
Put the price up.
What would she do? Oh, up the prices? That'll work.
That usually works.
Absolutely. Right?
60% of the time, it works all the time, Crap. That's just the way it is.
And you wonder why. Like, people were really kind of questioning why they're not doing a live show, right? They would get heckled. Like, this isn't by the way, people that think this is a reactionary thing that they just thought of now, look back. They've been talking about raising prices for years. Yeah. Right? They said the days are done where the prices go down on the stuff. If anything, they would raise the prices. They had talked about this for years and said that they can't hold those prices forever. Right. And so this isn't like some quick reactionary thing like a lot of people on X and stuff are saying. This is stuff that they obviously had been thinking about doing for quite a while now and just decided to go ahead and pull the plug on it, which I think, obviously, people might have a different opinion than me, but I've been around the block a few times with this stuff. If you look at the way Microsoft has handled things they wanted to phase out, they've done stuff like this before. Like, if you look at games with gold, at Xbox Live Gold, right? Remember, they raised it $100 briefly. Everybody complained about it, and then they took that back, and then they removed games with gold completely. They don't want to do the hardware anymore, right? They're seeing the success that they're seeing. The only thing that's weighing them down is the hardware that's costing them every quarter. So they're seeing that and going, why would we want to do that when we can let PlayStation sell 100 million PlayStations, let Nintendo sell 100 million Switch 2s or whatever, sell our stuff on, a couple 100 million PCs, right? Why would we have to take the risk and do like the hardware anymore? Like they're making it such an unattractive thing. Like Mooch, I've said this about games with gold. I was like, okay, I didn't mind games with gold because you got a couple of things that was always in your library.
Right.
It was usually some smaller games that I'd never heard of or never played. Cool. They're just adding it to it. It wasn't like cool games like what Sony was doing. Sony was putting like big AAA games in there or whatever. That was cool. But people were like, just end it. End games with gold. I'm like, end it for what? Right?
Yeah.
We're still paying to play online. We're just getting nothing for it.
That's right.
Right? Yep. It's like we're not getting anything added to our libraries. It's like the Game Pass stuff was already there. So it's like we actually lose stuff. It's hard for people to understand. Like, I guess I look at things a different way. Like, we're getting less now than, you know what I mean? So it's like, but Microsoft made that such an unattractive thing that people didn't care when they ended it. There was no backlash, right? You're not a gold member anymore. You're a Game Pass subscriber. Okay.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, nobody said a word about it. Like, and they're making it such an unattractive thing to even own an Xbox now. It's like you're getting your ass kicked. You're selling maybe 700,000 units a quarter at this point, right? Maybe by estimates. And you're going to raise the price. Even your budget console is over $400, almost $450 now, right? Like, that thing is... Like, I don't understand the thought process. It's crazy the way. And then to top it off, they're like, "Hey, we're gonna raise the prices on our first party games too."
That's the like, that's the one that's the real shocker crap. That's
listen, I don't know which ones you're gonna get. Call of Duty will. It's gonna be 80. You know what I mean? Like
when we go back in time.
Yes.
By the way, thanks for having me.
Yeah, shout out to D-Backs, everybody. Listen, I'll let you guys do your own intros. You guys know the show. Go ahead, D.
Oh, I didn't even know we were doing the intros. I thought the intros were already
done. No,
I just jumped in.
Crap has an opening monologue at all times. I love it. Go ahead, D.
I was just gonna add on to it. Like, honest to tell you, I feel like a lot of Xbox gamers are very short-sighted. They don't see where this is actually leading to. Like, they're all rejoicing on the revenues from yesterday, and I was like looking at the revenues. I was like, yeah, okay, that's good, but it shows you that the Xbox console is doing like crap, and the only reason why their revenue is higher is because they're like on everything now. So and Call of Duty, they're counting the Call of Duty numbers in there.
That's right.
They're counting the Minecraft numbers in there, which is a little bit misleading to make you think, oh, it's the Xbox platform itself. No, it's their multi-plats. And if you look at the revenue for the console, it's down 6% year over year. And last year was just 2.7 million for the whole year.
Yeah.
So it's not trending in a good direction, yet these guys are all happy. And I feel like these guys are just really short-sighted, or they're all stockholders. I'm not quite sure.
Maybe a little bit of both.
This, in 3 to 4 years, when that next Xbox comes out and it doesn't do good, and it's the last Xbox, then those guys are going to see what we were saying. Then they're going to cry because they're not going to have a place to play their Xbox games besides their old console. They're going to have to migrate to PlayStation, or they're going to have to migrate to PC, or they're going to have to stay on their Fire Stick or migrate to the Fire Stick and play the games in the cloud. Yeah. It's not a good look for the console.
And listen,
the raising of the prices, like, I'm pissed at the raising of the prices. Now, if we want to attribute it to the tariffs, like, I did a video today, so you guys can watch that later on, but like, if you want to attribute it to the tariffs, then that would only apply to the United States of America. It wouldn't apply to the rest of the world. Yet the rest of the world, everybody's getting a price increase, which makes no sense. Now, if you want to say, oh, it's because they're going to lose money in the States and they're just going to raise the price across the board for everybody else, that's a bunch of BS too. Why should the rest of the world subsidize what's going on right there now with the tariffs and everything? That makes absolutely no sense. This is
not just that they didn't do it before, when
Microsoft sees an opportunity where they can possibly make some more money because they're just not selling anything now. And if you guys out there think this is good for Xbox, the Xbox now is not selling well against the PlayStation. The PlayStation now essentially is $50 and $100 cheaper than the Xbox Series X and the Xbox Series S.
Yeah.
What makes you think it's going to make that console sell more?
The 2 terabyte Series X is as expensive as the PS5 Pro.
Yeah.
Like let
It's
that
more.
sink in for
It's
yeah.
more.
It's like it's $20.
More than a
It's like
PlayStation 5 Pro.
it is insanity, and not only that, but like when there's like different climates for monetary things around the world and stuff that affect certain things, they'll raise prices in that area specifically. Usually, like Xbox raised the price $50 on the Series X in various prices a couple years ago, and they raised the price of Game Pass, and they'll probably raise Game Pass prices again.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to. I mean, you have to know that's coming. Like, and nobody's going to say anything about it because when you're charging $80, per game or maybe more, you gotta that it still looks attractive. $25, even if it's $25 a month, right? It's like it is what it is. Like people are still gonna go, okay, that's a great value or whatever, and it is. And to be fair, like this year, it's still
It is a good value.
great value. But if
Doesn't help
if
Xbox, though.
yeah, it doesn't help Xbox, and I think the fact that they've had so much negative publicity and they're so like Mooch. How Xbox used to be. They were like all over social media, interacting with the fans.
Oh, that's over. That's over.
Yeah, and then now it's like they'll do this stuff, or if they fucked up, like remember when they did the games with gold? We hear you. We that was the wrong choice. That was the wrong decision. We're gonna go back. You know what I'm saying? We won't hear any of that from any of this stuff, despite everybody like dragging them all day long.
Yeah.
Right. And like, we won't hear.
You're not going to hear that crap. Like you said, the executives, they're not on social media anymore, which I actually don't blame them one bit for that. But in all honesty, no, I think those days of them backtracking, that's it. This right here is something they're going to stick to their guns with. And just so everyone in the chat can understand, because we kind of went right into it, and I am going to get it to Detzinger and Mag in a second here. I want to hear their takes. I am going to do the other side of the coin here. This isn't just going to be about Xbox. This is also going to be about whether or not we think PlayStation is going to follow suit, and if it is in their benefit or not, and how long they can even hold out. But if you don't mind, guys, I'm going to go over to the great Detzinger. Detzinger, I want to say what's up, buddy. Welcome to you. I got a chance to hang out with you before the show, talking a little bit about games. But Detzinger, how you doing this evening? And then we'll get Meg, and I want to get some points in here.
Okay, so I was going to unload, but I'll wait till
you can. All right, I'll go to Mag, and then I'll go back to you, Detzinger. Only to be fair, I want to give Detzinger his time in the sun for sure. I know the audience can't wait for that one. Detzinger, great to have you with us. The great Mag as well. Mag, listen, I'm a little more excited than usual, which is hard to say about you being on the show because I get excited anyways. But there's some new audio. I'm excited to hear Mag. Listen, if I can hear Mag clearer than I even heard him before, which I think is impossible. Meg, at this point, I'm not sure if the audience will know who is who. But Meg, welcome back to CrossFire, buddy. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. How do I sound, Mooch? Everything all right?
You sound extremely clear.
He's got his Mooch voice changer on. Jeez.
Meg, could you just raise your volume a little bit, Meg? I want to see where you're at because you're clear as day, but you're low.
Well, how about now? Am I sounding good now?
You sound fantastic. Listen, when you hear someone that sounds like you, I got to say, it's just beautiful music.
Sorry, folks. I wasn't there for the pre-show, so I wasn't there to get the audio right. I got a whole new audio setup. Just set it up yesterday. It's all ready to go, but here we are. Anyways, enough of that nonsense. We're talking about something else right now.
Right.
There's something I've been talking about for quite a long time as I speak to a lot of people that are over in the Microsoft head office and whatever, and they've been talking about this price hike for quite a bit. Don't also sleep on the fact, which I'll reveal a little bit later in the show, what's going on with Game Pass, as I'm starting to catch wind from some of the executives what's going on there. Now, this price hike was coming, so you could blame Trump, you could blame tariffs, you could blame this. It's not. These are not the reasons why. Now, the other thing is you have to understand how consoles used to work in the past when it came to production. They used to make hundreds of thousands, then into the millions, right? And they have them in warehouses, this and that. They start moving product. What do? After 2-3 years, when the product sits and they're gonna, revamp them, make more for cheaper parts, they start selling them on Black Friday for $400, for $300. You remember, guys, back in 2018 when Sony had the PS4 for $199, bundled with Spider-Man. What do they sell? Like 20 million in like a month. And that's exactly what they used to do because they used to have a surplus of product. Now, what's happening now, and this is something that is unprecedented, they're following Apple, okay? Because this is something Apple does. Apple does not make a surplus of product. They make product based on demand. And the reason for that is that you're cutting loss. As a result of that, I've been saying, I said, guys, when people were bitching and complaining about the PS5 Pro being $700, I'm like, You guys think that's bad? Wait till the new Xbox handheld comes out for the same price. Wait till the new Xbox comes out at $800-900. The PS6 is going to be $800-900. People scoffed, and now you're seeing what's happening now with 5-year-old hardware. They are done losing money, and as a result of that, they are going to build based on demand and charge.
They're already doing that. That's why people were like, "Why is Xbox always out of stock? Is it selling that well?"
Right. That's
no,
right,
they are. It's not selling well. They're just not making it.
They're
because
not
nobody wants
making
it.
them. They're not. You're not wrong. They're not making them. And so when I get someone reach out for me from the Netherlands about, they just pulled there's no Xboxes on the shelf anymore, this and that. And I'm like, yeah. I said, they're doing it because A, no one's buying them. That's number one. And B, is that they're doing it based on demand. So if you want, you have to go to the store, whatever, buy it online or Amazon. They'll send it to you, this and that. Anyways, as a result of that, not having a surplus, they're sitting in a position where they could basically charge what they want. Now, I talked about this with Colt last week, which a lot of people didn't like what I said, but it's true. And I said, listen, next generation, if they sell 10 million consoles, instead of 40, I just pulled out a number, okay? And I'm like, if they sell those, they'll sell them for $800-900, and they won't care if they only send 10 million. They just want people engaged in their games.
Yep.
And even if the majority of their games, by the way, I just released a video on my channel, absolute shameless plug.
Great plug.
Mag Show.
That's a nice plug.
The Mag Show. And I talked about it, and I said, as of December 2024, 64% of all Xbox games were actually purchased on the PlayStation. And then Call of Duty was 82.5% of all purchases were made on PlayStation. Microsoft doesn't care where the money comes from. They're not fanboys over there. You know what I mean? They're not sitting there going, goddamn ponies. Like, you know what they're saying? They're going, fantastic. We just made $8 billion off of Call of Duty. Wonderful. Guys, doing a great job. Let's keep it up. That's all they care about, right? Your feelings are left at the door. So what's happening here is that they don't care where the engagement is. So I'm saying they're not going to make 50 million consoles and have them rotting in some factory in Vietnam, all right? And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, I guess we'll sell them for $100. That's not going to happen. They're going to charge $800-900 for a new console. They're charging what they're charging now. What, $730 for the 2 terabyte, right? US dollars.
Yeah.
And so I mean that's I mean, you know, for in Canada here. D-Batch, what's up? You know, it's like $1,100 for my PS5 Pro.
Right.
I bought here at GameStop. Right? So, yeah. Our Canadian dollar's doing really well. Thanks. It's not your fault. Don't worry. It's not your fault. It's our fault. But either way, that's besides the point. The point is that they're not going to drop those prices. And they don't care if they sell those 10 million or whatever, or the console starts to die away. I've told all the, you know, I speak to a lot of people on the Xbox side, and they're like, Meg, are they getting rid of hardware? I said, no, they're never going to get rid of hardware. They're always going to have it there available for people who want to access their libraries. I said, but don't expect them to be cheap, and don't expect them to be in abundance like sitting in a store. You'll have to purchase them most likely online because they're going to.
Yeah, so yeah, the Surfaces, right? You can only get like, but yeah, you gotta like get them direct or whatever. Yeah,
it's going to be based entirely on demand, and so that's how. So you know what I'm saying,
Mag? I think you know, I know some things. You might know other things, but you know, we're all confident there's a next generation console. We're also hearing that, you know, some of them might be spec'd out by third-party companies. We don't know exactly what's going on with that. I would say the next generation console, in all honesty, you know, as a lifelong Xbox fan, I don't give a shit what people say because they get all mad at me. But like, I just got to say it like it is, man. You know, how do they expect that console to sell when all of the games, or the majority of the games, can be found on PC? We know a lot are going to get announced for the Switch 2. We know a lot of them are coming for the PlayStation 5. So naturally, they're going to also be on the PlayStation 6. Why would you go out there and buy an Xbox console when you can get most of their games, if not all of their games, on the PlayStation at some point in time, as well as the PlayStation exclusives, or just go over to PC where you can enjoy the Xbox games there and the PC ecosystem? It's going to be a very hard sell. Now, if that console doesn't sell, I don't have a crystal ball to see if it will sell. I just don't think it will. But if it doesn't sell, I don't see them making another console. I personally think there won't be any hardware to play those Xbox games on. I think it's going to be your old hardware. I think they're going to tell you to play them in the freaking cloud and or migrate over to PC. Because
D-Batch, you're not wrong.
The new Microsoft is not into losing money. So I just don't see them continuing with, like, they say that now, but when the sales are horrible next generation, I just don't see them making another console after that. I just don't.
They're selling access in the future. That's what their goal is. Their goal is not dedicate. Well, they are going to make dedicated hardware, but their goal is access. And so what they want is they want you to be able to access their software, their services, which is basically what Microsoft does. Look at what they're doing. I mean, when I go to work, I have Microsoft Word and I got Microsoft Office and Windows, right? You have to pay a subscription to those things now. I don't, but the corporation does, right?
Right.
And as a result of that, they're like, okay, well, this is where we make our bread and butter. And then they'll say, but we're not closing. You see how sneaky this is? They're not closing the door. They're saying, nope, we still have hardware coming. The only caveat to that is like, but it's going to cost you damn near $1,000 and you only get it on demand. You won't find it in a store. So it is there. So they're not saying no, right? So this is all this like scummy corporate, technicalities that they get away with. They're like, well, we never said no. We're always going to have hardware. However, it's going to come with these massive caveats of a huge price tag. And then, of course, like I said, accessibility is only going to be through like an online purchase directly from their store or from Amazon, whoever they partner with. And then that's how it's going to be moving forward. Now, in regards to this particular situation, sorry, I kind of dove ahead a little bit with next gen. This situation is entirely tone deaf because you're in a situation now and you could see the pivot. And what's happening is for the people who are very dedicated to the hardware, to the Xbox hardware, you got your crap gamers, you got your Noof Nukums. I talked to him the other day.
Yeah.
And, and these guys, very dedicated to their hardware, say, this is the Xbox, this is what I play. My Xbox is a box. And I get that. And I'm the same way. And the thing is, though, is that now you're in absolute last place. Your hardware selling like absolute garbage. And then you do something like this. At first, everybody's like, oh my God, what the hell are they doing? This makes no sense. I saw a million videos go out there today on YouTube about it. But what they're doing is that they're pivoting so hard that I think people are unaware of how fast that they're doing it, that it's actually causing a lot of strife. And so now they're looking at this and going, what the hell is going on? What are these guys doing? Are they insane? They're not doing this for now. They're pivoting now so that you're getting ready for what comes in 2 years. That's what they're doing. And that's why now the other console, look at Nintendo as well. They have no intention of losing money. Look at the prices they're charging. Up here in Canada, once again, what D-Batch and I are both from the GTA area, not Grand Theft Auto, that's Greater Toronto area. It's $800 for the Switch 2 with Mario Kart. Okay? Yeah. That's with tax and everything included. They're done losing money as well, and they're basing their sales on demand. So now Microsoft's going to do the same thing. I think what they're going to do is they push people away from the hardware. They don't want to do the hardware. I'm telling you right now. They're more interested in you just getting into Game Pass, getting in there, buying products, going into their store, because that's all they care about, going into the store. I've said this before on this very show. Sony is trying to get you, an exclusive is not trying to get you to buy they want you to buy the console, but they want you in the store. So every time you buy a Jay and Silent Bob skin for Call of Duty, Sony gets 30% of that.
Yeah.
Right. And this is or you get like $100, TMNT skins for Call of Duty or whatever the hell you're doing, or Fortnite. They're getting the cut of that money. And that's where they make their massive bread and butter that they don't have to actually put any R&D into.
So Meg, let me do this real quick. D, let me just introduce the guys that came in, and also I want to give Death Singer the microphone, because Death Singer, properly so, by the way, is always like, Mooch, I really have a point here. Let me just introduce the great Nib. Nib, I'm going to need your WhatsApp information so I can wake you up. I know it's late over there. Great to have you, Nib. How you doing?
Yeah, I'd tell you what, it wasn't nothing like that. It was just, I was just freaking in Expedition 33, hooked. I'm just like addicted. And then I look at the time, I'm like, oh my God, did I really just play 2 hours in the blink of an eye?
I'm going to have to put an in-game CrossFire ad in that game. I'll have to pay a little extra for it just to get Nib to remember.
Game of the year.
100%.
It might be. Yeah. It might be. Nib, great to have you here. I just want to say what's up to Jez too. Jez7780. Jez, it's been very hard to book you the past few weeks.
I know.
Listen,
I know.
That's okay. Hey, listen, you got your people out there. You sent them out there. You're like, listen, tell Mooch we'll do a week. I'll have his people reach out later. Great to have you here, Jez. I will be getting to you as well very shortly. Death Singer, I promised you a chance to sound off because Death Singer, by the way, let me tell you, if you guys are not following Death Singer on X, you're really missing out because Death Singer legitimately, I think about 8 minutes went by. Maybe it was 6 minutes before he responded after Microsoft went off. Death Singer, go ahead and take the microphone. Then we got to get we'll get Nib and Jez in here. We got a great panel, guys. Hit that like button. Shout out to Persona and everybody else that just joined too. I appreciate that. And Alf, the firefighter. Go ahead, Death Singer.
All right, to no one's surprise, we saw the price increase, which was inevitably going to happen. Now, the fact they did it everywhere is kind of crazy. I mean, because if you look at what Sony did, they raised it everywhere but America, and then it was like, okay, cool, we could do this. And then Microsoft's like, hold my beer. We're going to do literally everywhere. So, I mean, I would imagine now Sony probably has the green light to maybe put the price up a little bit in America, They have an opportunity to do that because they're probably like, well, it is what it is. We're already dominating like places like Europe and the UK, right? So there's no competition over this. So raising the price probably doesn't do much anyway. But then, like in America, it's a bit more contested, so you probably want to be a bit delicate with that market. And there we go. And then I was like, someone commented on my post and was like, you see, this is what happens. At least PlayStation didn't raise their prices. And I was like, hang on. On old hardware, back in 2022, they raised it, as I said in the pre-show, right?
Mm-hmm.
So check it out. In the UK, right? So the price in 2022 of the digital was $359. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Then they were like, you know what? No, we'll $389 because old hardware, decreases in price.
Right.
Well, then in April of this year, they raised it up again to $430 for the digital from $389. Now I'm sat here confused. I'm like, so in 3 years you raised it twice. Two times in 3 years they raised the price, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're 5 years into the gen. So I'll need them to explain that one to me because they cite like, oh, market concerns and shit. It's like, shut up. No.
The thing about it, though, Death Singer, is, and don't get me wrong, I read this one part, because a lot of the stuff you're saying, I completely agree with you, and these are great points. But the United States is probably, if not, it is, I think everybody knows at this point, is Xbox's largest market. So, Sony doing that in other respected markets, there was different things going on at the time. I'm not defending it at all. It shouldn't have went up at all. But Xbox doing this here at $100, and here we are, like Crap was saying, 5 years into the generation, you now have an Xbox Series X that's retailing at $599, and they were already struggling to get product out. And that's where Mag's point really comes to fruition here, where they're going to make the product as the demand. So as orders come in, they'll make it. So people got to stop with the whole, like, well, I can't get an Xbox anywhere. They must be doing great. That's of course not the truth.
And you know what the other problem is? I was just going to say, just real quick, that I wanted to say earlier, it's like having a console on demand that's not selling well. Traditionally, third-party developers aren't quick to support those consoles, so I'm very curious to see like how quickly a lot of these developers might drop support of the platform, because you would think, oh, well, that wouldn't really happen. But look, Nintendo's a huge name, been around forever, but how many developers dropped them with the Wii U? Hell, they dropped them with the GameCube. A lot of game developers were like, hey, we're not going to put anything on this because it hasn't sold well enough to warrant us doing that. Like, what's to stop that from happening to Xbox? I get like what they're doing. I think we all do. Obviously, they don't want to do the hardware, but if they're going to take time to do it, like, has nobody thought about that? Like, how are they going to have have developers worry about that at all? It's already been hard enough this generation. Right, like they, where's Wukong? Where's you have a marketably more powerful console than the base PS5, and the base PS5 is beating you, 50% of the time, and the other 50-50, it's even. Like, that shouldn't be happening, but developers aren't really taking time to utilize what you're doing, and they really have done a job of making Xbox owners like third-class citizens. Like, I always feel like that because we all waited for them to come out with games, and over a decade plus, I've been we wait for E3, wait for this, wait for them to do finally, and then by the time they do have games, they're putting them everywhere, and no doubt everything they announce at this showcase is going to have a PlayStation and a Switch 2 logo on it, so it's like, it's a bittersweet thing, but it's like, so the first party stuff from Sony looks really great because they take advantage of their hardware.
Yep.
Right. It's only coming out on their console at first, regardless, unless it's like a games as a service thing or whatever. So it's fully taken advantage of. That's why their games look so good. Nintendo, same thing. They're only coming out on a Nintendo platform. Look good. They take advantage of what they have to offer. Right. Whatever the gimmick may be or whatever. Great, cool stuff. As Xbox owners, we're buying Xboxes and they're not taking full advantage of the hardware because they've got to have games that work on a Switch. They've got to have games that work on a PlayStation and a potato PC or whatever the case may be. Not only that, but longer development times for all that stuff, right? Like simultaneous releases, like you're talking about longer development times. And that could come back to like we're like people don't talk about this stuff. Like the third party developers might be like, screw you. And longer development times for first-party games because they've got to be made simultaneously on everything. I don't get it. I don't see how that's sustainable at all. I get the short-term, yeah, we're making some money right now, but long-term, I don't see how not having 40, 50, 60, 70 million people buying your console is sustainable because they're not going to be in your store if they are not on your console. I mean, people on PC, they like Steam. They don't mess with Windows. Right? That's right. Like, I mean, whenever Microsoft talks about cloud stuff, they're very careful with how they do it. But what people aren't really, they're like, we've got 100 million hours on it now. Like, that's not a lot, by the way. But what they haven't really established is a lot of people do the free points thing. You get them from booting up a cloud game every day. Right? I do that, and I can't even play the cloud stuff. Right? So they're counting all this stuff and acting like they have like this huge influx of people, and it's not. It just sounds good. In fact, they're name dropping PlayStation during their quarterly reports.
Yes, they are now.
It's like that's pretty much where they're at right now. But I don't see how any of this like they're not really thinking. How like when they came out with like the DC universe, like they didn't have a clear plan and it was shitty. Right, like that was terrible. It was awful. Marvel at first had a really good plan with their, the individual movies. It was really good. I mean, now it's really bad, but at first, because you had it planned out, it doesn't seem like Microsoft has stuff planned out. Right, they're like the underpants gnomes. They see profit somehow, but that's going to eventually they're going to eventually run out of the old games. That the novelty of that, the Forzas will sell initially, the Halo and Gears will sell initially, Call of Duty will sell, every year when it comes out, true. But, they're only coming out with the Halo or Gears every, 3, 4, 5 years. And, stuff like South of Midnight, Hellblade 2, these aren't big sellers regardless of if they're on PlayStation or not. So, at some point, if they don't have a bunch of people buying Fortnite skins on their console, if they're not paying to play online on their console, if they're not, they're going to end up, it's going to end up costing them more than what they're actually going to be making because there's going to be lulls in the game development process, right? Like they blow their load and, you're not going to have a Doom. Elder Scrolls is, 5-6 years away. Right? Like, so
easily,
what's the next big thing? Perfect Dark's not going to be a big seller. Even Fable's not going to be a big seller.
No.
So where does that leave you? You know what I mean? Like Game Pass can only be a good thing. Like I find it hard to believe that people are just going to, on a TV and stream and pay $250, $300 a year to stream Game Pass games or on a phone because that stuff has been around for a while now and nobody's really using it. They won't mention how many Game Pass subscribers they've had, if it's grown, if it's not. So that leads me to believe that it hasn't really done
Well, the
much.
thing is, too, crap, is people keep talking about cloud, but I keep saying this, and I think it's an important thing, and Nib, I'll give you the mic after someone here, just too, is, we keep reporting week in and week out, and Detzinger, this is something that you say all the time, is, PC gamers are on the rise, but if you're saying that PC gamers are on the rise, I don't care about the build, we're not going to get into that. But that means people are building what? They're building hardware, or they're buying pre-built hardware. So hardware is growing exponentially in the PC market. The consoles, they told us, were going to be dead after the 360 PS3 era. Consoles are still selling. The Switch, everyone's like, oh, Switch 2, even with all the problems, is going to outsell the PlayStation 2's numbers and outsell PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. That's fine. I'll ride along with all of that. My point being is that then when people come online and they're like, what you guys don't realize is cloud is the future. Listen, I'm not going to predict 15, 20 years from now, but if PC gaming's on the rise and consoles, right now the PS5 is still slated to beat the PS4 as of today, right? Clearly, Switch absolutely destroyed numbers. Switch 2, people are saying it's going to predict that it's going to kill the Switch's numbers. Switch 2. So hardware's on the rise. Where is this false narrative coming from? That, well, don't worry about it. You can stream it on your Roku or on your Samsung TV or on the cloud or on your phone or wherever. I'm not saying 15, 20 years from now that's not a thing. Of course, as technology gets better, things become more and more prudent, and it can happen. But today, that's just not there. Nib, what do you think about...
Mooch,
go ahead,
you go to Nib real quick,
yes.
I had one last point.
Sure.
I think the price increase is more crazy in the United States than it is over here, because this is what I was going to say was the PS5 digital is $430. The Xbox Series X is now $440. So there's only a 10 difference in the UK between the digital and the Xbox, even with the price increase.
Okay.
But when you look at America, because Sony didn't want to raise the price, when Xbox does it, it's a lot more pronounced, because if you look at because they've done it twice in the UK already, the difference is really not there. There's £10 difference. Who cares?
£20.
The reason,
Oh, £20. Either
we'll
way,
Nib-
it's still not as big as $100.
20 on the Series X and 50 on the Series S. But I was going to say, so there's a few points I wanted to get through, but I think the person who tweeted to you about the price increase that PlayStation hasn't done it yet, I think they meant this last round of price increases, because both Xbox and PlayStation did price increases midway through the generation, and that was sort of COVID and manufacturing cost related, right? So the Series X went from $449 to $480, and the Series S went from $250 to $280, and now it's gone up to $300, and the Series X has gone up to $500. So it's basically round 2 of price increases, and I think probably what they meant was PlayStation has not done round 2 of price increases, but I suspect it's probably coming. If I was a betting man, I assume they're gonna follow suit. I don't know. We'll see. It's an interesting one because they actually just dropped the price in the United States. They had a unofficial price drop on the digital, and they've got like a bundled
Astrobot.
Yeah. So indirectly, they're actually doing sales and taking a hit on the hardware. So I am very curious to see what they do going forward, because it seems the competition is more interested in maintaining margins. But we actually know from PlayStation's last fiscal year report, they actually put in the report that they're making a loss on the hardware because of sales, and that they intend to make less of a loss into this current year, fiscal year, because they don't anticipate selling as many PS5s, but it does mean that they are still taking a loss on the hardware with the sales. Whether they change that and then increase the prices remains to be seen. But the other point I was going to touch on was about this hardware thing, right? I get it, because I don't know if people know, but basically in the last 36 months and the last 12 quarters and the last 3 years, only a single quarter of the last 12 has seen Xbox hardware actually in a surplus, increase year on year, and that was just a 3% increase. Every other quarter has seen a decline in hardware sales, so 3 years worth. And worse than that, 9 out of the 12 quarters was a double-digit decline. And I don't mean like 11%. I'm talking like 20, 30, 29, 28, 36, 39, etc. So the hardware decline has been catastrophic. However, I say all that, and the timing of this is so bad, because for the first time, I actually I felt a little bit positive about their financials. And what I mean is, so this last quarter, yes, they did make there was a hardware decline, but it was a hardware decline of 6%,
Hmm.
which is the lowest hardware decline they've had in such a long time.
Yep.
Like we're talking 29%, 29%,
double digits,
30%. Yeah, fine. How low can you go? But on top of the decline being just 6%, which I thought actually that's not too bad, that's not too low. Also, their increase in revenue was not bad. I think it's like 8% or something like that. And the reason I think it's quite good is because last quarter I was quite worried because they had a +2. They had overall revenue decline, and they had +2% revenue increase on content and services.
Mm-hmm.
But +2% is really bad because that quarter they had Call of Duty Black Ops 6, they had a 20% Game Pass price increase, and they had Indiana Jones. And don't forget, Call of Duty, even though it had massive sales decline on Xbox, overall because of PlayStation, Black Ops 6 still sold more than Modern Warfare 3 the year before. So overall, the revenue increase should have been actually much higher. So it was very surprising to me that it's only 2%. The price increase alone should have taken you to more than 2%. So what happened? My guess is that the sales decline on Xbox coupled with a decline in overall Game Pass subscriber numbers is why it was only 2%. But I move on to this quarter. This quarter actually was decent because 8% and Call of Duty's already come out. They haven't really had any major new releases besides some stuff on PlayStation. I can't remember what the game was, not Forza or something earlier. I think maybe Sea of Thieves. And actually it was Minecraft. I think it's been doing quite well as well. They said Call of Duty, Minecraft, and Game Pass. And the reason it's quite positive is because maybe what it is that like the initial act of putting Call of Duty on Game Pass, it didn't have a mass marketing and traction, so a lot of casuals didn't know yet. And maybe over time, casuals are starting to realize, like, oh, okay, I can get Call of Duty on this thing called Game Pass. So maybe the adoption is just slower.
Mm-hmm.
And even though it was 2%, +2% in last quarter, this percent it's a higher percentage. Maybe the uptake to the impact of ABK on Game Pass will just be slower, and maybe they'll start to improve. But the reason it was really bad timing is because this time round the hardware decline is so low, and then they've just gone and increased the prices, which is like
Right.
the worst thing you can do.
Well, not just that, but Nib, the
turning-
only argument, and I want to hear Jez's point. Jez, my only argument with Nib's
I was just going to make.
point. Oh, go ahead, Nib. Go ahead. Let me let you
one-
finish. I do have a point that it counters. It's not to go against your stats. It's just one of the things that doesn't make sense with that slow, gradual incline. But go ahead, Nib. I'll mention it after your last point.
Just going to make one final point of context. I do like. It's great that PC Game Pass is having good growth, right? I think they said like there was 30% one day growth or something like that from Call of Duty on PC, and then and then they're continuing to have growth on PC. Phil Spencer said a long time ago, I think 2-3 years ago, that they've got good growth on PC, but it's slowed down on console. I actually think they might start getting decline now on console. But the reason I bring this up is because you need to add context. So in 2022. From the FTC leaked documents, Microsoft's leaked documentation, where they outline all their subscriber figures and everything like that, they actually mention that out of 25 million subscribers at the time, 3.1 million were on PC, which constitutes 12.4% of the total subscriber rate. So obviously when console is 22 million and PC is 3 million, even if you had 30% growth on PC or even 100%, it's not taking you to a very high number. Whereas on the console side, because it constitutes 80, I'll just tell you the exact figure, 88% of Game Pass subscribers in 2022 were on console. So we need to kind of put that in context. Even if you had growth,
but they have to have some kind of say that growth somewhere. That's the same thing they do with cloud. Like they're like, we've got 100 million people hours on cloud, but it's like that's nothing. And people get points by loading up a game on cloud. Even I do, and I fucking wouldn't play cloud if they paid me.
The reason I bring this up is because I often hear like PC cats And I think growth on PC is great, but I often hear PC cats talk about, oh, they don't understand there's no such thing as sales cannibalization on the PC side, only on the console side, even though there is sales cannibalization on the PC side. For example, Call of Duty this last quarter sold 18% less on PC, and it sold 67% less on Xbox. But the reason there's less cannibalization is simply because there's far fewer Game Pass PC subscribers. Obviously, if you're at 5 million or 3 million or whatever it is today, say 4.56, and on the console side it's like 20 million, there's a much higher likelihood of cannibalization. Now, what will happen on PC, the greater the adoption of Game Pass, the more sales cannibalization there will be. And the only reason right now the cannibalization is low, again, is because the actual PC Game Pass subscriber count is also quite low, figuratively and comparatively. So yeah, don't count your eggs and before they've hatched just yet. Like, you need to see how it plays out. But I could talk more and give more data, but I'll let the rest of the panel go.
And I appreciate it. And again, with the slow, gradual increase on Game Pass, that's fine. But the one thing that's going to be a deterrent is if game consoles are going up, games are going up. Well, listen, whether you believe me or not, because everyone goes, well, Mooch, this and that. What about Game Pass? Hear me out. Netflix is going up. Disney's going up. Max has gone up. Everything. Hulu, everything's going up. To sit there and say it's not going to happen, Game Pass will eventually go, again, from $19.99, it will eventually hit a $24.99 threshold. And it's that's coming down the pipe. So that's what I'm wondering. Even with gradual progression, which is very, very slow at this point in the Game Pass space, I think then it goes up. You're going to see that downtick again, which is very, very interesting. We don't see the trends. Microsoft doesn't release them. They'll say 2% growth in content and services, which is definitely Game Pass, or 6%. Those numbers are not staggering. And I think somebody on the panel already said that's not going to, it doesn't drive investors wild. Jez, what do you think here? Kiri says if Sony raises the price as well, it's because they can. This is Kiri in the super chat. Kiri, thanks for the super chat. He says their product hasn't failed already. Microsoft picked a bad time to increase prices. What do you think, Jez, about the whole situation?
Yeah, I agree. I think the timing, like coming off of the, the financials and the declines of the hardware.
Yeah.
It really, and we kind of sort of writing on the wall when they weren't bundling Call of Duty in the holidays and really pushing the consoles, kind of a head scratcher there. And then basically they came over to this and they had the 5%, like it was a single digits. And they were showing some promise, actually all their investments were starting to pay off. Like they had growth. They're comparing, Call of Duty and Game Pass, which is different because last year Call of Duty wasn't in Game Pass.
Right.
So they're seeing that growth. But again, it's so hard to compare Microsoft a year over year because there's always, the year before was with Activision, without Activision. Then Call of Duty in Game Pass, then Call of Duty not in Game Pass. Like there's always like these caveats. We're never just seeing like how a game, like just the game it does growth or drive consoles. And it was always an interesting fact was that, when they showed their financials, that they showed growth in content and services. They showed growth in the other areas, but then the hardware was declined. And it's like, you would think attachment rates, you would think that the growth in those areas would kind of also pull the console in that as well. And obviously it hasn't been doing that at all, which is telling you that those content and services, that growth is not coming from consoles. It's coming from all those people on Candy Crush on mobile phones, and it's coming from Call of Duty Mobile. It's coming from other areas, even PC growth. But the timing of this increase is definitely very, very shocking in the sense that they just said, hey, today is the day. It's going up today. Like they didn't say like give people a couple of weeks to kind of go get it before the price increases. It's like you lost it, you missed it. Today it goes up. Like a traditional price increase, they may say like, hey, in a few days,
that's a good point.
Next week the price will go up. We're gonna give you some time to go get the console, go get the things. Like they increased everything. Like looking at this stuff, like even the Xbox wireless headset went up $10 for all crazy stuff. Like everything went up. It wasn't just the consoles. And then to hear with what Mag was saying and saying about this whole like they got another avenue, and I think they feel more liberated now. And you could tell even when Satya talked in the post-game show, I like to call it, when he's like, and our sales and pre-orders on PlayStation. It's like, dude, we got Satya Nadella talking about PlayStation sales before GTA 6.
Right.
Holy crap. Like who would have thought that like it was like what if, And I think they know that they have an avenue, because even when they put this post up. Their quote at the bottom, I was reading it right here. It says, "Looking ahead, we continue to focus on offering more ways to play more games across any screen and ensuring value for Xbox players." That sounds like go.
Yeah.
Sayonara. Like, yeah, we increased the prices here, but there are other ways to play our games. Toodaloo, and it was basically they're kind of granting that pathway of like, go ahead, this may be one way, but we got to increase the prices. You could go play on any screen, so you don't need this, which is it's definitely telling as to where their position is. Like, just go ahead, like go on any screen.
I think they always want to increase the price, and I think the tariffs gave them the perfect storm for them to
Everything's going on.
raise the price, and for people not to look. At least they would think people not look at them side-eyed. But when you look at the entirety of it, if it were tariffs, it would only apply to the States. It wouldn't apply to the entire world.
Yeah, and an immediate like today, like I said, like it was like you can't even second guess it and go get it. It was like, no, today, May 1st, this is when it happens. And everybody, but I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to say I don't think Sony's immune to this thing. I say if you want to go get a PlayStation or any kind of electronic device, go get it.
Go now. Yeah. We don't usually say that. Yeah,
I would do the same thing.
I would say if Sony does the same thing, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes with these companies, and they're
all going to do it. I'm telling you.
So if I can guarantee this though, if Sony were, I can't guarantee they're not going to raise the price, but if they were to raise the price, I guarantee you they're going to make sure that it's still cheaper than Xbox.
That's interesting. That's an interesting take.
They want to sell it. They want to sell the console. But yeah, I definitely agree. But I think definitely some sort of increase. And the other thing that they mentioned was that their games were going to increase later on to $80. So that's probably guaranteeing Call of Duty is going to be $80. That's almost.
I gotta be honest. I know most of the panel is American here, and not to get political, and whatever. But the only tariff that makes sense is the tariffs that are set in place from the U.S. Against China, and it should only be in effect in the U.S.
Right.
It shouldn't be in effect in Canada, because we don't need to get our products from the States. We can get our products straight from China, so they don't need to just come through the States and then come to us and then we get the tariff. We can get it direct. So, and same with the EU and Australia, all these other places, they can get it direct. So it makes no sense for their prices also to be going up. So for those out there that are saying, "Oh, it's the tariffs," okay, let's just say it is a tariffs that would only apply to the United States of America.
Yeah, what about the parts to make the devices? What about the parts though? Like the cost of making it now? Was that going to affect?
It's going to affect everything. Like
that's probably why they increase it, because the cost of these devices probably. That's all custom.
If you get your aluminum from China, it's going to go up. If you get your plastic from China, it's going to go up. Whatever parts.
No. Go ahead, Nib. Guys, let me just clarify. As I mentioned last time, tariffs are actually paid by the importing entity in the United States. So the PlayStation and Xbox don't pay any extra tariffs when they're manufactured in China. That's not how it works. So
that's not affecting it.
Yeah, where there's like 34 ports or something of customs in the United States, and when they come through and the ship,
That's not true.
It is.
No, if the company is American and they are sourcing in that part and they're make it in America, they're going to get a hit on it. That's not true.
In the
end, the customer pays the tariffs because the company is not going to soak it up. But if they're manufacturing in the States and they get the part from China, they are paying a tariff on that part.
Correct.
Or it's costing them more money to build it, and they're giving that cost to them, saying, "Hey, it's going to cost us more to sell this now because of the tariff. So now it's going to cost you more for us to build it for you."
Yeah, but these consoles are made in China, Vietnam, and Cambodia, right?
Yes.
So and some in Mexico. So what I mean is, like, the tariffs would really only affect the importing entities. So because they're not being manufactured in the United States, there's no reason for Xbox to put the MSRP up before they've even hit them. Retailers can take that hit, or they can negotiate, or if there's distribution centers in the United States, which Xbox themselves handle, then they could increase the price. But otherwise, they don't need to increase the price at manufacture. It's only something that would happen post import.
It's when they import. It's when you're right. You're correct. It's when they when they import it in. That's when the tariff is added onto it.
And the reason again, I remember
they're not paying that tariff. They're just raising the price and passing it on to the customer.
Exactly. And the reason I remember last, I was actually debating with some really big analysts and stuff, and I was saying I don't believe that the switch to price took into account these reciprocal tariffs. Reciprocal, I should put in quotation because they're not reciprocal. They're based on trade deficit, but I won't get in that. And sure enough, Nintendo, Doug Bowser, he came out and said, no, we did not take into consideration the tariffs when we priced them.
That's why they delayed pre-orders, right? They delayed
to possibly account for them. So I think maybe people are jumping the gun on the tariff stuff. Even I did. Even I was initially like, maybe it's tariff related, but then looking at it on reflection and logic and the way things are manufactured, I don't think they are.
Not only that, but you don't raise your game prices.
Yeah, why are the game prices
like
up?
digital game prices.
See, I just gotta correct that because that's I just can't have that out there. I've been doing a lot of research on the tariffs, and that's just incorrect. Some of these companies, like Nvidia, if you look right now at the GeForce cards that are on Best Buy, they have the tariffs included on them. Those same cards I can get in Canada for far cheaper. They're not the same price. So they are passing it on to the consumers. Once again, even though the card is not made in America, sometimes parts of it are, but even though it's not made in America, because certain parts of it, let's say 20% of it, the aluminum is freaking Chinese, they tariff that card on that. And then it comes in, and the distributor, I guess, whoever is importing it, they got to pay that, and then they put it back to the consumer.
Yeah, no, I
Mooch,
agree. I'm not saying tariff prices aren't going to come on US price. I'm saying I don't think the price increase with Xbox is necessarily with that.
This wasn't some reactionary thing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that people aren't going to pay higher prices because of tariffs. 100% is coming because, at the end of the day, I mean,
we'll see. I mean, listen, like these are scare tags. It's like, you try to do what you do, but Mooch, what I thought was funny was Ryan McCaffrey just showed off he bought a PS5 Pro.
Did he?
And yes, he did. About 40 minutes ago. And Destin Legary, he goes, if price hikes are coming to PS5 Pro, I may join Ryan and buy ahead of the GTA 6 launch. So listen, I mean, to me, I thought that was hilarious.
That's great.
Right? Because you got these two like supposed Xbox guys and they're buying PS5 Pros.
Right.
I
said, go buy it now. Basically, before that goes off.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. Let me put a Nib. I want to hear Meg too. Let me ask Meg, and then Nib, you can answer it too as well. But Meg, I want to ask you a question here. Do you think, because we all kind of agree to a certain extent, I don't think anybody would speak in absolutes and say it's not going to happen. If in fact PlayStation does raise their prices at some point, right? Maybe it's next week, maybe it's tomorrow. Will they wait until after the GTA 6 thing? Right? I mean,
they are not. Listen, they know they know market manipulation better than anybody. And what it is, it's all psychology at that point, right? So what they did, look at the PS4. I remember the launch of the PS4 and the Xbox One. They had the $100 difference, and they had every opportunity to charge just as much as Xbox did, and put the camera in there, and then just say, okay, let's just duke it out head to head. What did they do last minute? Pull the camera, $100 cheaper, and they destroyed that generation, right? And what they're going to do now, I can absolutely tell you. By the way, I said this to Mooch about, 6 hours ago. 17 minutes to the nose, folks. 17 minutes before the after the announcement of Xbox raising their prices, Sony put out an advertisement of a $449 bundle with the Astrobot Game of the Year.
There you go. Petty Sony, there you go.
You think this is by accident, folks? This is not by accident. This is absolutely designed, and it was poetry to watch. And I said it to Mooch. I go, look at this. How funny is it? And then Wario, what's his name? Wario 64.
Wario 64.
And he started tweeting it and retweeting it, and then it started getting out there.
It's the best deal you can get right now, really.
Yeah, it's the best deal you can get out right now. And the thing is, here's the other thing: if people are anybody on the fence, and I've talked about this several times. And I some people get mad at me when I play a game, an Xbox game on my PS5 Pro or a third-party game, and I'm like, well, isn't that an Xbox now? Isn't that wasn't that the advertisement?
That's correct.
Because now, what is the difference between my Pro and a PC? Because I do the show with Colt, and I said, Colt, you game primarily on PC now, right? And he goes, yeah. I said, okay, so that's a third-party machine, and you're utilizing Xbox and PlayStation and third-party. And I said, I have a PS5 Pro that's utilizing PlayStation first-party, Xbox, and third-party. Why is that any different? Right? So it's no different. So now what you could do is for $449 US, of course, you can get your Astrobot Game of the Year edition, and you'll be able to access every single Xbox game moving forward, including the two that they just released the other day to great success.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones and, of course, Forza Horizon 5, who are both doing very well.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, Forza Horizon 5 was one of the most pre-ordered games of this year, and of course, it was an Xbox title. So, therefore, why wouldn't you take advantage of buying the PlayStation 5? And if you wish to access it, you think Phil Spencer gives a rat's ass if you're playing Forza Horizon 5 on a PlayStation?
Not anymore.
No.
Well,
he's not.
I think somewhere deep down, these guys are like.
Deep down, it probably pisses them off.
Well,
Crap.
yeah,
There's no question about it.
I can guarantee you, Aaron Greenberg, for example, does not like
for
what's
sure.
going on.
Project Latitude was not them. I could tell you
Yeah.
what Project Latitude was.
This is the next point I was going to go on to, Mooch. Like, I know everyone's saying, oh, they just make the money on PlayStation, but I really do believe this is a dangerous strategy on Xbox's behalf to completely sort of sideline their hardware, because, why do they care if you play Forza Horizon on Xbox or PlayStation? Well, there is a financial difference, right? Like, obviously now because of Game Pass, there's cannibalization and less of that. But if you were to buy a game on Xbox, even if it's a game that is not on Game Pass, they do get a 30% cut of everything, right? If you play Fortnite on Xbox, every single microtransaction that you purchase, every single skin and every single thing like that, they get a 30% cut. And likewise, if you buy Forza Horizon on Xbox, they get 100% instead of having to give away 30%
That's
to
right.
Steam
or
to PlayStation and everything. So I do think it's like it sounds weird, isn't it? Who the hell are we with armchair analysts, and we're telling Microsoft how to run business? But at the end of the day, look at the decisions they've made over the last 2 decades.
So with that being said, Nib, with that being said, answer me this question, please, because it bothers me inside. So Microsoft made the conscious decision with Project Latitude to go ahead and sell their Xbox games on PlayStation. And they're very, very proud to tout. Jez made this point. Very proud to tout how that their games are available and they're doing very well over on PlayStation. Yeah, at the same time, for the past so many years, I've had so many people on the show telling me Game Pass is phenomenal. It's fantastic. Is there any remorse that they took? Because what you just said, they're giving that 30% away, and it is a very dangerous tactic in a sense. Just, again, armchair dev, just having a good time here talking about it. The very dangerous for them. They left their platform where they were making 100% on their software sales. Now they're making 70% at best, right? So now, how are they having Game Pass regret at some point? Because what they did by having Game Pass is they essentially stopped their consumer from buying the game and doing the now, again, if you do the model and everybody went along with it, it's very successful. That doesn't seemingly be the case in this point. And again, if anybody wants to argue with me, Mooch, Game Pass is great. I'm not saying for you, values in the eye of the beholder, I get that. But Microsoft apparently had discussions within Redmond to say, we want to sell games again. We've already talked our client to our customers out of it. So now where do we go? We have to go to PlayStation.
So let's talk data instead of my subjective opinion.
Right. That's fine.
So first of all, like, we already know that to an extent based on the actual Microsoft documentation that yes, Game Pass is well below their expectations, because we know that from their projections, they thought they would be at 44 million in 2023, and they thought they would be at 60 million subscribers in 2025. 60, right? Where they're probably meandering around the 30 million mark. And that's including Xbox Live being converted to Game Pass Core, right? If you take away Xbox Live Gold, then, they're probably still sub 30, right? So already we know statistically, based on just the data, they're well below where they thought they would be, or where they thought the appeal of Game Pass would be. On the secondary point, so there's two strategies I think that have kind of backfired on them a little bit. And again, I've had Game Pass since 2017. I enjoy it, but I'm just talking to the data side of it. Right?
That's right.
So on the one side, they did PC day and date, and they have essentially capitulated their console market share. On the other side, they put all their eggs into the Game Pass basket, and now the Xbox consumers have essentially stopped buying games in the same way that the competitors do. And the reason we can see that the strategy has not paid off is because if you go by the first 4 years of each of the new console releases in terms of revenue growth, sans ABK, Xbox's growth is 2.5%, right? Over the 4.5 years. PlayStation's growth in the same period is 60.5%. And ironically, Nintendo's growth over the first 4.5 years of the Switch launch is also exactly 60.5%. So those other strategies, right, have led to 60+% growth, and Xbox's strategy led to 2%, right? And now they're having to pivot to release games on PlayStation and whatever Switch as well to compensate for that. So I would say, just based on the data, yes, I would say that they clearly do have not necessarily a bit of regret, but the reason they're having to pivot is because it did not pan out the way they thought. We know from the financial 3 years of missed targets of Game Pass. 60 million there, half of that. And you can't argue again. Again, it's not my subjective opinion. It's literally what Microsoft themselves is telling us.
Yeah. No, shout out to Anonymous Bosses. He says Series X at $730 a pop. Now that's the 2 terabyte one, Anonymous Boss. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. I mean, crap, we talked about this with Game Pass a while ago. The one thing when you have the hardcore already signed up when they signed up ages ago, right? So that number has been staggered. Yeah. But you say this all the time, and you talk to a lot of the hardcore Xbox guys. And they like to own their games. They're still buying. Like, shout to Noof Nukem again. Actually, he buys his games. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
I like to own mine too. You know what I mean? Like there's just something, and I get it. Like, people want to argue semantics about that whole thing.
I get it too. I understand.
It's like, man, as somebody who has been gaming since my first console was NES, I still have some NES. I still have my NES. I have my Nintendo 64 games. As long as I have a working console, man, I can pop those fuckers in and
crap.
play.
I still buy Switch games.
I do too.
The cartridges.
I do.
Cartridges.
Like, listen, I buy my PS5, Xbox games. I buy my stuff physical too now. Like as much as possible. I mean, yeah, you could get really good deals with the digital, and that's cool, and I like that too. But it's like, a lot of times I'll pick it up both. You know what I mean? Like, I'll buy it maybe something digital at launch, and then when the physical drops, I'll pick it up, or vice versa, depending on what it is. And I like doing that. And for me, when it comes down to Game Pass, here's the thing that I don't understand. Like, Game Pass for many years wasn't worth the price of admission. This year might be the first year that I believe it truly is.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
But they would have to keep that pace up.
I agree too.
Keep that pace up every single year.
That's the thing.
Which I think is going to be very difficult to do.
So crap. You said it right there. It'd have to be consistent, because everybody has short-term memory. We say this every week, right? Yeah. 2020, not a lot there. 21, nothing there, right? 22, still very, very little. 23, 24 showed
21, they did have Halo and Forza.
I'm sorry. Yes, that's right. Halo and Forza. Thank you. It was 22. It was 22.
Yep. Yeah, they did like 4 or 5 games at the end of the year. It's a pretty good year. Right, but and then
I think the Halo and Forza was big. That was big, and listen,
that was
enjoyed
actually the best. That was like, people want to look at the numbers and stuff. Look up the best-selling consoles that Microsoft has ever had. It was when they released Halo and Forza at the end of that year. That holiday was the best-selling ever. And it was because they had released their 2 bangers. Like, it's not a surprise or secret.
It's not a secret on how to succeed.
Yeah, it's not.
That's right.
It's like Microsoft has never had, in like the last decade plus, a situation where maybe the launch of the Xbox One, where they had some really good stuff, exclusive wise, to really push their hardware.
Right.
And it's like, and that's a real shame. It's like that we never got to see what could have been. Like, I don't know what could have been from a lineup this year of Outer Worlds 2, Doom, all this stuff being exclusive to Xbox, Oblivion remake exclusive to Xbox. I don't know what that would look like in terms of sales, but I sure as shit know that they would be doing better than they are. Right? It's like, like Microsoft had really lost customers and lost that trust. It would have taken 4 or 5 years of constant of good releases like that, like this year, exclusive wise, to get people on board. But you would have had to have done that to make up for your previous fuck ups. And just Microsoft isn't really.
Well, like you said, would they have the hit after hit year they have this year? That's the one thing I question, because you said it yourself earlier. Fable's not Fable's not going to have those numbers. You were saying it yourself. I don't think so. I mean, it's people hear Fable, that. I know people do. The diehards do love Fable, but again, is Fable going to make people run out to buy an Xbox? I think they looked at what they had coming out this year to be very, very good, right? And then they probably looked at it the next 2-3 years. Listen, we say this all the time. It goes for PlayStation, it goes for Xbox, it goes for Nintendo. It takes 3 to 5 years to make these games, maybe sometimes upwards of 6 for these big AAA games, right? That are even coming from Bethesda. Yeah. So at the end of the day, they're going to have another lull again. And I think the folks at Redmond said, we can't afford to wait another 2-3 games after 2-3 years after these 2 good years. So we got to put these games everywhere. These were publishers. They bought big publishers. These games are always everywhere.
I like the way that they're lumping their titles together. Like, here's Indie, here's Forza,
right?
Here's this, it's almost like a panic. It seems like a panic thing, right? Like, I wouldn't want to release all my stuff that close together, but you know what I mean.
But whenever it's ready, they drop.
Yeah,
it.
That's
right.
It's like they're just dropping it or whatever. But eventually they're going to run out of that. Like, I think, like I said, Gears and Halo the novelty when those come to PlayStation will mean that they do well initially.
Absolutely.
But I just don't think those games are like the it thing now, right? Like, I think if you really wanted to play Halo or Gears, you probably would have done so in the 360 era. The games have gone down in the Xbox One series era, so like you're not missing much there. But I think the novelty of people wanting to play through the campaigns again will be, and they'll do extremely well at first, but I think they'll die out really quick. Where I think Forza Horizon, like, that can last a good long time because that game is like perpetually, as content.
No, I agree with you with those. Meg, I have to ask you a question here because you say you definitely talked to some people on the inside. Meg, my question for you is this: is it Microsoft's intent? And you don't have to. You could say you don't know. That's fine. Is it Microsoft's intent to eventually leave hardware?
No, they're going to continue to offer, like I was saying earlier.
You were saying they're going to offer something, but that something, if it's just a handheld or some sort of hybrid, that does change the game, and not necessarily as good as people.
If you talk to people on the inside, Meg, do me a question. That's just one question, right? Say, how do you guys plan to get developers to support a console that's not widely available, that's not going to sell well? How are you going to get third parties to support this thing?
Yeah.
Well, you're finding actually that a lot of the third-party developers that are still supporting are the ones that are mostly the Western developers that have they have a long-standing relationship.
Yes,
Ubisoft, EA, those companies, right? Well, not Activision anymore; they own it, but the other ones like that. But if you look at those games, crap, you mentioned about half an hour ago when you were talking about there was Wukong did not come over there. Also, Stellar Blade did not go over there, even though they're saying, "Oh, it's time exclusive." Yeah, yes, and then the Lost Souls Aside is not going over there. So these are other developers that do not have that relationship and saying, well, they look at the data and say, this is just an unproven market for us, so we can't afford the risk to go over there to do it. Ubisoft, well, maybe not Ubisoft these days, but EA certainly still can do that and say, yep, we're going to put it over there. They'll get their engagement, however much it's going to be. Yes, it's going to be a small fraction of what you're going to get compared to like on the PlayStation or PC. Now, to answer Mooch's question, they will continue to offer access. How that access is, I don't know beyond this generation. And the next generation. They are offering a piece of hardware in a few years, and they are going to drop another console. Now, it's not going to be the same hoopla that they would normally do in the past. They will obviously advertise it. They'll put something behind it, a little pomp and circumstance. Sure. But it's not going to be the same thing because it's not there to directly compete against PlayStation or Nintendo. It is there for accessibility. So the odds of it being super high powered, maybe not. It may just be something that's comparable that you'll be able to access. Then they could possibly use it to stream from the cloud. Who the hell knows what they're going to do? And maybe they may do something like that in the future in order to keep the prices down to try and stay at least somewhat competitive in the software market. As Nib was saying, Nib, you missed my first 5 minutes before you got here. I was talking about the exact same thing about they don't really care about the sales of the software so much more. I mean, they do, but most of it is about accessibility to the store. The store is where they make all their microtransactions. Their billions of dollars are all funneled through that, right? And that's where they get all of that. Like the same thing I've mentioned it time and time again about Amazon. Does Amazon give a shit that you didn't like Rings of Power, which was garbage, or Reacher Season 3, which was awesome?
I love Reacher Season 3. It was fucking badass. That fight at the end, I was like, holy shit.
I know.
Dude, I was waiting that whole season for that fight. I knew it was going to be awesome, and it was. I'm just saying, man, if you guys haven't watched that shit, that show's awesome.
It is great.
Reacher's wonderful. So they don't care if you like Reacher. You know what they care about? Next time you got a hole in your sink or you need new socks, They want you going to the Amazon Prime store.
It's true.
That is just used to supplement the fact that they're funneling billions of dollars to the Amazon store. Same thing with Game Pass. Game Pass was an ideal to start, and it didn't work out the way it wanted. It did not get the growth that they wanted. So what do? They're saying, well, Game Pass is still going to funnel people into our storefront. And that's what they want. That's why Sony, everybody, when people say things about Sony saying, well, Sony sold 100 million consoles. Who gives a shit? It's just a piece of plastic. That's not what it's about. It was never about that. Or they only make $36 off each console. So what? The so what, folks, is that every time you play Fortnite on there, like my son or anybody else, whatever, every skin they buy, Sony makes money off.
That's right.
As we said before, next time you buy Seth Rogen for Call of Duty, you're getting the money off of it. So yeah, Nib, you actually were saying the exact same thing I was saying. It's all about the storefront accessibility. So Microsoft will continue to do that for the 10 to 15% hardcore Xbox fans that are going to stay there.
Yeah.
They will offer that accessibility there. And the reason why they're expanding this Game Pass into everywhere, not Game Pass, Game Pass everywhere except for PlayStation, and then of course offering their games on PlayStation, is because they need to branch out that market for the percentage that they lost of people not looking into their store.
That's right. And
So now
it's the same concept of the phone wars that are out there, right? Apple wants you in their ecosystem. They really don't give a shit how much they make off the phone. It's about you in the App Store. And it's the same thing with Google, etc.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Sony wants that presence. That's why I asked the question, because everyone's going to listen to this later or going to hear it in the chat right now. They're going to well, Sony's going to go raise their prices too. That may very well be the case. I'm not saying they're not. They more than likely are. But I think it'll be after the holiday, because they've got something cooking. And Meg, I'm going to ask a few people on the chat here on the panel a couple questions. I do want to get before the end of the show. We are going to talk about the holiday situation with Sony. So I have that as a topic on purpose. But D, let me get D in here. D, do you see what I was saying? And I asked Meg, I asked Nib. D, do you think what I think? I think if they are collabing right now with Take-Two for GTA, if, not they are, I don't know. I would assume they are. If they are doing that, wouldn't it be crazy at this point in time? If you're going to do a price increase on console, do it next year. Get GTA 6 and PS5 paired together out the door in that bundle, and you sell it like hotcakes. And like Crap was saying, that right there will literally gravitate PlayStation forward enough in this generation that unfortunately for us consumers, they could almost make a choice after that if they had to, based on anything that's going on in the world. D, do you see that being a possibility?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to judge because PlayStation, I don't know, was it in April or so, I can't remember, a month ago or something like that. 2 months ago, they raised the prices like in Europe and some other smaller regions.
That's right.
So that might have been in anticipation for what's happening now. They said, okay, we're going to raise it in these regions so that we don't have to raise it in this region, in our most popular region, UK or whatever, Canada,
UK, US, Canada, yeah,
States, whatever, and then they do it, next year. It's quite possible they don't. It's quite possible they don't do it at all. It's quite possible if they do it, it's going to be cheaper than Xbox. One thing I know for sure is that they're not going to give Xbox an inch of room. I don't care that Xbox games are going on the PlayStation. Don't think things are all buddy-buddy. The reason why those games are on the PlayStation because Xbox needs to make money, and Sony's like, yeah, we'll take it. Of course, why wouldn't we take it? It's free money for us, right? We don't have to develop these games. So I just don't see them raising the prices to the same levels as Microsoft did today with Xbox. If anything, maybe we might see a $20-$30 increase in price. I just can't see it going any higher than that.
I want to point something out real quick also, right? So I don't feel personally that this is tariff affected at this particular point.
Right.
But Sony in preparation, they started stockpiling PS5 Pros and their stuff in warehouses in the US to avoid any punishment. So they can hold out a while, and just because something might get tariffed in the future doesn't mean that would last a long time. That's right. They might have enough to wait it out and not have to do that. It's like when you look at it, people are going to run to PlayStation right now, and I predicted that by the end of the year, if as long as GTA 6 releases, they could easily hit 100 million PS5 sold this year, right? Because they surprised everyone last year with a bunch more sales than what was predicted or whatever, right? And so they only would have needed 25 million. And when you look at GTA, people are going to want to pick up. Like that's not on PC.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? Like you can't play that on PS4. You can't play it on Xbox One or Switch. So you're going to, and most people are going to pick up a PlayStation for that or PlayStation 5 Pro. So they really have a chance to separate themselves. I said this, and as an Xbox fan, I said it. Just, if you're they got their foot on Xbox's hardware neck. Xbox will be fine in terms of publishing games or whatever.
Absolutely.
But I think that they really have Microsoft about to tap out on the hardware, because I know, like, behind the scenes you hear, oh yeah, they're definitely going to do something, but it's like when you look at it every quarter and it's dropped, hardware fell, right? It's like, and with every bit of news now they're raising the price. They didn't even lower the hardware last holiday, right? Like, it was just like, whatever, like they don't really care about it. There was nothing. And so you just have to wonder at one point I think anything's possible. The way that they flip-flop, right? Like, let's just be real. Xbox One era generation, they literally changed directions multiple times. This generation changed direction. It would not surprise me in the least if they're just like, yeah, we're not going to do another one, right? Like, it would not surprise me.
It's funny you say that crap, because Mag, I totally believe you, Mag, and I know that you've heard, and there's reports out there as well saying there's something coming out of the pipe. But crap makes a point. There's been so many pivots from the Xbox One era to today. So many things. From streaming services to removing the Kinect to DRM going away to we're going to go to service based. At this point, they really, and now we're going to be on PlayStation. That's the biggest loophole of all. It's unbelievable. At this point, if they said, you know what, we looked at everything, we're doing really well on PC, Steam, and we're doing really, really well on PlayStation. This is, right now we'll make sure that the Xbox Series S and X hold up for a very long time, but that could be the end of the hardware.
Holy shit! So this is what. It's like
I
was
actually going to say, interestingly, the price increase on boxed games to $80. Let's be real, that is actually predominantly going to be long term for PlayStation buyers, right? Because I think 90% of the Xbox consumer base buys digitally, and I think it's like 75 or something, or 60 something on PlayStation. It ebbs and flows, but so that means like it's going to be mostly PlayStation people buying boxed Xbox games, they're going to be the ones. They're going to be the ones paying the extra $10. So again, it's just Xbox. Like, okay, so we've got this new consumer base and buyer base now coming, and it's doing pretty well. Like Sea of Thieves charted, and even Grounded charted for a time, and Indiana Jones, I think sold a few 100,000 copies or something on PlayStation, more than it has sold on PC and on Xbox, according to some analyst firm. So it's like, okay, if these guys are going to buy them, and a higher portion of them are going to buy physically, we might as well try and get an extra $10 out of them, right? And that will compensate some of that 30% cut.
It's funny. Shout out to Trey and Jez. I'll give you the mic and say, Treybone in the chat. He goes, I can't. He goes, I just can't anymore. Treybone, here's the thing, and I understand. We're just talking in hypotheticals here. There's been so many pivots that what Crap said and what Nib's giving you with statistics on the $80 being more of a PlayStation buy probably in the end game here. If
Gordon in his own podcast says it would not surprise him,
right?
If Microsoft decided to not come out with hardware, it's like,
I know. We say it. We say it, and it's crazy.
A weird take to have it all.
We say it, and it's crazy. On a different show, it's like, oh well, I could see that. So that's the thing. And what if we said like a year or two ago, if things go the way they're going, these games will end up on PlayStation. Treybone would have been like, I'm out. I can't take this anymore. Like that would have sounded crazy too, right?
At the beginning of this generation, how many people would have bought an Xbox if they had said, we're not going to have any exclusives, everything we make is going to come to PlayStation, right? Like probably hardly any.
Right.
And so this is what you're asking of next generation. You're asking them to say, okay, well, we're going to have an Xbox which might not get a lot of third-party support, by the way, and and we're going to put all of our exclusives are going to be on PlayStation and probably Switch 2 or whatever, and it's going to probably be $700-800, right? Right. Right? Like, like, I don't know. That just doesn't seem like it's going to... it seems like it's going to do Wii U numbers or something. You know what I mean? Which is what it is.
It is what it is. Go ahead, Jez. I took the mic from you. I apologize.
Well, what Crap was saying about this whole getting that's always been the thing. Like you build your platform to get people to develop for it, and I always think it's very interesting when Phil's like, we're building this platform, and he keeps talking about developers that are going to put their games in his platform, and his platform basically is the Game Pass or the cloud, which it's very hard to make that platform with other people's games and things like that, and try to get people in a subscription. Like you gotta offer. People may want to just sell their games. Like this whole thing, like you got, in order to be on that platform, you got to put it in the subscription, is something that they really need to kind of break from, especially if they're not making their console the platform. And the other thing is that, like what everybody's been saying,
it's a good point.
I don't think their future is going to be custom hardware, like the custom chip and all the optimization to specifically run games. I don't think they're looking for that anymore. I think it's just going to be off the shelf PC parts, maybe something that they could tweak or anything like that, but it's not going to be a custom chip that's going to require extra development for. Like, I can't see them, because then they're going to be right back in the console business, which I don't think that the future.
Jez, listen, you're on the same. You're in the exact same page, Jez. As I think it's Spix 38. He says Phil is converting Xbox fans to PC without them even knowing it. He said the next Xbox will be an OEM PC with the Xbox logo slapped on it, right? And I mean, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what exactly. You know, I'm surprised. I think Phil actually pre-ordered all the Switch 2 so he could put a sticker on them for the Xbox. You know, and one of the other things that's interesting is how disruptive this announcement was. Like, think about whatever's left of goddamn retail. You hear GameStop is not taking any Xboxes in the trades. I went to their trade thing to see what's trading for, and they have them all grayed out. All the series consoles are grayed out from GameStop. So it does not look like no trade values could be found for this item. So right now, trading in your Xbox and GameStop to get a PlayStation or something like that, it's not a buy. Like, you could trade in a PlayStation, but you can't trade in any Xboxes currently, because of this announcement that they made. So I'm looking at right now on their website, and everything series consoles are all grayed out. So like like I said, they didn't give enough time, and I'm sure retail is probably sitting there going, yo, I got like 15 Xboxes sitting on shelves. Those things just went up $100. And if you look at the prices, dude, these didn't go up like $50. Like, or even like some of them, like 130. Like, these were pretty big increases. This wasn't like a $20 increase across the board of hardware. This was a pretty big increase.
It's $100 a system. I mean, I wish when I saw the print go across on X today, I didn't look at the actual prices right away, and I was like, okay, they're gonna. It's kind of what Mag was saying or Nib was saying a moment ago. Oh, maybe it'll go up, or Crap was saying maybe it'll go up $20-$30 or something like that. $100. I mean, that's a substantial
when you raise
hit.
$100 and you're in the only territory.
Increases.
Yeah, in the only territory you do anything in, that is insanity.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
the
actual percentage increase.
Hey, people were trying to pick up the few that were like at the old price or whatever, but I don't think that's going to be a big bump because they don't really stock them. You know what I mean? It's like Microsoft, and this is the thing, right? When I had heard something like this for a while, because back in the day, okay, like with the Sega Dreamcast, for example, at one point, you know, like they used to have like you're manufacturing these things, right? Kind of you're pumping out a bunch of them. They stopped manufacturing them. They had planned on starting up again, but then that never happened. They didn't sell enough, so they stopped. You know, the GameCube went through the same thing. At a particular point, they stopped for months, and that's sort of a common thing. You will stop producing something when it's not selling, wait for it to catch up. Microsoft, it seemed like, and I've felt like this for a while, they probably maybe had some overproduced or whatever, and they're just like, well, we're going to sell off what we have or whatever. But how can anybody have faith in a platform that has given up back-to-back generations partway through, which is exactly what it seems like they're doing, right? Like I already have people telling me, well, wait till next gen, that's going to be the real. And I really want to like slap myself in the face when I hear that, because, you know, geez, I've only been hearing that for 15 years now.
Yeah.
You know?
I was going to say, by the way, that the
wait till next gen, wait till E3, wait till
wait till
every
pricing.
time. Yeah.
Jeez.
But the price increase is 20 to 27% on the hardware.
Yeah, it's
So
big.
depending on which console. The Series S is
I thought it was a joke.
27%, almost a third. It's insane.
It's quite a jump. It is quite a jump. When I saw that number, it was staggering. Shout out to the Wise Old Gamer. Wise will hopefully get you back on the show next week. He goes, is Microsoft increasing the price of the Xbox condom? He goes, I'll have to practice my pull-out game. The great Wise Old Gamer, everybody. Shout out to the Wise. Easy E says, if Sony really wanted to dig the dagger into Xbox, they would keep prices the same and eat the losses. What are the chances PlayStation prices go up? So Easy, we kind of discussed that already. Wooly Gamer, the great Wooly Gamer, everybody. Xbox is the only company committed to detracting from their own products products made Game Pass non-essential, console non-essential, storefront obsolete. What is next? That's why I asked Mag that question. It wasn't really to be a trick question. because I believe that Mag is right. Some of the early reports are out there saying that we're going to see hardware. And I do, as of today, I believe we still see it. But Crap's point to say, would you really be surprised there's another pivot on the way? I don't think, I wouldn't be surprised.
Here's the
Anybody
thing,
hyping
Mooch,
up
like-
that
like-
Xbox handheld right now? Dude,
People-
where's that going to come in?
Exactly.
$1 billion.
People were talking up with that Sarah Bond stuff. Like she knows, she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. She was working at T-Mobile. You know, she got promoted to her spot after 4 years at working at Microsoft. It's ridiculous. She has
Did
no
you say
clue.
the Sarah Bond? I have it.
Yeah.
She's right here. Hold on. She has to say something.
Make it impossible for developers to make money, devalue games.
Thank you, Sarah.
Wow.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Round of applause there, because
Thank
people
you.
run with her quote or whatever, right? The most powerful technical leap or whatever.
It
It's gonna
all
be some
happens.
bullshit,
Yeah.
some bullshit AI nonsense or whatever. Because Microsoft leans heavily into the AI stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right, right,
So it's like, I mean, like that technical leap doesn't necessarily mean power or anything like that. Like who really knows? But it's like people really were hanging on that as if, you know, like she knows what the hell she doesn't know anything about consoles or gaming. She's not a gamer, you know. She doesn't game.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Crap.
Brad, you know what you
Like-
reminded me of is the whole cloud stuff. Remember with the Xbox One, cloud compute was
Yeah.
gonna save the day, and they kept
Yeah.
changing the number. It was like
So there was like
10
there's
times
like
more
50
valuable.
Xbox One. And here's the thing, it's like
Yeah.
some of that stuff looks impressive. You know, like when you saw Crackdown 3 and they're like everything's destructible, and then when
Right.
you actually played it,
It
you know,
wasn't.
it was nothing.
Yeah.
It was like
Jurassic
the vicious
Park,
version
like,
of that, right? It was like,
implementation.
yeah, it's like I was like, oh my god, you know what I mean? Like, and that's the thing. It's right. It's like, you know, you try to push this stuff, and you're just like, there's just there's no way for them to have these billions. If there were such amount of gamers, then they would have already found them, right?
Yeah.
It's like these people aren't playing Gears of War because they don't want to play Gears of War or Call. You know what I'm saying? It's like they, you know, the ones that are playing the Candy Crush and stuff. They had like they have to accept that there's just different types of gamers out there, right? It's just like, and not everybody is going to buy, you know, want to be onto, you know, Game Pass to play those type of games or whatever. It's just like, but they refuse to accept it. You know, like Microsoft predicted that they'd sell 200 million in Xbox Ones,
Yeah.
and that never worked out. You know, they talked about selling 1 billion
You know,
Xbox 360s or whatever it was.
It could have Crap,
It's
but
like-
it could have. But
yeah,
every
like-
single generation they keep trying to reinvent the wheel. Crap, they could have very easily went from their biggest generation Xbox 360 to doing what they wanted to do, and maybe not hitting 200 million, but hitting a very large number. But they had to do something different. Then the Xbox Series X comes out, and you're like, okay, maybe they're going to start from scratch. Or they have Phil under the helm from day one. This is going to be this. This is going to be that. And what do? They do Game Pass, and they're like, you don't need to buy anything. Just do this.
Like, how do you,
And-
Mooch? And I state this again, man. Like, Phil, this is all under Phil Spencer. Like, how does this guy still have a job? You know, you're a decade plus working. His console went from, it was in second place at a point, and now it's like
Crap,
at
you're
last.
You're not gonna like my.
And
You're not
now
gonna
it's like-
crap. You're
like
not
his
gonna. You're not gonna like my
his-
answer. You're not gonna like my answer. My answer to you. Get ready for this one. I hope your seatbelt's on. Literally,
Yeah.
literally in a few years he'll be praised, and the reason he'll be praised is because of the amount of money he's made Microsoft by putting games everywhere. That was genius to go get all the
But
publishers.
Anybody could have done that.
I understand that buying
He was
publishers
like, he was
is
supposed
not
to make
you're right.
Xbox relevant, help Xbox
Right.
recover the actual Xbox. Like what he's done is like killed off that, right?
You'll see.
And
He'll be praised.
Yeah, it's just.
He'll be praised
But
for
like,
it.
here's the thing.
You're
Like, how do you
supposed to be the savior.
D.
How does this asshole, right? How does this asshole sell worse now than the console that tried to steal gamers' rights with DRM
Honestly-
and Force Connect and $100 more?
Honestly,
you
if-
know, how?
Honestly, if they had stuck to their guns,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
they wouldn't have won this generation for sure. They wouldn't have. But if they had stuck to their guns,
Yes.
all the games that are in
Yes.
Game Pass this year. Now, when I was back on the Xbox front lines, I always said this. I said once they get all of their ducks in a row, everything is lined up,
Yeah.
and all of these studios are pumping out these games, that it's going to be very attractive, and people are going to want to, you know, be in the ecosystem and enjoy these games. They did not have the patience.
Mm.
They needed to get their investment back right away. They folded, and they put all their games, not all their games, but they're gonna be all coming, and they're putting a majority of their games on the PlayStation platform. Now, can you imagine right now if none of these games went over to the PlayStation? I know a lot of people would have bought the system for Indiana Jones. I'm not sure what they would have done with Doom. But even if they wanted to make Doom like a timed exclusive,
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
let's play the game of Inception, right? Let's go back to the very, very beginning, okay? Let's also say, what if they actually, I'll take it one step further. You're like, what if they stuck to their guns? What if they didn't have Game Pass and these games came out after they made these purchases? Do you know where they would be? They would be excelling through the roof.
If they didn't have Game Pass, they'd be dead already.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think
if they
Game
stuck
Pass
with the, if they,
I
but you said
think Game Pass kept them relevant.
Well, I'm saying you buy all these publishers that they did, right? There is no Game Pass, so there's no thought of that, right? They just kept Xbox Live Gold going, where they gave you, and they can throw you a game here or there for that subscription, a lower tiered game, right? They could do that, but then they were charging $70 a game throughout this generation, and you had all these publishers. You can't say that they wouldn't have been able to compete. They could have competed. I don't think Game Pass kept them in it at all.
Even if they didn't win, the way that things are flowing right now through Game Pass, they would have been gaining momentum. And then the next generation console comes out, people would have been invested and interested in that console. But why the hell are you going to be interested in that console when you can get the majority of the games on PlayStation, and the PlayStation console has games that are not on the Xbox? Tell me how that makes the Xbox console more desirable. Like, I argue this all the time with these guys, and they just give me a bunch of word salad. Oh, Xbox is doing great. Oh, you're in the past. You're thinking just about consoles. Microsoft is much more about consoles. Listen, if there is no console, Xbox has less of an impact. If there's no console, where the hell are you guys going to play your future games?
I will just say though, D-Batch, I do believe that if they had a strong cadence of high quality exclusives, there would be more reason for people to go over there and to invest in Game Pass, right? Because the thing is, you can have a subscription service with hundreds of games, but most people are not playing hundreds of games. They're playing like a handful of games, and the games that they're playing, as we can see from sales data, are like the big tentpole games. Like it might be a Monster Hunter Wilds or a Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or whatever, right? But if Xbox from the offset had that cadence and had that quality, I really do think we would have been having a different conversation today.
Yeah.
And we can see from the past, look at with the PS3. Yes, the price was the initial sort of hurdle, so to speak, but it was ultimately the exclusives coupled with the price drop that turned things around on them. And at that time, they had an over-reliance on third parties and exclusivity deals. And when Xbox took the cake and took the market share and took the exclusivity deals with it, they were kind of without back. And what did it take for them? God of War 3, Uncharted 1, 2, 3, Infamous and Killzone and all the David Cage games and all these other things. They had a slew of non-stop quality releases or well-received releases, and The Last of Us and God of War 3, you name it. And that is ultimately what turned things around. And look at from that gen to the PS4 gen, look at the growth of those franchises. You really had Uncharted 2 and 3 going from selling 7 million, 5 million or whatever, 10 million, now selling 18, and God of War going from selling 5 million to selling friggin' 20 million or whatever. It's just those, they essentially managed to bring their IP into the casual fold. And what I mean by that, they weren't just appealing to enthusiasts anymore. They had the cultural mass market zeitgeist, and you could even see the writing on the wall, because I remember back in the day when Last of Us came out, I watched a teens react and old people react video to Last of Us, where these people play the game, and it's just reaction videos to these people who aren't gamers playing these things. And when Sarah died or when shit happens in Last of Us, and the reactions were so strong, and these videos would get 7, 8, 10, 15 million views, and I'm like, that's a whole different ball game now. You've accessed a whole different caliber of consumer when that is the kind of thing that is going out there. And it's going to be the same now with the Last of Us show, right? And whatever Naughty Dog do in future.
Yeah, so let me ask this. Glintzer super chat. Thank you, buddy, for the super chat. Really means the world. I mean, the super chat's working tonight, guys. It's a miracle. Please help Mooch. There's so many games out. We're buying them. We're reviewing them. My God. Glintzer says here, could they have a reason for deliberately failing, like a sports team that tanks to get a higher draft pick? And that's an interesting thing. I don't know if anyone on the panel has an answer for that, because when you make these moves, and we've already said it enough times, so we're not going to beat a dead horse, that when you're not doing well, the consoles are not selling, and then you jack the price up like this, it's just more of a deterrent. And D just said it himself. These games are available on PlayStation now. They're actually playing better on the PS5 Pro in most cases. We'll see how the future pans out for the rest of the games that are coming from Xbox. But then you can also play the PlayStation exclusives, and I know PC guys, Death Strander's probably jumping at the bit here. Deathstringer, pardon me. He legitimately is going to say to me, Mooch, listen, you can play these games on PC in a year. That's fine. But, we have dedicated people that are in gaming podcasts in the community. They don't want to wait a year or 24 months. They want to play the game when it comes out. So again, on PlayStation, you have that ability to play those games first for at least a year, maybe longer. And then you get the Xbox games now day one. I mean, Doom is coming out in May, and I'm excited for Doom. I've always been excited for Doom. Anybody who's been listening to me knows this. I actually like Doom 2016 better than Eternal, but Eternal was still a very good game. And this looks to be an interesting Doom where it's going to be an open world situation. What is the idea here, Detzinger? What's your thought on this? Because a lot of people look to you and say, listen, whether it's PC or it's Xbox or PC, what is the actual end game here, Detzinger, for Xbox? I mean, why? What's the end game? It doesn't look like there's a positive end. Detzinger is muted, by the way, for those of you at home that don't know. He's still muted. Detzinger, you're muted. Nib, you're. Well, listen, he is not from England. He's from Wales. So I'm not going to say. Yeah. I was going to say, could you go ring his doorbell? Yeah. But that's not exactly going to work out. What is the end game?
I think the end game is to get to a place of profitability and sustainability, and to offset any capitulation they've had with Xbox console market share and game sales decline because of Game Pass, and essentially make that difference elsewhere. If they are transitioning to being a multi-platform publisher, which it looks like they're doing, let's be honest, they could have success there. And, they already have some of the biggest publishers in the world. The ABK was the biggest publisher, right? And they've bought them. And that's in addition now to Xbox and to, Bethesda, etc. And maybe the games that couldn't find a market or a consumer base on Xbox because of the, declining console market share and the Game Pass cannibalization, maybe they could find much more of a market share on PlayStation, and they're both happy. I personally really dislike it from a consumer perspective, and I know people are going to be like, "What? You get Xbox games on your PlayStation?" But I'm talking long term. I'm not just talking short sighted. I do not want a PlayStation that essentially has a high performance monopoly and a Nintendo that has a mobile portable monopoly, right? Because that's kind of with the direction we're going now, where they're each in each other's lane, and going forward they can take much more advantage of the consumer because they just don't have the competition anymore. So while it could be good for the interim, long term, I think we're going to start seeing some more brazen strategy and pricing.
Well, let me say this. So let me ask the panel before we move on. I do want to talk about Borderlands 4 because I'm chomping at the bit at that. Does anybody else have anything on the Xbox and maybe soon to be Sony price increase before we move on? I don't want to take the mic away from anybody. If somebody has a comment, I'll let you guys ponder that as I kind of get the audience ready here. Jez, I do want to go to you on this because, listen, I'll be honest with you. I'm just going to put this out there, and shout out to the great Slow-Mo Backslap. Slow-Mo was here with us earlier. He's doing DPS tonight. Guys, go over and check that out after the show. Jez, I was excited to see Borderlands 4 get its own state of play. Apparently, there's something there. There's some sort of, I don't know if it's a marketing deal. Maybe it'll be a cosmetic, skins, or exclusive content deal for a period of time. But I don't care about that. I really don't. My point was I wanted to see Borderlands. Jez, first of all, were you impressed with what you saw from Borderlands? And secondly, were you a little pissed off that it was quoted as a state of play?
I'll do the second question. I wasn't pissed off that was a state of play. They mentioned that it was going to be a state of play at their last
A
one.
lot of
that
people
will
thought
be
they
having
didn't. They
state of play.
shouldn't have, though, right, Jez? A lot of people were saying it. They were like, "What? Why are they making this a state of play?" I mean, do you feel that way or not? Not so much.
Nah, because they'll have ones for I never liked the randomness of the state of plays. I always thought that Sony needed to put a cadence out there. Like I did, like Microsoft at least gave you some cadence where you have like a January event and then you got their June showcase. The state of plays like just pop up like next week or 2 days, and I never liked the pop up of it.
Yeah.
The fact that it did get a its own state of play, it is what it is. Like they may be marketing it or whatever like that. But I was kind of disappointed after Borderlands 3. I was really hyped up for 3.
Yes, 3 was a letdown.
PAX when they did the whole reveal. Randy Pitchford, we did a live audience. I was there. I was like, we're all in on Borderlands 3. And when it came out, I just did not stick with me, man. I did not like the quirkiness. I know that's what Borderlands is known for, but they just seemed to go out of control with it. And still having some caveats in the thing. I really it didn't grab me as much. What I'm seeing with Borderlands 4, I watched that state of play and I was impressed. And I'm like, oh, it looks good. But there are a lot of things that they're doing with the parts of the guns that are from the different manufacturers.
Yep.
They're having the difficulty for each person that goes online. So, like, I really was impressed and also their own loot and, kind of doing the crossplay thing where everybody could kind of join in real quick.
Day one, too.
Day one,
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Because I've always had the problem where, like, you miss a couple of days and your friends go ahead and they're, like, level 25 and I'm 15 or 11, and I'm just, again, pulled along. And
Don't you love that? Don't you love that, Jez? And then your friends are like this.
That's why I stopped playing it. Yeah, I played by myself.
That was the biggest deterrent for me with the Division, and I love the Division, but honestly, I got into it about 3 or 4 days. Not 3 or 4 weeks, not 3 or 4 months. 3 or 4 days behind my friends. They were already at level 30, I believe was the initial cap.
Yeah, they're like done.
And they're like, Mooch, just hang out behind that cop car. We got you. You'll level up. I'm like, I don't want to just sit here, but I can't fight the dudes you're fighting because I'm low level. So, yeah, I'm with you on that, and that was one of the big things. The other thing, Meg, let me ask you a question. Just really set me up here. Meg, the one thing I noticed, and I know that Randy Pitchford also said that there's going to be another in-depth look at the game. So I'm saying this pretense. I could be wrong. But the other big difference is they tried to latch on to that star that was Handsome Jack in Borderlands 2, and the twins in 3 didn't hold up the same way that Handsome Jack did as the antagonist. What I noticed yesterday, and I've watched it a few times, they didn't really get into the antagonist being a special part of they really focused on the action, like Jez was saying, the guns, the different attachments, the worlds, the traversing, the missions. Events. Yes. I thought that was a big move. Meg, do you think that maybe them latching the star to an antagonist because they thought they could strike gold twice? That's really, I thought a couple things hurt them. The map on Borderlands 3 was atrocious, by the way. It looks like they have a new map system as well. Meg, what'd you think of the show?
Yeah, thank God. The thing is, I'm a huge Borderlands fan. Always have been. Always will be. I always get 100% on every single one of those games. I really think we're
related, Meg. I mean, between The Last of Us and Borderlands, every game that me and you play, you always write me in the DMs, and I'm like, I love that game. You're like, me too. Go ahead, please.
I don't know who the real Mooch is. You guys are like deep.
D, that's the whole point, D.
There's 25% more tariffs on me because we're up north. So, but with the same person.
I'm the cheap. Yeah,
anyways,
I don't know if I'm the cheaper one or not.
Mooch is the cheaper version.
That's right. That's great.
Discount.
Hire Mooch.
Discount.
Yes.
I got Days Gone remastered ready to go. Okay, like we know we play the same.
Yes.
But anyways, here's the thing. They're doing a second deep dive, so to speak, right? So I saw that they focused a lot on, as you were saying, the mechanics of the game, the leveling system, the skill trees, the weapons, all that kind of stuff. They didn't dive too much. They dove a little bit into the story, the idea of what happened, how did this moon off of Pandora end up on this other planet, and it smashed into it. It caused another apocalyptic wasteland, so to speak, and this and that. And this is how we ended up there. Great, we got that. But I think they're going to dive more into the story later, and I think that's something that's very important that was lacking in 3. Now, the thing is, with 3, I still got 100% completion on it.
Oh, bravo.
Oh, dude, and I did all the DLC too. and it got 100% on that too. Now the thing is, the reason why is because Borderlands is so addictive in gameplay style. It's very similar to Call of Duty. It's like that sort of crack cocaine kind of vibe to it. It's like, run, shoot, die, repeat, run, shoot, die, repeat. You can't get enough of it, and it's the adrenaline of it. But anyways, I think they're going to focus more on that because you're absolutely right. The protagonists in Borderlands 3 obviously could not hold a candle to Handsome Jack from 2, and of course they did the Handsome Jack collection. Didn't they release it after that at some point? Played that too, fantastic. And then there was also, of course, Borderlands, the Telltale game, and that was also incredible. Now the thing is, it's like taking Joel out of out of Last of Us and then trying to replace him with his brother. It's not going to work the same. It's not the same dynamic, right? So I think that now they clearly, Pitchford and team have clearly listened to people. And actually, if you noticed in the state of play, they actually said that. He said, we listened to you, right?
Legendaries, yeah.
Yes, with legendary drops, and also even with the what the hell is it called? When you're trying to create the new guns and stuff like that, and being able to use the different parts from different suppliers and everything else. Wonderful. So why wouldn't they do that with the story? Because the story was a bone of contention for a lot of people.
Yes.
And as a result of that, I think that they're going to focus on that. And of course, that elevates the experience of the game. It may not change the mechanics of the game as, a la Call of Duty. It doesn't matter what the story is. The mechanics are the same. But the thing is, if the story is engaging, it'll keep you playing for 80 to 120 hours and beyond, which is what they want. Because the more people in the servers, more people in the system, more money they make. And then they start, putting out the DLC, skins, whatever. Did you also notice that they talked about those were the initial skins? That means they're going to be doing a Fortnite style, hey, you could buy this new character and that new character. And the thing is, I know it's first person, so it seems almost silly to buy a skin you can't see. However, there are animations where you can see it. I think that this is how they're going to monetize the game moving forward, as opposed to, here's the game, it's online co-op, but this is all you're getting. They're going to do DLC drops. They're going to do skin drops. And this is going to continue on for at least 2 to 3 years beyond the launch of the game. This is not going to be just a single player co-op game. This is going to be essentially a morphed games as a service kind of idea. It's kind of like how literally the same publisher 2 months later is going to be, is going to be releasing Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yes. Yes.
Right? So
absolutely.
And that's why they probably moved this up,
6,
right? They moved it up to September.
Well, there's a whole reason behind it. I spoke to someone who's working with the publishers as to why this is happening. So yes, that's one of the reasons. But what I'm getting at is that GTA 6 used to be, you play the game, you finish the game, you put away the game. What did they do? They expanded it into a games as a service, into an online, to buying skins, buying shark cards, this and that. And now they're going to do this with Borderlands. You can clearly see it. It will not have that sort of, essentially it is a constant online open world that you can go do all the missions. And that's what they want. They want to keep you in there, and then you're going to start buying microtransactions. Either way, I'm excited. I'm in for it day one. And this is, by the way, to clarify, Mooch, it is a Sony marketed game. They have the marketing rights for that. Then obviously they have their own marketing rights for Ghost of Yotei. And then beyond that, they do have the marketing rights for Grand Theft Auto 6. But we'll get into that conversation another time. But either way, that is so you're basically saying that it's confirmed that they definitely have a GTA 6 deal in place of some sort. Well, yes, it's not confirmed.
It's not confirmed.
No, but a lot of us have known that since 2024.
It's probably, if you're a betting person, I would assume that you would be safe bet at this point. Yes, I would agree with you.
I am telling you 100%.
Oh, there it is. Well, there it is, folks. Quote that, please. Yes.
Sony has not officially publicly announced that. But the thing is, this is what I did in my last video. Shameless plug again. Game Mag Show. Anyway, what it was is I said, and someone came after me the other day and said, "Well, Meg, what the hell? All they have is a 40-hour game," and that's like, they were talking about Ghost of Yotei, and it says that's all they got for the rest of the year. And I'm like, "Are you guys new?
Yeah,
they don't need anything else for the rest of the year.
Really don't.
You understand their strategy?
Yeah,
they just put out a state of play with this game. Now, if you're the average Joe Schmo, not Nib or Death Singer or D-Batch or Jez or anybody else in here, these guys are not in tuned. What they're going to see is they're going to see commercials with PlayStation, and then right next to it, Borderlands 4.
That's right.
And then at the end of the trailer, it's going to show the PlayStation thing. What do people do? Well, it's on the PlayStation.
Last generation, it was Destiny. Everybody was talking Destiny. Yeah. Destiny was labeled with the PlayStation. Of course, it was on Xbox. Of course, it was there day one. But
of course, it was there. But it was synonymous with those titles. So this is their strategy, and what they're doing is they're buying their studio's time to be able to say, okay, well, you know what, Intergalactic, fine, take another year, come out the end of 2026. We don't care, we got this. We're working on Wolverine. Go ahead, come out at the fall of 2026. We don't need it because we're going to sell 25 million consoles between September and November.
Riding on Take-Two's shoulders. Yeah.
Right. So now you've got Take-Two. They've already have a deal with Take-Two with Borderlands 4. Go dovetail 3.5 weeks later, you got Ghost of Yotei, and on the first party title, it's going to ride off the pedigree of the first game, which was fantastic.
Yeah.
And then hold on a second, and then there's another one. This is the caveat. This is an interesting one. A couple of weeks after Ghost of Yotei, about 3 weeks after, approximately, I'm still waiting to get a confirmation date, is that they're going to be releasing Call of Duty, and people are going to say, "Well, Meg, that's an Xbox game now." Sure it is, but 82.5% of people bought it on PlayStation last year. So therefore, that's basically a shoo-in for massive sales on the PlayStation 5. So now you got 3 games back-to-back. Yeah. Then you launch about 3 weeks later, I think about 22, 23 days later. I'm hearing November 13th is a tentative placeholder. The reason why I heard about that, and some other people did, is that they gave a placeholder of November 13th to the other publishers, Sony, Microsoft, EA, and Ubisoft, everybody. They sent that out there behind the scenes so that they can plan around it, because the number one complaint that a lot of publishers were complaining about was the fact that you couldn't get a date for GTA 6. So everybody's the second half of the year was held hostage.
So you're saying November 11th is the hold date?
13.
Meg,
all right.
Let me ask you a question here.
No, hold on a second. That's not the actual date.
Oh, okay. That's that, but roundabout.
It was a placeholder date that was sent out there. Now, it was sent to the different companies so they could plan around it. It may be that week, a week before. Sorry, D-Patch, I'll get to you in a second. It might be the week before, the week after, but that was a placeholder date that was put there for that reason, so that they could say, hey, guys, here's our placeholder. Release your games accordingly, right? And isn't it funny that the week after the placeholder quietly went out there and the news started getting out that November 13th was a tentative date? Isn't that funny that a week later everybody starts announcing their release dates?
Yep. Started releasing like wildfire. That's a really good point.
You see what happened? Yeah. Mafia, Borderlands, Ghost of Yotei, all in the same period of time. And you're like, isn't that strange?
This goes back to your first point, then I want to hear what Diaz has to say, but there was a game you also forgot. And again, it's not holiday, it's not fall, which you may go, Mooch, that's why I didn't include it. But they also have Death Stranding 2 coming out this June. And that's another game that PlayStation has.
Yes, that's a big game.
So that's a big, and Lost Soul Aside, which I had as a topic, we're not going to make it a whole topic, but Lost Soul Aside was supposed to come out in May. Now it's August 29th. I'll tell you guys right now, between Expedition 33 and all these other games, you've got a Doom coming out. The game that's on the screen right now, which is a PSVR 2 game. Like I there's so many games coming out. I was not necessarily that upset that Lost Soul Aside got moved to August. You know what I mean? It was like
I'm actually think it's a mistake. I know they're doing it for polish, but if they were going to wait, I think that they should have pushed it into 2026. Considering now, don't forget Xbox. All right.
I see your point. I see your point, because August 29th doesn't leave a whole lot of room now that you have Borderlands on September 12th, right?
You sandwiched yourself between Mafia 4 and Borderlands 4.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a problem.
That's a good point.
There. And then, of course, somewhere in there is that game by Bungie. What the hell is it called?
Marathon.
And now the other thing is, you've also got Xbox releasing Outer Worlds 2, which is starting to look fantastic. I saw some footage behind the scenes. Looks great.
That's awesome.
Beyond what they've already shown. And then I saw that. And then, of course, on top of that, they still have the Gears of War collection announcement coming to all systems. That's single player and co-op only, no multiplayer. And then there's the announcement of E-Day, which, of course, the last I heard, it was still coming out 2025. But I have been adamant, even though I keep hearing that, I am adamant that I do not believe that it's coming out this year.
Yeah, there's no room for
Where's the room for it?
Unless
Not
they
really.
can't do December for Gears neither.
No.
They can't.
No, December is still going to be dominated by Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
And
can't.
so
They
I
can't do
think
it in the
your best
engine.
bet- I would honestly wait till quarter 1 because you know that Fable's not going to be till at least quarter 2, maybe even quarter 3. I mean, I know they're saying quarter 2, but maybe quarter 3, or they might even push that to the fall of next year. Either way, it doesn't make a difference. They're all making a ton of cash. The point is that now everything is starting to fall into place now that we started hearing those things. Even Detective Seeds, shout out to him. He heard the same thing that I did. Isn't that funny? And then so he heard it. I heard it. A couple of other people I won't mention who asked me not to mention their names also heard the same thing. And so and the funny thing is, we didn't hear about this recently. We heard about this months ago, but everybody was scared shitless to say something because, Rockstar goes after people, right? So, they're almost as bad as Nintendo. But yeah, so anyways, that's the plan for the rest of the year, the way it's going to work out. So we still have, Xbox has got their showcase coming up in a few weeks, and that's going to.
Is that been announced?
What?
Sometime in June, yeah. Not the date.
Not the
because
date.
They said
though.
Fan Fest.
No,
They're not
they-
doing a Fan Fest.
Right, they're not doing a
they're
fan.
not doing a fan fest, but they did the showcase is confirmed to happen, and that's where you're going to get all of their release dates, including Call of Duty and everything else. So it's all going to fall into place nicely. So there's not a whole lot of room there.
I'm
like
surprised,
I said,
Meg.
They should have moved it.
Meg, so you made a great point on that. I think a lot of people who are big fans of Lost Soul side, especially in the community, may disagree and say, "Oh no, well, that's the game I'm looking forward to. I'll buy that when I'm not playing Borderlands." That's fine, but
that too.
I agree with you. I understand that. I will say this though, Jez, what do you think? I'm kind of impressed. I'm impressed that with the games that we all just mentioned. Let me go back to Mag. None of these have really been. I thought 2025 we may see some big delays pushed to the right slightly, like spring of 26. I think these guys.
No.
I think these are all going to land.
There's still time for delays, Josh.
I know. There's always time. There's always time for a delay, right?
We gotta wait to after June because usually that's when,
That's true.
that summer showcase.
Yeah,
that's after June we may be in the safe zone.
And on top of everything Meg said, we still got the Switch too, which I know a lot of people are saying.
June's gonna be crazy,
right?
Man. And I'm telling you, the internet is not ready for Gears with a PlayStation. No matter Marcus Phoenix collection.
That's right.
Then nobody's ready for that.
Nobody.
I think that will be E-Day, D-Day, and all the days.
Yes.
Because I don't think the internet is ready.
Sorry. I didn't want to derail you, Jez. D-Batch, you had a question. Sorry.
Yeah, D. What were you going to ask?
Because I have no info on this at all. I don't know anybody over there at Rockstar. I don't have any type of info. But
sure,
just based on my own assumptions and just the PlayStation 5 Pro, the PlayStation 5, the extra capabilities of the PlayStation 5 Pro, the amount of time that they've had to work on this game, that Rockstar being able to read the room and know what gamers want. I want to ask you if you've heard that the PlayStation 5 Pro or any of the versions are going to have like an unlocked, 45 FPS up to 60 FPS mode in that game.
No confirmation yet. None.
That's all I wanted.
I have not. No, I have no. Sorry, I wish I had a better answer for you, but
you know what, man.
And the reason why I say that is because I feel that if they have some extra advantages on the PlayStation 5 Pro, I think it's going to be a huge system seller. If the PlayStation 5 Pro can we already know it's going to run at a higher resolution, but if it could run it at a higher frame rate, have an unlocked mode or even a 60 FPS mode and offer greater visuals over the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5 version, I truly believe that could really sell that system. I believe a lot of gamers would go out there and get that system. And I think at that point, they would rationalize that it makes sense to now invest in this system because all the games also look better on it.
And also all the other consoles are going to be priced accordingly, right? So if you're looking at the Xbox side of things, you're like, well, that's $730 for that one. This one's $700 for this one. You know what I mean? It's now a matter of choice in terms. Yeah, it's a no-brainer in terms of its performance. The other thing is we can't also forget those base PS5s are going to sell like hotcakes, and this is why we were talking about at the beginning of the show about how Mooch asked, "Do you think that they're going to raise the price?" Absolutely not. Why? Because there's still 40+ million people playing on a PS4 who have yet to make the jump to this generation, which is insane to me, but it is true. Also, same thing with Xbox One. It's not nearly as high as 40 million, but it's still, I think, at least tens of millions, probably about half of it, are still playing on the Xbox One. Now, the thing is, it's not just GTA 6 that's this generation only. It's also Call of Duty. Call of Duty will not be PS4 and Xbox One this new
year.
iteration
Yeah.
is going to be current gen only. It's also not going to be on the Switch, by the way. The Switch.
Oh,
too.
it's not?
So it's gonna, no.
Okay. Wow.
They're going to have past titles unless there's something going on that I don't know about. But as far as I know, maybe a past title will show up on Switch too, but not the new one. As a result of that,
that's a surprise.
now, like I said, that's not confirmed. All right, so like, let's not take that one to the bank yet. They might surprise us, but as it stands, it's current gen only. So that being the case, those people who are going to want to play Call of Duty and GTA 6 were going to be the not only just the games of the year, but also could be absolutely the games of the generation. You're going to have to make that leap. Why would you raise your price right before you have those surefire hits that people will? Those are console sellers. So why would you raise your prices before that? Right?
That's
so
my
there's
thought.
a lot of things at play here. And a lot of things at play. By the way, expect an Xbox Game Pass increase this spring.
Yeah. $24.99 for Ultimate or lower?
I don't know. No
22?
number. They're mulling over numbers, but I can assure you it's coming sooner than you want. And I think that they're going to use that showcase in order to sort of wash away the stink of it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but the games that you mentioned that they're going to show, it definitely would. It somewhat will ease the blow on the ears, but nonetheless,
Sure.
I think it's going to. It just never sits well. It keeps going up. I mean, all these and again, that's not something. That's the one thing with Game Pass that I don't sit there and point the finger at, because you can't tell me you have Disney Plus and you have Netflix and you have Max. They're going up every year as well. It's been absolutely getting out of hand. Remember when everybody was like, "Cut the cord." Boy, did we
Yeah.
And then you even had consumers doing it, and I'm sitting there like, man, oh man, once you're in that ecosystem, they got you. You know what I mean? You got to be careful with that. And now some people are paying cable, still have their favorite, subscription services, and then the subscription services have the goal to have non-ad subscription, and then sometimes in true 4K streaming. Right? They're double, they're triple dipping.
Yeah, I know.
It's
and,
unbelievable.
My PS Plus went up as well, and Canada went up. I don't know if
PS
it went
Plus
up for you
goes
guys.
up. Everything's going up. Everything's going up.
It's so expensive. Like, okay, mine's expired, right? And I was waiting. I said, okay, there's going to be a good deal. I couldn't jump on the Black Friday deal because it wasn't available to existing customers. I was cheesed. So I said, okay, it's going to expire. There's going to be a deal that pops up. It expired, and I was waiting.
Mhm.
And then my kid's like, oh, I want to play with my friends. You don't have PS Plus anymore. I said, okay, let me see what deals are out there. I went and looked on my account, and I saw, holy crap, the increase in the price. And I said to myself, oh my God, that was the deal. I should have taken it.
Yeah.
Because
It was the
it went
deal.
up. It went up a lot, and I'm in limbo now. I haven't renewed it because I'm trying to figure out what to do. Now, here's the kicker: I haven't looked at my Xbox subscription in quite some time because I have it stacked. I did that Game Pass deal where I stacked it year over year over year, and it doesn't expire to like a year and a half from now, right? When I looked at the price of Game Pass, even Game Pass has increased in price. Now, Game Pass PC is a much better value.
Yes.
But you're right. All of these services are going up, and it's just getting out of hand.
Yeah, it really is, and that's the thing, And I know a lot of people in the hardcore community are like, Mooch, you don't understand. Even if Game Pass goes up to $24.99, there's so many games. The thing about it is you heard the panel tonight. You've heard the past couple of weeks' shows. There's so many games that are coming out in 2025. I don't have time to play the 200 other games in Game Pass. So I just don't. To play all the games that we just mentioned that are coming out from today on till December 31st. I don't know how you do that and have a job, and then you're going to play 200 more games? Good luck. I mean, if you could do that, congratulations. Let me know what next week's winning lotto numbers are, because apparently you hit something.
Mooch, I'm still playing Star Wars Outlaws. It's been a month.
That's what I'm still playing Shadow. I'm still playing Shadows, and I'm playing Expedition 33. And I'm I mean, I'm afraid, Nib, should I hand the microphone off to you? That was one of the things I want to talk about because we didn't really get into it too much last week because it just came out. It literally just came out when CrossFire went live. So, I mean, Nib, Nib's probably playing Expedition 33 right now. He's probably, he's somewhere lost, right?
I was putting out a tweet about Expedition 33.
Well, that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, Nib, what do you think? And now, Nib, my question for you, I asked you last week, but it wasn't fair. You were like 3 hours, 4 hours in. Now you're probably about 34 hours in. Nib, does this game have the capability of stealing? Listen, if it's not nominated, I think people are going to take to the streets. I think it's going to get bad. But I think, does this have a chance to win Game of the Year?
Okay, so obviously I haven't beaten it. I think I'm quite close.
No
to the end.
spoilers, by the way. No spoilers, everybody. We're just
Yeah, no
talking about
spoilers,
Game of the Year possibilities and nominations.
I would say for me,
Yeah.
is like it's a whole league ahead of every other game in terms of my current Game of the Year frontrunner. Like it's not a competition. Could something else top this? Yeah, I have a feeling it won't. I personally have a feeling that Ghost of Yote and Death Stranding 2 and whatever else comes out is not going to come close to this. You just have that this sensibility. And like I really enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima. It wouldn't have been my Game of the Year. I really enjoyed Death Stranding. It wouldn't have been my Game of the Year. Certain games just have an X factor and something to them that immediately, where it's like an upper echelon of game. And again, like maybe I shouldn't speak yet because until I've beaten the game, but I have put an insane amount of time into it. Been hooked. But I will say, like, I've only actually given 3 games a 10 out of 10 this entire generation.
Yeah.
Those being Breath of the Wild, God of War Ragnarok, and Astrobot. I've had a few 9.5s. But like so far, I am actually leaning towards a 10 for this game.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and don't get me wrong, like maybe there is a bit of like bias going on in the sense that I know it's a lower price game, even though I'm playing it on Game Pass, and it's a smaller studio. So maybe just my expectations are not, I'm giving them some leeway here. But when I play this game, there is no sense, I find no sense of it that it's not competing with the best of the AAA production games. Like I put out a tweet earlier where, I basically went through and looked at the number of employees who were credited for all the recent RPGs games that were made. 403 are credited on Clair Obscur Expedition 33. To give you some context, 8,000 are credited on Diablo 4.
Nib will be right back.
Nearly 4,000 are credited on Final Fantasy 16 and Starfield and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. Like 2,000 to 3,000 are credited on games like Baldur's Gate 3 and etc. etc. Even on the lower end of things like Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I think was like 1,100 or 1,200, and Grand Blue Fantasy Relink was like 2,600 or 2,200. The point is, the majority of AAA high production RPGs have between 1,000 and a few thousand people working on them. And you've got this game that, to me, I enjoy more than all of those recent RPGs.
Yeah, it is something.
That is made by, has 403 people credited to it. Like, it doesn't make no sense to me. Like, I'm scratching my head. And I do think, like, yes, there's a bit of, like, and I do feel bad because I think me glazing it and speaking so positively is probably going to set up expectations too high for people. And sometimes you enjoy something more when it, like, punches you in the face out of the blue. Right, because I had no expectations for this game and it ended up really surprising me. But now when other people hear us talk about it positively, I fear they may not enjoy it as much because we've elevated the expectation too high. But yeah, for a game, a small studio or whatever, to put out a caliber of this game and with the production and the quality of gameplay and writing and narrative and everything, it's just, it is a bit of a game changer in this genre sphere, because it does, and they're not like in some a developing country. They're like a French offshoot, and I think they're ex Ubisoft developers who made the game out of France. So they're going to be higher salary than whatever. But yet the small studio, with 403 people credited, 30 key developers, have made something that, in my opinion, is better than any other RPG I've played this generation so far. Amazing. Don't get me wrong, like, to the people who do play it, there is some minor jank and there is that, a little bit of repetition, but nowhere near to the degree that you have in a lot of RPGs, because there just isn't as much grinding and there isn't as much open world bloat and redundant side quests and all this other things. It's a much more free flowing game. It kind of reminds me a bit like, Chained Echoes and stuff, where because these are indie games, that they have a really breakneck pacing. That's more rewarding to me. I don't like my time being wasted so much. And this has the production of like a Final Fantasy AAA production. It has the slick.
Let me ask you a question though, Nib. Question for you guys. And I played it. I'm way further back than you. I'm probably a little under 10. I'm under 10 hours now. But listen, one thing that you mentioned that I just want to emphasize, and then I want to ask you a question about the game. And guys, by the way, on the panel, guys, if you guys have questions or thoughts on the games, please chime in. I just thought that it was very interesting that the one thing that really I think that excels this game, because the gameplay right now, I would say that the fighting is definitely unique. You're very much immersed into it. I can't remember. Shout out to Wooly Gamer, who was in the chat earlier, and I was just talking to him in the DM. He called it, oh God, what did he call it? Something action something or another. Action turn-based or action turn-based, I think he said. Anyways, which was great. That was great. But the music and the acting cannot be understated. That's because at the end of the day, yes, the combat's great. Yeah. The graphics, the set, the level design is beautiful, gorgeous for the eyes. But the music, if the music's not what's keeping you encapsulated into this game, I don't know what is, right, guys? I mean, that's the music's
the
what's
story, the story,
and the writing, yes.
With that beginning,
I never play turn-based games ever. I anytime I have, I just can't stand them. Anyone that knows my gaming habits, I don't like turn-based games. When I saw this trailer the first time they announced it, I was invested because of the story. It's like, sci-fi. It's kind of horror. It's like, it's up my alley. So I said, I'm going to give it a chance. When I played this game, first of all, the score is unbelievable. How the game opens up and, the event that happens at the beginning.
Yeah.
That is how you open a game. That's how you get people invested.
Yep. Yes.
And right there,
it was very Borderlands-esque, the beginning.
Now the turn-based, I was like, oh, crap, man, I'm going to have to learn how to like this turn-based. The turn-based was a pleasure. And I'll tell you why it was a pleasure. Because yes, I guess it is turn-based because you are putting in those actions or healing your partner or whatever.
Yeah.
But you still have dodge mechanics. You still have parrying. You can shoot. You have a few extra free shots in real time. You can do the first shot. So there's other things that you can do that make it real time that kind of keep you involved. You're not in the kitchen, doing a tea or something, hitting the A button. You got to be there involved. And
you do.
I got to say, I think that's the right approach to these type of games. And I think that it's going to probably change the genre a bit. And this game is so successful that they already have a movie deal.
They have a movie deal. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it is a movie in itself already.
And I didn't mean Borderlands. I meant Bioshock-esque. I felt the beginning, like I purchased this while I was away, and I put it on the portal. And as soon as I booted it up and I heard that music and that intro hit, I was like, turn it off. I'm going to play this at home at my theater, with the headset on.
That's right.
This is an experience. I'm not playing it. I'm not going to start it up on the portal.
Good job there.
Dude, I was able to come back and I was able to play it. I'm about only 2 hours in. But my goodness, the music, the story got me so much in the beginning because it was this whole you don't know what's going on, but something's weird and it's there's horror in it. There was even made me feel a little bit this, and then they turned out elements of Hunger Games with Bioshock, this weird stuff that's going on
So listen,
there's a weird thing. It gets thrown right in.
Jez, you made a correlation to Bioshock. Shout out to RPG88. He said this. I was not going to bring it up because I thought you guys were going to throw tomatoes at me, but I got to say it now that RPG said it. I agree with him. One of the things I got 1886 vibes, and maybe it's the costumes and just the weapons and the way that I don't know. There was something about it. I turned around and I said that to my wife. I was like, literally 1886 vibes. I'm like, I'm feeling this. RPG just said it. I was like, I can't believe someone said that. I thought I was going to be alone on this island. A lot of times I'm alone on that island. Shout out to RPG88. But I mean, there's just so many great things that this game took, and they didn't rob it from another game. They took an idea and they built on it. They continued to build. And that's why I feel like this is that next evolution. The one thing where I'm a little bit different than D-Batch is I grew up playing turn-based games. I understand saying that I don't play them as much as I did in youth, but I love them and I respect them. And honestly, I like the strategy. And I'm going to sound like Nib here a bit. I'm going to, pull out my inner Nib here. He said, is that I do enjoy the idea of thinking about the strategy of how to attack, especially some of these. I'm taking on some creatures that are definitely a higher level than I am, and I won't stop fighting them. I keep going back and trying to beat them because I'm like, wait a minute, if I use a different combination and I use this person to heal and I use this, and I like that moment to think in a turn base. And I know this is more like action. By the way, I think he said turn action is what Wooly said. So that is what I like about this. So D, as much as I understand, and I'm not here to talk you out of future turn-based games, but what I love about them is that strategy where it's not quite a top-down situation type of strategy, but at the same time, it gives you that ability to create. Each fight is so unique, so different, much different than a Souls. I'm not saying it's nothing like Souls, but I'm saying to you, like, how you have to keep attacking a Souls boss, and you don't win the first time, you don't win the third time, you don't win the fifth time, but the seventh time you beat that boss, right? And you're like, I learned that I had to do this strategy, this movement, the heal at this point. That's what the things that you have to kind of rationalize as you go through here. And I think that the game doesn't limit you. It doesn't say you need to go down this corridor. You can go down a different path. And yes, you're going to get your ass kicked, but in the midst of that, you'll also learn
and avoid combat too. You don't have to.
You don't have to stop at everything either. Yes.
The other thing is it does throw curveballs in there, and I won't tell you the enemy. I'll just give you one example, right? So, like, one of the high-level enemies I came across, so I'm like, I fight this thing, motherfucker doesn't stop attacking. I'm not joking. It's like,
oh no,
it's like, bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. I'm like, what is the game glitched or something? Like, where's my turn?
Right.
And legit, he doesn't stop attacking. Like, literally non-stop attack. I'm like, hold on a minute. Like, and I'm getting my ass whooped, right? I go back and get my ass whooped. I'm like, come on, give me one turn. I'm thinking, do I need to boost my agility? Like, what's going on here? What is this guy really that much higher level than me? But then I realized the whole point of the mechanic is, no, you cannot get in an attack on this creature. That's the whole point. The whole point is the only way you can damage this motherfucker is to do perfect parries and counterattacks. And if you do enough perfect parries and counterattacks and break them, then you can finally get in a hit. So you better learn all his moveset.
Genius.
Yeah. And it's just like and there's other things like that. I won't go into details, but every now and again it plays with the mechanics, and I love that. So even it's not just story and whatever, it's literally from a gameplay perspective. And you wait till you get later on in like much further in the game, the amount of build flexibility and pick-tox arrangements you can do is absurd. It's like there's so many different kind of ways you can, if you want to prioritize burn, or you want to prioritize this, or you want to get in as much AP, or do you want to do basic attacks, or do you want to concentrate on magic and all this other stuff you can do, which constantly, even I don't know how many hours I'm in, like 40, 50, 60 hours, I'm still experimenting and playing around with things even now. And I will say, like, per like every RPG, once you kind of min-max and you strategize and you find the best builds, it becomes way too easy, right? Like every game, Persona, friggin' every game, once you kind of find that build, it just becomes a cakewalk. I had that in Metaphor ReFantasia as well, where even on the hardest difficulty, in one turn, I was like taking out every boss. And while it was fun initially to experiment and find the optimum build, afterwards I was like, oh, now it's a bit boring. I've kind of killed the game for myself a bit.
It's funny you said 51 hours you're in, Nib, because when you read a lot of the reviews, they're saying, and they're saying 30 hours is what I've seen. I've seen 30 to 35. I've seen max 40. You're at 50. What is it? Is it? How are you extending the game? Is it the exploration? Is it side quests? How are you moving it on?
I'm actually 100%ing everything, so I will not leave. I will not move on to the next section until I have literally every nook and cranny, every possible thing I'm able to do until I've done it. And like now and again, doing some extra fights to unlock pick-toss and stuff. I will just say, so I switched to expert, and it's still like easy, but there is still some challenge. So even how I am or how much I've played it and strategized and all this other stuff, there is still a challenge which I enjoy, but you have to put it to expert. And the final thing I will say as a negative, it's not enough to like bring the game down, but you know the kind of initial surprise and interest and intrigue of the story and the premise.
Yes.
It does drag a bit. It kind of relies on that initial thing a bit too long. And you know,
That's
through
fair.
Act 2 and then into Act 3, like there's not as many surprises and moments of intrigue or whatever, but it's still overall still like it has your interest, and the characters and the writing and their interplay between the characters and the dialogue is enough to keep you engrossed. But you know how in the opening and the whole it doesn't quite have that drive where I am. Maybe by the end it's going to have some more twists and turns that really take me for six, but you know, the story has come down a little bit, but again, I'm still loving the gameplay and just the world and the environments and everything. Even you said all day 86, like, you know, the Mayfair art style and the Baroque architecture and all this stuff, like I love that shit. Like I can't, even the manor, like I don't know if you've been to the manor yet, like you'll be there loads of time, but like even the architecture and the colors and the furniture and stuff in the manor, I'm like, this shit is cool. Like someone really went to town on every aspect of design in this, because even the damn furniture, even the damn boats that they ride, the like angular structure and the way they're designed is so like detailed and so creative. I love everything about this game, really.
That's an outstanding initial review too, honestly, on it. Well, I shouldn't say initial, you're 50 hours in. No, the game really is surprising. It's outstanding. I think it's going to be, I think it'll be nominated for sure. And I wonder if people are really starting to say it's going to win Game of the Year. The thing about it is just, I hesitate to jump to that conclusion because I'm not as far as you are, Nib, but I'm also, you know, there's just so many games out and I don't know what they're going to go with.
Sure.
You know, there's just so many. So I think this conversation, when we reach like October timeframe, especially after Ghost of Yotei, I think once that launches, you'll then have a taste of Death Stranding, this game, Lost Soul aside. I listen, I'm a Borderlands fan, and I'll be putting hundreds of hours in that. I can't wait. I was even talking to Slowball. I go, Slowball, is it day one? He goes, absolutely, it's day one. A lot of the people that I know were a little taken back. Jez said it himself, a little bit by Borderlands 3. I think the fact that they've kind of listen to the fan base and come back. My point with this rambling is a game as good as I think Borderlands 4 is going to be, with so many games this year, might not even get a nomination. That's how crazy this year is. One last question, because I know it's Friday night and I kept these guys hostage here for 2.5 hours already. I do want to ask you.
Friday, Mooch is Thursday.
Oh, that's right, it's Thursday. Shit. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Mooch is in another
Jeez, I was like, "What's Friday?" Oh,
no,
man.
sorry, guys. Well,
Friday.
Crossfire was on Friday for like 10 years. I'm sorry, guys. I slipped. I slipped there. I apologize. I'm enjoying. I'm taking some time off tomorrow. I'm taking some time off tomorrow to enjoy gaming. So for me, it's kind of. I'm
it's
sorry.
Friday for him.
It's Friday for me, guys.
I'm
I'm gaming even after the show. So my excitement is through the roof. But Jez, I'll ask you here. Okay. This is one of the topics that I have to discuss with you guys real quick. So Respawn EA, right? We're talking about upwards of 100 with Respawn, maybe 300 to 400 with EA. Canceled a bunch of games. One of them being possibly a Titanfall game they said was going to be, that was in the works, that may have been. And another one was going to be I have it here in my notes somewhere. I think it was listed as R7 was the code name for it. What do you think when you hear this? This one project was codenamed R7, set in the Titanfall universe, was canceled. So, you know, we hear about things that are going on at Xbox and PlayStation all the time, and they're like, oh, they closed down Firewalk, and Concord didn't work, and they got rid of Factions 2, and they got rid of half of their live service games. But they're all doing this. EA's doing it. A bunch of them are doing it. What do you think, Jess, at the end of the day? Is this something that I see a lot of people, I saw a lot of people early on in the chat saying, oh, what's going on with my beloved gaming industry? Is this going, you know, in a dark place right now? Is it not going to be what we think it was? But I don't know. I guess I'm trying to keep the glass half full here. We just discussed how many great games are coming out from Xbox, PlayStation, EA, Take-Two this year, Gearbox, which is Take-Two. But you know what I mean? So many great games. Like, is it really desperation, or is it business as usual? And maybe they hire to try things out, things don't work, and then they, when you over hire, then you let go. Is that the natural progression, or is the gaming industry really going into some sort of a recession as far as product and people are getting laid off?
Yeah, I definitely think they're going through some transition. Speaking about the Titanfall ones, I just feel, Respawn, I think is such a talented studio.
Absolutely.
And I just think EA doesn't know what the hell to do with them. And I wish they'd just break away from EA.
Yeah.
Because EA loves their Battlefield, and Titanfall was always second, even though that's what they should have probably focused on. And even, they sent it out to die with Titanfall too.
Yeah.
And, and I really feel that, and now they even did the incredible things with the Star Wars stuff. And then again, EA just flubs that one. And, I think, I really think the industry is definitely in a point of transition. I think it's still, they went. I think they all shifted in one direction during COVID. I think everybody tried to do something given the state of affairs of everything, and things changed. And then now they're trying to find their way in this post kind of with the and I really think that the disruption of free to play games and people just not leaving their games that they're so invested in, like the Fortnites, like the Minecrafts. People just living in those worlds and just not wanting to really take a chance and try something new, and trying to break those people from there. And you're not going to break them with the same type of game. You're going to have to be creative. You're going to have to do your own type of game and try to do something different. You can't be the same thing because you're just going to maybe break them away for a month or so. But even that, when you break them away, do they stay? Do you keep a couple? Do they go back? Like, I really think that that whole like trying to figure out what's going on. I do think that there's a very big push from it's a big money industry too now. It's not as they can't kind of go under the radar and get things like, if things are supposed to be presented as the big budget, the big game that's going to bring the company and shareholders be happy, there's a lot more pressure on that for it to deliver. Whereas before, the big, hey, yeah, that was a mistake, let's just change it next one, and we'll fix it in a sequel. And they're not going to do that now. So I feel like there is a lot more pressure in the industry there. But I do think games like Expedition 33 coming from an Ubisoft, like, I think like the bubble has kind of burst in the sense of like the big dudes are kind of getting absorbed and trying to figure out their way and canceling stuff. But it's allowing devs to kind of leave, do their own thing, and do something special and take those risks that they don't have to stare breathing down their neck. And I think Expedition 33 is an incredible game, and showing that that's and I think the thing is, at the end of the day, the gamers will decide. The market will decide what is going on, and they're going to try to figure it out. Like, they're going to try to do egregious things, and maybe some things pick up, maybe some things don't. They're going to try to just kind of put a new coat of paint on something and see if people bite. There's going to take risks. They're going to try to push and poke the bear. But I think overall, like, just quality games, and I'm happy that Expedition 33 is getting the recognition that it is, because it is a unique game, and it is a turn-based game that people probably be like, no, we need action, we need explosions, we need battle passes, we need content that comes out day one and then after day two, and again, I love when games don't have that shit. And it does well, and it gets that kind of attention, like what Astrobot did, and what this game's getting. It didn't have to have some sort of goddamn, hey, in 2 weeks you're gonna have an update with some skins and stuff like that. We need a pass. We need this. Here's our season roadmap.
Right?
No, just do the game. I'll play it, and that's it.
That's a great point.
Like, it's really interesting, because we're gonna, if let's just say Clair Obscur does win Game of the Year, right?
Yeah.
It will actually be the second year in a row where a really modestly budgeted game has won
and a
Game
complete
of the Year.
one.
Completely, yeah, because Astrobot
and a complete game
has, I think, 506 people credit to its development, and has a team size of 65.
It'll be 3 years actually, right, Nib? Because you have It Takes Two as well.
Oh yeah, it takes two. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 2 years in a row. But yeah, it takes two. Like, and yeah, it's insane. Like, so maybe like these games are showing us the way forward for the industry in a sense, because
Yeah.
you can see that you can have this recognition, this critical acclaim, this whatever. Even you can have the production value to a degree and still not break the bank. Obviously, these are very different types of games, so like a Last of Us or whatever. But I was just going to say one final thing about some data on the game from the publishers that I thought was really interesting. So they put out that I'll break it down. So 45% of players are on Xbox because of Game Pass, 30% are on PlayStation, and 25% are on Steam. But so I actually thought the Xbox percentage would be higher because 1 million sales of the game, but there's 20 million plus Game Pass console subscribers, right?
Right.
So how is it only a slightly higher percentage than, or a modestly higher percentage than PlayStation? But where it gets interesting is the average playtime per platform.
Yes, I saw this.
Average playtime on PlayStation 4.4 hours. Average playtime for on PC is 4.4 hours. Average playtime on Xbox is 2.2 hours. So even though they have a higher percentage of players, which I think should actually be much higher. Like whoever has Game Pass, you're doing yourself a disservice if you're not playing this.
100% agree with that.
Like this is the kind of game you should be playing on here. But it is interesting that PlayStation has 100% more average playtime than Xbox.
Well,
and
that's
it's kind of like
It's kind of
we knew, right?
Well, the thing about it is that those numbers years ago would have kind of taken me back. Now the reason, Nib, is I feel like a lot of people with Game Pass, they just kind of it's like a buffet, right? They pick a little bit of this play, and then when you sit and then when you sit at the table, Jez, they go, Jez, did you try this? And you're like, no, I haven't gone to the other side yet. I'll check it out afterwards. And then I go, Jez, did you try it? You go, no, I'm full. I didn't get over, so I didn't try. So I feel like that's
demo or trial.
Yeah, and it's weird. It's really difficult to put into context here on our podcast. But like when you go and purchase a game, whether it's a GameStop, Best Buy, wherever your local Walmart, anywhere like that, or you buy it digitally and you plunk down 50, 60, 70, soon to be 80 dollars on a game, you'd be amazed. It's the whole gym membership idea, right? People say the reason I got a gym membership and I didn't just go buy a treadmill is because the treadmill ends up just holding old laundry, right? But if I'm paying every month $20 to a gym membership, I'm going to go. Does that mean you go? No, it doesn't mean that, but you're more likely to keep doing it as you have to keep. So when you buy a game, you're like, I'm going to beat this game. Now, do you end up beating it? Maybe not. But do you play 50%, 60%? Maybe. But when it's all inclusive all the time, you just kind of pick and you pick and you pick and you pick. And then sometimes you don't go back because you're full. And that's the data showing that, Nib. It shows it time and time again.
We already always had that, because when you look at sort of like the trophy and the gamer tag,
the achievements.
Achievement, percentages. You can for many years now, like the achievement completion percentages on Xbox have been much lower. We weren't sure if that was platform specific or Game Pass specific, but it does seem that if you do play the game, I mean, obviously not me, but like a wider gamut of consumers who play the game through Game Pass, they just do not have the same kind of motivation or drive or interest in completing these games. They almost trial it. It's like let me give it a try, and you can see from the percentages so many didn't even get past like the tutorial or didn't get past the but what surprises me is that if you do have 20 million plus, and I say 20 million because I'm removing Xbox Live Game Pass Core because they don't get day date, and then I'm removing the PC side of things as well. So, this is just a console side. So if you have 20 million, what are those people subscribed to Game Pass for then, if not to play amazing quality games like this? I would love to see how it's all split up. Obviously, there's hundreds of games on the service, so it makes sense that there could be a wider gamut. But to have this day.
Well, don't forget though, Nib. Don't forget though, and this is another thing it's another caveat that it's very difficult to discuss this on a podcast because you have to. It's my thought on it. It doesn't mean that it's actually happening, but think about it. You come home, you have your Xbox, you turn it on, And when you go to your game, view all games, there's the games you purchased, and I believe in D-Batch. D, tell me if I'm right or wrong on this, or Jez, correct me here where I'm wrong. Mag as well. There's an area you can go to, and it'll show Game Pass games. And it'll say 200, 300 games. It's a lot of games. So when you come home and you turn it on, it's very gratifying to sit there and see 300 games available on Game Pass. If you know the minute you cancel that goes to zero. And at that point, people go, well, I don't have any games. So it's very gratifying to come home to this it's just a massive library of games. You're not playing them, but they're there. Right? It's like your backlog. People say it all the time. I'm guilty too. I'll see a Steam sale or I'll see a PlayStation sale, and I buy 3 or 4 games. I don't even get to them. But like, I wouldn't want them to be wiped from existence. So like, you know what I mean? So it's just one of those gratifying things. I think that's the thing with Game Pass where it holds that. That's why you see that number holding there to a certain extent. Again, it's hard to put into context, but I mean, I think that means something. It's more of a, what is it that I'm thinking of? A psychological thing.
Yeah, it is gratifying seeing
of
those games in your service for sure. And then like, you know what? I'm gonna spend 30 minutes on this game,
right?
Or whatever.
Right.
Or my buddies are over. Let's just try this game for sure. And I don't want to take anything away from Game Pass because I've always said it, and I'll maintain saying it until it's not true. Game Pass is the best value in gaming, and especially more so now than ever because of all of the great titles that they have in the game in Game Pass. But I also see gamers out there, and I'm always fighting with these guys on X, trying to shame people for that actually buy the damn game. Like, you guys are buying the games. You guys are subsidizing us. You guys are idiots. We get the games for free. First of all, you're not getting the games for free because you're paying for it within your subscription service. And once, just like what Mooch just said, if you unsubscribe to that service, you no longer have access to the games. Whereas the person that buys the game, he has access to that game forever.
Indefinitely.
And when I was just on the Xbox console and I was getting the Game Pass games, I would buy the majority of the games, or I would buy the early access for it, like the deluxe version of it.
Yes,
I would just pay the extra and get the deluxe version. So I was actually buying these games. The problem with Game Pass, although it's great value, the subscribers that are on the Xbox platform, they tend not to buy any games because of the Game Pass service, and because of that, is the reason why we're seeing all of the exclusives on other platforms, because the gamers on the on Game Pass, they just don't buy the games. And I understand they don't buy the games. I understand why, because of the service, but you can't shame people that buy the games. It's
you really
ridiculous.
Can't. You really can't, D. You really can't. And when you say a game like Borderlands 4, and I don't know, because people probably the contradiction to it would say, well, Mooch, maybe Xbox didn't put their hat in the ring. That's very well possible. But when you're a Borderlands 4, you're a Gearbox or a Take-Two, you're sitting there and you second guess. It's like, I know that people are probably not on the Xbox. They're going to wait for Borderlands 4 to go into the not everybody, but a lot of people that are Game Pass subscribers are going to go, I'll wait for Borderlands 4 to maybe one day land in Game Pass. And listen, that could very well happen. Myself being the Borderlands fan that I am, and anybody that's listening to the show now or later that says, I'm a huge Borderlands fan, I don't think they're going to wait and hope. That's the thing people say. I'll wait for it to go into Game Pass. Well, you're not waiting. You're waiting and hoping it goes into Game Pass, because there's no clear indication that it will definitely go into Game Pass unless there's history of it. You know what I mean? So, and if you have history with the game, then yes, maybe there's a good chance down the road it will. That's the one thing. But I do think, D, like you were saying, it's that gratification. And I understand it. I get it. I really, really do. That gratification of having all those games in a library that are, even though you're renting them, seemingly yours at any time to use. And then when you say, maybe I'll cancel it, and then you don't because, well, I don't want to lose all 300. I don't want to lose that whole option to play. But when people say this is free, that cracks me up. That really cracks me up. $19.99, soon to probably go up to $22.99 or $24.99 next year. With Mag's insight. And listen, shout out to Mag, but at the same point, it's inevitable. It's going to go up. There's never been a time that you see people go, "Oh, Netflix, yeah, I watched that. It's free." It's not free. It's not free at all, actually. And continuously tends to trend upwards in price. So, yeah, that's one of the things. Moonshot has a question here. I will go to Jez real quick, and then we'll do outros. Moonshot says, Expedition 33 is Expedition 33 better than Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? He says, I'm just wrapping up KCD2, and it may be the best game I've ever played. 33 is up next. Curious if anyone played both. Jazz, what do you think about that? Because I saw you answered Moonshot.
Yeah, listen, I love Kingdom Come too. It's really an incredible game. I really enjoy it. I think that it is really a role playing game in the sense that you could do anything and there's repercussions and it's incredible. And I would just say that they're two totally different games. But the one thing though is the story in Expedition 33 and the way it starts and the look of it. It is definitely they're two of my if you had asked me what my two favorite games so far this year, it's those two games. And I'm not even that far in Expedition 33. And I'm telling you right now, like that game is they're both special. Like I really think that they're real big standouts for me this year. To say one's better than the other, I'll just say, they are kind of a little different. Kingdom Come has that freedom and just go anywhere, do role play. Expedition 33 is a little more linear.
It is.
And more narrative driven, and it's not as kind of open RPG. There is an overworld. There is kind of things where you could go on side paths, but you can't just go jump and climb cliffs that you want to do and do what you want. And there's not a lot of, from what I experienced, too much choice. There's a couple of responses that you can do, but I don't know if that impacts your character. It's very narrative driven, so they are two different types of games, I would say, to compare them to, where Kingdom Come is complete freedom. You could there is some narrative, but you could do and approach it anyway, where Expedition's not like that. But I think they're both worth a play for both of them.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I think the freedom part, and I have not played Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 or 2, but
it's really good. It's really good.
I'm gonna sit there and say it is. I know people that play it say they loved it. Nick Marcel's been very open about it as well on X. I'll say he loved it, but the one thing I would say is the freedom and exploration and doing what you truly want to do. I think in Kingdom Come Deliverance is bar none. I have not played it, so I don't think my vote doesn't really count here, but I would just seeing the two games. Well, I'm playing Expedition 33. Expedition 33, I think is something quite special. I think it's something that, again, Nib said it too. If you have Game Pass and you haven't played it, I'm not saying you have to beat it. I'm not saying you have to love it, but you haven't played it. That's one of the biggest perks of having Game Pass. I was very fortunate. I mentioned it last week. I'll say it again here. I always say it. I always put full disclosure out there. I got the game through the developer, and I got a Steam copy. So, I mean, Jez kind of answered my question. I was going to ask the chat if anybody knew or if the panel knew how Expedition 33 played on the Steam Deck. But then Jez goes, I brought my Portal. And he goes, yeah, but you said you got the Portal, and you said, no, you're right, because I'm playing it with my Astro A50s on my PC.
Same here.
And
yep.
I'm blown away. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm absolutely blown away.
As soon as I heard that music, it was like, oh, I was like, yo, oh my God, turn it off. I'll go back to Fatal Fury.
I don't want to play this.
Fatal Fury, which is good
I don't
too.
want. The only thing I would do is maybe grind a little bit, farm a little bit. You just
now
level
I'm going
up,
to play it.
Goof around on the Steam Deck.
This is a weird thing with me, Mooch. I want to tell you a weird thing. Like, if I start a game, I want to be able to start it if it's a game I could just start and stop playing, like I'll do it there. But if it's something I'm like, oh no, this is going to be something good, I won't play it until I'm ready to sit down and get the full experience. But then after that, now I'll jump on and start doing some progression and stuff like that mobily. Like I'm not going to always play it in that situation because that'll limit my game time. But the initial hit start, I had it sitting there and I'm like, let me hit start, see what this is about, because everybody's going crazy on the internet. And when I hit it and I heard that music, I was like, oh, yep, nope.
I redid my office setup, so now I went and got the Secret Labs Magnus Pro desk because I had this old-fashioned desk you get at Office Max, right? It was this big, heavy, clunky kind of furniture, and now I have the setup on this desk where I can stand up when I podcast. It's just a lot. Nice. It is. It's really, really nice. I have the towers are both underneath, linked to the legs, so they go up and down. There's nothing on the ground, no wires. It's great. I can't say enough about it. But I'm sitting here, had a couple of bourbons, buddy, and I'm sitting here playing that game. And that intro, I turned it on. I played 4.5 hours straight. I didn't even stop playing. I mean, it was almost 2 in the morning.
But
you're right. At this point, I wouldn't mind grabbing the Steam Deck And just if you're doing a little grinding, a little this and that, leveling up, wouldn't mind to do that on the Steam Deck, like you said, so I don't limit my game time and be able to do that in optimal places. But I have not tried it on the Steam Deck yet. I didn't know if anyone got a chance. D, did you pick it up on Steam, or are you playing it on Game Pass?
Claire?
Yes.
I'm playing it on Game Pass.
Okay, you're playing on Game Pass. Okay, I'm just curious if Meg, I assume you're also playing it on either PS5 or Game Pass.
I did see somebody
Okay.
playing it on Steam, and they had to put like all the settings down pretty low. It didn't look that great from what I could see. I don't think it's Steam certified. I don't think it's Steam Deck certified.
I don't think it is either, but I don't know. I'm going to look into it after this. I don't know.
I think it was Alex's video. I think
Alex said it was not. Okay, then he knows. I did not look into that. I personally, on the PC, it does look phenomenal. I'm sure it looks great on Xbox as well. I probably should boot it up on the Xbox just to see what it looks like over there. But yeah, nonetheless, outstanding game. I want to say thanks to the panel. Thanks to the chat. Appreciate the super chats, guys.
Well,
go ahead,
Mooch.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry. One thing I want to add too is that the PlayStation had that update where you could change some of the audio, enhance certain aspects of footsteps or bass or something like that. And just to kind of tell everybody, it's really cool because if your headphones are not really bass heavy or they don't have those features, especially when you use headphones that are for PC and you want to use them on PlayStation, they may not have the volume or your EQs may not move over, and you could at least do something with them with that new feature that they added with the PlayStation update. In addition to the appearances of the old PlayStation consoles, that was pretty cool. I added more bass to my headset.
I was going to add one more thing.
Go ahead, but no. Listen, I was only. I can keep going.
Someone said earlier when Nib is on, it goes on for too long. So this is what you get. This is what you ask for.
I can't remember. That was Eric. That was Eric. That was Eric, the producer. That was Eric, the producer. Yes, go ahead.
Sometimes I have the Xbox guys come at me like, "Oh, you're negative about Xbox, but you're a hypocrite. You're playing the game on Game Pass." I need people to understand, right? When any of us on this panel, when we share data and facts, we do not dislike the platform we're sharing data from. We are just sharing data objectively, right?
Right.
Whether it's negative or positive, like you shouldn't have an emotional attachment to that. If it happens to be more often negative, we cannot help that. We are only the messenger, right? We give you the data. If there's 12 quarters of hardware sales decline, well, actually it's 11. I can't help that, right? I'm sorry you feel that means I hate Xbox. It doesn't. I'm just being objectively giving you the data. Now, there are obviously subjective or other reasons why the situation is the way it is, and we can only ponder and muse on that, right? We can offer our opinions about why the situation might be the case. So with respect to like Claire Obscure Expedition 33, some people have said like, "Oh, you hypocrite, you're playing it on Game Pass." I've had Game Pass since 2017. Right, I've always maintained I enjoy the service, and I've always maintained. Look, because I know some PlayStation fans, they say like, "Oh, you're not supporting the devs." Well, yes, you are supporting the devs because you know what? They decided to put the game on Game Pass.
They did, yes,
and they accepted the licensing fee for the compensation of lost sales.
That's right.
Now, if they do not want you playing the game on Game Pass, don't agree for it to be on Game Pass.
Don't take the check.
Don't take the check. You've been paid for it to be on Game Pass. Therefore, why should I double dip? Why should I pay for a game when I've already paid for the subscription service that the game is appearing on? That is the whole reason that I invest in Game Pass, is to have quality games like this. So, absolutely no, I'm not going to buy the game on PlayStation or whatever. And I do believe that even playing it on Game Pass is still supporting the devs. If they have not negotiated a good enough licensing arrangement, at the end of the day, that is on them, not on me. Why should I feel guilty for that? They should have agreed.
Are they upset it's being played there? Is that what's coming out?
What?
Are they upset that it's being played there?
They're upset with me for playing it on Game Pass, even though I've been critical of certain Xbox strategies, but the two things are not related, right?
No, they're not.
Not at all.
They're not. Not at all. So I'm just clarifying that.
And Microsoft themselves say that Game Pass cannibalizes their sales. Like,
that's right.
If you got the parent company saying that, like, what are you fanboys talking about?
I'll be honest. If I do the maths right, Xbox has lost so much money because of Game Pass on me because so I did 2 stacks worth of Game Pass, right, using the Xbox Live Gold trick. I think altogether it gave me 6 years. Plus I used CD keys to buy cheap Game Pass Ultimate, right? I think it was like £80 for the year instead of 220. I don't know if that is still available, but basically I got like 7-8 years for super cheap. So I think my average works out to £37 a year I spent on Game Pass Ultimate. £37 a year. And before, I used to buy every single Xbox exclusive or tentpole game, right?
Yep.
So maybe it would be, 3 to 7 games a year or something like that. But I used to buy them all, right? So if you do the numbers, and I used to spend 40, 50, 60 pounds per game, and now I've only spent £30 a year, I am an example of that cannibalization. Like I would have bought Player Obscure Expedition 33 without even any objection, I should say. Like it doesn't harm me to buy games. I don't care about buying games, but obviously I've already paid for the service. But yeah, I would have 1000% bought the game were it not on Game Pass, just like I would have bought Forza Horizon 5 or Halo Infinite or whatever other games that came out. I would have bought them. So I am absolutely a living example of that cannibalization. And I suspect a lot of the Game Pass consumer base are, because as I've said before, I really do think Game Pass is more geared towards the enthusiast gamer, not the casual gamer.
Correct.
Because casuals only play 1, 2, 3 or buy.
Well, it's not even that they buy 1, 2, 3 games. They like what they like, and that's it. My friends own a PS5. They don't know what Expedition 33 is. They've never heard of it. Yeah. They have no interest in it. They are playing right now. They are playing NBA 2K right now, and they are playing Warzone. That is it. That's it.
Yeah, to be someone who has a wide enough palette.
But you proved my point, Nib. And D, remember we were going back and forth, D, about the Game Pass customer and this and that. And I was like, it's a little bit hard to put in context. That's what I meant when what Nib just said. Nib said Xbox has lost a tremendous amount of money on the amount of games I would have bought, right? And so it's interesting. Maybe a lot of people will go, no, they didn't. They still got, $16.99 from Nib and now $19.99 from Nib a month. That's fine. But he may have bought a series of games. He was 70 times. Maybe he would have bought 6 or 7. Nib buys a lot of games, 6 or 7 games, right? So 7 games at $70. You know what I'm saying? You do the math.
Yeah.
And that's year after year after year after year. So my point being is that it's not that Game Pass is still very good value. I think, but I do say all the time, value is in the eye of the beholder, because just because you have 300 games in a service, that doesn't mean A, that I like all 300, and B, it doesn't mean that there's always new games coming out. Do I have the time? Time is money.
The truth is that you can look at the stats. I know Nibs might like to do this. You can look at the stats, and if you go back and look, you will see that Game Pass is really being kept alive, not by Xbox, but by PC. The largest growth that they've seen since Game Pass's inception has been on PC. And it's growing more and more every year. And a lot of people are migrating over to PC, and they're seeing the value of it. And on PC is so huge and vast. There's so many users, millions, billions of users on PC that, Game Pass getting traction on PC is not going to have the same cannibalizing effect that it would have on the console, right? Because you still got Steam, you still got the Epic storefront, you got Ubisoft, you got EA Play, you got a lot of other services out there that offer PC gamers something similar, or games in general. So I don't know, man. Honest to tell you, Game Pass is fantastic. I've saved a lot of money. I probably would have spent a lot more money on the Game Pass service if they were able to have the same type of growth that they're having on PC, on console. I don't think they'd be in that situation. I think they banked on a lot of people converting over to Game Pass. Do you play buying an Xbox and then getting the subscription service? And if that had happened and played out as they wanted it to, I think it'd be a different story.
Do you play Game Pass on console, or are you playing PC Game Pass?
So I have Game Pass Ultimate because that's just the one.
Right,
that
so you get both. Right.
But honestly, to tell you, I don't play on the console anymore. I just play specific. Like, why am I playing on the console? I have a RTX 5090 rig. Yep. All of the Xbox games are available on it. Why am I playing on the console? I have all the features. I can talk to my friends. I can do the group chats. Like, what's the point?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you. And yeah, I'm enjoying Expedition 33. I'm playing it again. Like I said, I was gifted for review a Steam code, and I'm playing it on the Epic settings. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely.
Oh, wait a second! You
unbelievable.
got your 5090.
Yeah, I got the 5090. So it's like,
When'd you get it?
I was going to say,
shoot, I think it was April. What was it? And March. Well, it shipped March 25th. I think I got like first week in April.
Oh, not bad, not bad. Welcome. To
Yes,
the
no,
elites.
it is. Well, listen, I was due. My last PC built was 2018. So
Wow.
Listen, I'm not buying I'm not doing PC upgrades every 2 years. So I had my 2080 Ti.
Man here.
I had my 20. Yeah, you do the bench test. I just wish D would get all these bench tests, and I wish he would give me one. Listen, I'm a mooch. I'm not going to say I'm not. But listen, I'll be honest with you. I had a 2080 Ti for the longest time, and it did me justice, but definitely was growing old in the long in the tooth. For sure, it wasn't able to do anything anymore. I got it because it was time to update. There was no way, and to be honest with you, it wasn't the graphics card. It was my CPU. The CPU was an 8700K on my old one, and that was dated. That was chugging along, and I'm not going to lie to you. In order to update that, I was going to have to update the motherboard. At that point, if you need a motherboard, you need a CPU. Your GPU is 7 years old. Well, I think it's time for a new computer, right? I mean, I'm just doing the math here. If you're going to do a PC build, you're going to do it. SOT, he says Mooch pass. Literally, buddy. Go ahead, Nib. I apologize.
I was going to ask, it's a question for the panel, right?
Sure.
So it sounds like all of us in here, and which makes sense because we're enthusiast gamers, we've kind of like got deals and stuff on all these subscription services, right? Like we haven't paid the actually amount they are, the MSRP, not even close, right? Because I think it's like £180 per annum in the UK, and my average is £37. So I'm a long way off. So like my question to you guys is, when these deals are done and you can't do stacking anymore and all the rest of it, and when it comes time push to shove, and you have to actually pay full amount, the full whack or close to, do you subscribe for a whole year, or do you do what Death Singer does with like Ubisoft Plus?
Yes,
and just buy a month.
That's what I was going to ask D. That's what I was going to say to D when he was saying how PC Game Pass is growing. The PC crowd that I talked to, and shout out to Death Singer. Death Singer, I don't know if you're. I wrote to him a few times. He probably had to step away. But the PC crowd will do what Death Singer does most of the time, like with Ubisoft Plus. They'll see a game like what is it called there? Star Wars Outlaws, right? He said, I wanted to try that. So he'll pay $15. He'll play it. He's not worried about 100%ing it. He'll play through it, enjoy the game, cancel his subscription. Myself personally, with Game Pass in the past, we'll see. I think I'll probably do PC Game Pass moving on. My Ultimate Game Pass expires in December. I thought it was February, March of this year. I looked, it was December. But I always do yearly. I'll always, because yearly gives you a better price, Nib, right? Okay. And what am I going to do? Am I going to get to the third month and go, I made a grave mistake? Probably not. Right? So why pay more monthly? And with Game Pass, it's kind of like you never know what you're going to get, right? It's like the box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. So 1 month, you'll just turn on X and it'll be like, hey, we dropped this in there. So like if you're going to, my point is if either you don't do Game Pass or you do Game Pass.
Do you actually save though buying a year? I thought it was the same. I thought it's like $20 a month.
There's no. I don't know. I don't know if there's a discount or it's just monthly. I thought there used to be a discount for the year, wasn't there? D? Did they change that? I'm still on like you. I bought years and I stacked. So I'm on the end of a stack here. So I don't remember.
Yeah. But it is fascinating that you said that about PC gamers jumping in and out, because I tell you what threw the curveball and threw everyone off as to the percentage of Game Pass that was on PC was this LinkedIn post by this guy who worked on PC Game Pass a long time ago. I think he said something like, helped 10 million PC Game Pass people or something like that, right? And everyone thought, oh shit, like 10 million of the 25 million is PC. But then we had official Microsoft data that showed it was 3.1 million. So 3.1 million and 10 million is a big difference, right? Like what's going on here?
Yeah.
But I think he's talking about 10 million unique people, not concurrent, right? So that would add credence to what you're saying. If it's people constantly jumping in and out and a different rotation of people who are subscribed and unsubscribed, etc., that would give you that 10 million, right? Whereas the 3.1 million is the concurrent subscribers at that time. So it's possible the data backs what you're saying, and maybe on PC people do snipe Game Pass like that, just where they need it and for the games they want to play, and then back out again. Whereas console might be a longer term subscription, and maybe because people did the Xbox Live Gold and all these other stacking things and deals and things like that. So I'm very interested to see how things grow and pan out over the years.
I am
tell
too.
you how I do mine.
Go ahead, Mag.
Sorry, I was going to jump in and then I
No, go ahead.
But I was going to say what I do is because I have a unique situation where I game share with my wife on the PlayStation because she gave up her Xbox for PlayStation. She just wasn't getting any gratification this generation. So she says, I'm out. Hey, I'm being honest. She actually did. I remember, I'll never forget it. I told Mooch this story before.
Yeah.
She's walking out the door with a box and wires hanging out. I go, what is that? And then she's like, I'm tired of doing nothing. And it was her Series X, which she, and in the first 3 years of the generation, she barely touched it. So she went over and she got a PlayStation 5. Anyways, the point is that we game share over there now. So when I go to something where I find Game Pass, I'm very strategic. I don't buy for the year anymore because now a lot of my third-party games I am buying on PlayStation so that we don't have to pay twice for it.
That's right. That's right.
So I'm trying to be financially frugal. Not a pony. I'm just being financially frugal. Sorry, Jesus Christ. Anyways, the point is that I do that, and then on the Xbox, what I do is I'm very strategic. So what I just did is that I'm like, okay, let me subscribe. I can't remember which date I picked, and I paid 1 month, and I got South of Midnight and Expedition 33 in 1 month, right? Because I started on this day. It's coming up. The end day is coming up in about a week or so.
Yeah.
And so I was able to squeeze in 2 games for $20. Right. So if you look at it that way, that's what I was doing in that respect. Now, Doom, I'm going to be buying on the PlayStation because my wife wants to play it. Right. But she didn't have any interest in Expedition 33. Fraud. But it's okay. She'll hear that later. But she didn't have any interest in the game. Of course, I did. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll buy Doom on PlayStation, and then I'm going to play those 2 games on Xbox. And then the next time I'm probably going to do that, I'm going to strategically plan it around Call of Duty and Outer Worlds 2, which will come out within a month. Yeah. Right. And there I go. I paid $20, or maybe at that time 25. Probably 25. I'm going to pay 25 there. The rest of the year, I'm not going to be subscribed to it. So what I will do is I'll unsubscribe in certain months when it's completely dead and I'm not using it. Okay. Then I'll unsubscribe and then I'll resubscribe around those times. So I try to do that.
That is the financial move. That's the correct financial move, Meg.
Well, like I said, I'm in a more unique situation because a lot of the games that I'm like, even the Xbox games that my wife wants to play, I have to buy them on PlayStation. For example, Fable, I'm going to have to play on PlayStation because my wife is dying for the game. Right. So I'm going to buy it over there so her and I share. Right. Why would I subscribe on one side and then pay another $80?
That's a great point.
Just so she can play it. Right.
Yes.
So now I've just paid $105 for something I could have just paid for $80. So
no, that makes perfect sense. And I mean, I'm not in the same exact predicament, but we're close. And the thing you take like Doom, for example, Doom I would be buying on PS5 because let's be honest, it's going to get PS5 Pro enhancements, and with that open world type of thing and all those things going on the screen, I think a little bit of that extra muscle under the hood is probably going to help out. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they give us on that. No, I love Doom, I really do. But I'll still have Game Pass, so I could always try it up on the Xbox or on PC Game Pass. But
you don't have someone in the house you're sharing with on the other side, right?
Well, that's why. But see, that's why I said we have the same situation, but reversed. I actually do that with the kids are on the Game Pass with me, so I keep the Game Pass for them right now. But they're really just playing Fortnite. They're playing Rainbow Six Siege, and they're playing Rocket League. Those are free to play games.
Right, and we used to have Game Pass for the kids.
So I can't say Game Pass
have Xboxes anymore.
Right,
all their friends in school have PlayStation, so they basically got rid of all the hardware, and then now we have 5 PS5s in the house.
Yeah, oh gosh.
Right? So
we can PlayStation that money.
I know.
So same happened in my house. My kid, he's like, we're playing PlayStation. was like, oh, I got an extra Xbox. No, we're playing PlayStation.
Yeah.
Like, I had to get them a PlayStation.
It's wherever the friends are. It's wherever their friends are. Shout out to Gaming Forte. He used to say it all the time. I go, Forte, how come you won't play Destiny on PlayStation? He's like, because my friends are on Xbox. It's where your friends are. It's just
it's crazy. My son, he used to play tons of Rocket League on PlayStation, and then he went down on the PC to play with Bacchus mods. He's modding on, so now he does all that, and also he likes the USB because he does all these trick shots and stuff. And he's like, "Yeah, I can't have the latency and all this stuff." He's like super sensitive to that.
The kids love that soccer cars. They love that soccer cars.
Man,
yes, they
and
do.
Bacchus mods, like mods and stuff. He's just getting all the skins and just like doing all his trick moves. Has all these overlays.
It's
and
a
stuff
great
like that
game. It's a great game. Don't get me wrong, but that's not my bag.
I play it in my spare time. Like that's just like I don't know what to do. I just throw on a podcast and play some
Rocket League.
These kids that are like 7 to like 13 years old, they're going to grow up to be PC gamers. Most of these kids, they're starting off on PC now. They just want a PC.
Well, think about it, D.
He goes back and forth. He goes back and forth to like whatever he's in the mood to play. Like, he just goes to PlayStation and then
it's not even the podcast, D. It's the influencers. These guys are all watching all the big YouTube and Twitch stars, and they're all
from PC,
right, and they're all doing PC now.
Stuff.
So they think that's the norm. Well, we'll see though, D. The minute they once they get older and they try to price out an 80, 90, we'll see how they end up. Yeah,
prices, right. They
might be twice then.
They might be like, well, you know what? Maybe the PS9 isn't so bad.
Yeah. But the thing is, I always say with the PC gaming and stuff like that, like I really like all the things you can do with a PC. Like it's just like, you could do videos, you could do photos, you could do so it's like, it's not just a gaming, like it is definitely something that you could do multiple things on. But I still prefer the couch sitting back and just, putting that up. Because I've tried doing the console PC setup, like a console and stuff like that. And yeah, it is definitely, it takes time, configuration, maybe even control with the keyboard attached to it. It definitely is a thing. So hopefully whatever Xbox is working on that makes the control experience better, like hopefully that will be good, because I would love to like plug in my laptop, into like my projector and just kind of play that. I do that, but I have like all these configurations that I do, and I have a special keyboard. I use Play Night, but that's all configuring. That's like hours of just making sure stuff works.
Yeah.
So if you didn't use your PC for your own stuff and your own work, editing, etc., because I have a similar thing where like my gaming rig is really old now, but I'll be honest, I barely ever turn it on because I use my MacBook Pro Retina or whatever for the majority of my official work. Right? Yeah. So my thing to you is, if you weren't using the PC and your kids said, "Oh, Dad, can I have a gaming PC?" Would you buy them? Because the price of some of these gaming rigs these days are.
I've been asked that question, Nib, and I've said no.
Yeah.
I said no. I said, because I said what you're playing right now, okay, whether it be Rocket League, Fortnite, even Warzone.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, but an Xbox Series X or a PS5 will do you just fine.
Exactly.
And if you want to play keyboard and mouse, guess what?
But the other thing too is you got to realize too is that
Yeah.
not only do you get a PC, but then you got to make sure you get a nice high refresh rate monitor with enough resolution.
It's expensive.
You know,
Exactly.
300 or so, a decent one, 500, 300.
Yeah.
And you got to remember
all those frame rates.
You got to remember
True PC gaming is for someone that has some extra income.
That's
If
correct.
you want to go like
That's correct.
basic gaming at this stage of the game, I would say the lowest you go is like a 5060 Ti. That's
you could
the
get them
lowest I would
started
get.
for cheaper than like going for the top of the line 50. Like, yeah, you could start with 3080s.
You can, but you got to find it. It's used.
You gotta find them. Yeah,
it's gonna be
You
used.
want to start yourself off with a deficit of having an 8 gigabyte card, so get something that's higher than 8 gigabytes. Gigabytes.
Well, for the kids.
Even for the kids.
Little
Because you're
Timmy.
wasting
And the nice thing too about a PC though is that if you do get one that's like on the lower end, you could potentially upgrade, especially a desktop. Not laptop, but desktop.
For the little kids, sure, you can stick them at 1080p. 8 gigabyte card is fine, right? But PC is so expensive. Like my 5090 with my 9950X 3D.
That's not the one they're asking for, because I'm not getting that
case,
one.
That's so much money, man. Most gamers cannot afford that.
Well, the thing
Right
is,
now, I'm going to tell you, my setup right now for one of my PC setups is that it's basically one of those mini PCs with a desktop with a basically a dedicated GPU, like a 6600 Ryzen, something like that. Like it's a laptop GPU that's inside one of those mini PC towers. And basically, you're putting that up to a monitor, and he's like getting like 144 frames, and you're paying it 1440p, and it's fine.
Yeah.
I will say from like a parental perspective, because I used to be
Rocket League though.
Right.
Rocket League, right? I used to be like a primary PC gamer when I was younger, actually, funny enough, all through uni and stuff, like just a Counter-Strike source, and I was in the leagues and everything, used to play professionally. But it's like, I do think like now, obviously I have a son, but he's quite young, but when he does get older, I would almost be a bit reluctant to give him a gaming PC, because what I noticed, and maybe this is not the case anymore, like in modern day, but what I found is like you end up spending an additional amount of time on PC just tinkering and playing with mods and doing settings and this and that, cats out on the mat, whereas the console kind of sphere is a bit more like pick up and play. I don't know if that is still the... I don't know, you tell me. Like, because I would be worried that he would get too invested in that side of things as well. So it's not just the game time he's going to be playing, but then playing with all these mods, watching YouTube videos of GTA 5 mods, and then spending even more time in all of that, you know?
Yeah, the console is still the hub, especially if when the games come out, they're exclusive, like a Switch. Like, if you're not buying a PC if they want to play Mario Kart. You know, so like unless you want to get into,
well, it depends on the game. It depends on the game. It depends on the game too, because what you said actually holds a lot of water, Jez. When you're like, well, that PC that you had mentioned with those specs works really well for like Rocket League. But I can tell you, like my older PC, right, with an 8700K CPU, like that was chugging along for games like Warzone. Now it just wasn't doing very well, right? So here you are, you're playing on PC. The whole thing was supposed to be for performance. And I'm sitting there with a 2080 Ti and then a 8700K, and I'm barely able to get the 86 frames on the damn thing because Warzone's a bit demanding. I still don't think it's optimized as great as it should be. And you put all those numbers together, and you're kind of like, okay. So I was playing on PS5 Pro. And the PS5 Pro, I still, honestly, I go back and forth. I play on my PS5 Pro half the time. I play on the PC the other half the time. Because sometimes, like you just said, Jez, I got to be honest with you, it's a long day. Work can be sometimes 12-hour day. I'm not going to strike up the PC and get that. All I got to do is just turn on my PS5. The headset's there, the controller's there, pick it up, play it. Where the PC, sometimes it'll give me some problems, or it'll be this, it'll be that. It's just different. I don't want to sit. I sat in a office chair all day. I don't want to sit in an office chair again, play. I want to sit on the couch.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I want to sit on my.
It's just one of those things where, like, again, it's a feel thing. It's a feel thing. It's how you're feeling for that day. If it's a Saturday afternoon and I haven't been in the office all day, guess what? I don't mind sitting at my desk and playing a PC game. It's fine.
I'll tell you another funny thing as well, actually, because now it's really hot in the UK right now, like it's baking, right? I remember when I used to PC game, and again, maybe I don't know what the situation is with like the 590s and
it's still hot
and all this stuff. Oh my days, that shit used to bake. I used to sweat.
It's hot, dude.
Like,
it is
literally my power supply, the GPU and everything. Just that stuff alone.
Right now. So my gaming PC is not even on. This is my streaming PC that I'm using for this, and I have both windows because it's not balmy like it is out there in the UK right now.
Yeah.
But it's warm here in New York. I mean, what are we sitting at right now? It's 62, but it's like that thicker kind of muggier kind of air, right? So it's a little bit heavy. Right. So I have the windows open while we're podcasting right now. Like it's hot in here. I got 3 monitors on, right?
Yeah.
So when I'm streaming for Twitch, I have the gaming PC. I have the streaming PC, 3 monitors, so I have my chat, my game in the middle, the TV on for another chat, right? And it's like all these things are on, and I'm sitting here, and when I'm streaming on Twitch in July, it's like you're sitting in a sauna. And I
have a funny story. So that PC, I was in the house and I was looking at the thermostat. I was like, why the hell is the thermostat at 82 degrees? It does not feel like 82 in this house. The air conditioning's on. Dude, I found that PC is like right below the thermostat and blowing hot air at the thermostat. And it's make the air conditioning just stay on like all day, but it's staying 82. I'm like, why the hell is it 82 in this house? It does not feel 82. And it's like, we got to move this thing. It's blowing hot air on the friggin' thermostat. And of course, my electric bill's going to go flying through the roof.
Well, the thing is, so shout out to Texas Lean. He's like, come on, Mooch, it's called air conditioning. Thanks for keeping me updated with technology, Texas Lean. I got air conditioning. The thing about it is that, I have the door shut to the office because I'm in here. And of course, Mooch is loud, right? So I've got the door closed and I'm streaming. So I'm in a room. Yes, I have air conditioning ducts, but it's not keeping up. I don't know what to tell you. The house is cold. This room's not. I got monitors. I got lights. And then when you stream, you have two other lights. Yes, they are LED lights, but they are beaming on you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's just like you're sitting there for 4.5 hours. Also, you're talking to the chat. Texas Lean, have you ever talked to 450 people and played a video game? Have you done that? It's you're also you're you know what I mean? You're warm.
Entertained.
You're entertaining.
Mooch entertained.
You're doing stuff.
In the UK,
you know what I mean?
Air conditioning is not really a thing for residential homes. Like, unless you're like really baller or you decked your house out like beforehand. Because you never buy houses with air conditioning unless they're like multi-million pounds. So like, I have to put on my fan but I never have that issue with the consoles. Like, obviously with the Series X and PS5, I barely know they're even on, actually. I can't even hear them, to be honest. I genuinely can't even hear the Pro or the Series X the whole time I've played these things. I can neither hear them or feel them. But yeah, certainly when I was PC gaming more, that shit would literally heat up my entire office room, and I'd have to bring in the fan just to kind of compensate. And then you got to put on the headphones and all the rest of it, and then your headphones sweat out, and I'm just like, oh my god. I just remember it wasn't like, but obviously this is an extreme situation. It's only during the summer months and stuff, but it was one of those things coupled with my OCD of having to tinker constantly, because you know how I tweet, Mooch, right? Like, there's a lot of detail, and it's just I'm detail orientated, so PC is like not a good fit for my compulsions. Like, if you're a very compulsive person and have to perfect your settings and frame rates and all of that, and like, the shadow setting, I need to compare every single shadow setting and see which is the best.
Well, that's just it. Well, that's just it. But D, you'll appreciate what Nib just said. That there's something to that. My buddy James, he'll be on next week. We're going to be doing some Warzone play on Twitch starting May 10th. Plug for the channel. Go over and follow us on twitch.tv. It's Mooch TV everywhere, M00CHTV. But my point being is, D, when you spend money on a PC, you damn well want that perfection that Nib's talking about. You know what I mean? So what I'm doing is, especially like Warzone, I went in, I watched a bunch of YouTube videos that said these are the best settings for optimizing to get the most frames. I'm rocking. You guys will see. It'll be on the screen. I'll go from PS5 to PC. I'll do both, and you'll see. I'll have the PC specs up on the top. I'm hitting between 250 and 300 frames on PC right now playing Warzone. But I went and watched the video. So Nib's right. So now I want to play Warzone. I'm watching videos. I'm making these adjustments. Where on the PS5, I just turned it on and I played. You know what I mean? And it's like, don't get me wrong, but for the money you spend, you actually want to take those moves. You want to make those enhancements. You want to make those changes, right?
That's why, for me personally, when I get my PC, the first thing I do is I overclock my CPU, undervolt it, overclock my GPU, undervolt it. I make sure I get the top card. Like, I have a 5090 Asus TUF.
Yep.
And I just let it rip. I don't worry about settings. That's the whole purpose of me getting a 5090 GPU and a 9950X 3D CPU is so I don't have to worry about anything. I just put everything on blast. So I see all the time people like, oh, I'm having stutters, or I'm having this, or I'm having that problem. And 98% of the time, I don't run into those issues because my hardware configuration just brute forces it.
Well, and listen, that's the benefit. Listen, I always said this. You go get a console the day it comes out. Now, again, the recent times don't prove this, but people go, you're paid top dollar when a console just comes out. Yes, but you're getting something for that money. You're getting that ability to play earlier. If you want to wait till halfway through a generation, generally the price goes down. Not this year. Not this generation. For you guys that waited, I apologize. I should have bought it 5 years ago, apparently. But my point being is, generally, if you wait, price will come down, right? So, D, same thing with you. You put that money out. Every time there's a new card, you get it. You don't just get one, two. You usually buy 2 or 3 of them, then sell the other 2. But my point being is, you get them and you brute force it. You have the top of the line, so you're able to just throw that out there and enjoy it for what it is. Other people don't feel like they have to do that. I respect both paths, right? Shout out to Texas Lean too. He goes, "Hey Jez," he goes. Texas Lean says in the chat, he goes, "I find that as a weird complaint." I think he said we were warm while we were, and Nib was saying it too, while we're streaming and you have all the lights on and everything. Buddy, I don't know how to sell it to you. Texas Lean, listen, if you start a Twitch channel and you got lights and 3 monitors, a TV, and you're talking to a lot of people, I'll watch you. I'll watch it, and I'm sure you'll have a fan on. You'll probably have your air conditioning set to like 43 degrees, so it keeps you nice and cool. I got it. But I don't know, man.
Sit on some couple of ice packs.
Mooch,
It's warm.
I actually buy all those GPUs. I have like multiple PCs. So the main PC is the 5090. I'm gonna do some stunting here. Come on, let me flex.
No, flex, please flex
The
away.
main
Flex away.
PC is a 5090.
PCs.
I have a small form factor PC. That one is running a 9070 XT.
Okay.
And I also have a 5070 Ti Prime that I am testing right now. Actually, I had one before, and I put it into my brother-in-law's build. So I got to play with it a little bit, and I actually liked it, but it was at MSRP, so I was like, I'm not going to be able to find another card at MSRP. I was able to find a PNY card, and I ran the benches on that, and I was like, it's not as good as my Asus Prime. So I ended up having to find another Asus Prime. I was able to find it at MSRP. So right now, the PNY, I'm trying to sell it for what I paid for it. If not, it's just going to go back to the store.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be doing testing on the channel with all of these GPUs for the different, segments of the PC market, so they can see the performance on these cards. I got to say though, that the 9070 XT from AMD, that card is so damn good.
Nice.
D-Back, I was going to ask you a
Very
personal
nice.
question. How much money do you think you've spent on all your PC gear in totality?
That's a great question.
Right now?
Before he goes on, I'm gonna have to jump off, guys.
All right,
It's been a
Jez, thank
pleasure.
you, buddy. I appreciate it,
have
Jez.
to jump
Yeah,
off,
I was gonna, Jez. You know what's funny was I was actually gonna end the segment about 45 minutes ago,
I'm
and you were.
sorry, I
And
just wanted to cut off D, but I had to jump off.
No, Jez was
I'm
like,
getting a
I got a question real quick, and then we went on for 45 minutes longer. That's
Yeah,
Jez.
I just talked about the PlayStation update.
Just a quick update. No, Jez, thanks for being here, buddy. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure. Check out the Gaming Grindhouse Mondays.
Yes,
8:00, and some shows during the week. But check it out for music and have a good time, man. Hit that like button too. Shout out to everybody
Thank
on
you,
here. Great
Jez.
show, man.
Much
Thanks, Mooch.
much
Have a good
appreciated.
one.
Always great to have you, Jez. Thank you. D, you gonna answer the question? You're on the hot
Yeah,
seat.
to answer the question.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's see. I don't know. At the top of my head, I'd have to say maybe 10K.
I think it's more than that.
Because the 5090 build, like that's like 9950X 3D. It's got a nice Corsair LCD AIO. It's got like
Yeah, but if you
streamer.
are you including your monitors?
No, I'm not including the monitors. It has a Hyatt Y70 Infinite.
No,
Touch.
I mean include everything.
If you include everything, my guess would be
wheels, you name it.
I think my guess would be somewhere with everything he just said. I think he's somewhere in probably in the 14 range.
Yeah, I would say about that. I'd say
if you're just,
if I'm adding the monitors and my TV,
monitors, everything. Yeah, I
would say about 14 is probably a good number. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
What about you, Mooch? How about your gear? Let's.
No, my gear's nowhere near that. I think mine all said and done was 6.
Yeah, but add your streaming PC.
Oh, but I bought that in 2018. You're counting that? Your stuff was all 50 stuff. My streaming PC's a 2080.
Yeah, I guess so.
I really can't say that. That's it. I'm probably all said and done with the monitors and everything, probably 6. But like that's the streaming PC's from 2018. If you want to throw that in there, I mean, go ahead. But that's old hat.
No, I didn't add my streaming PC either.
The streaming PC is old hat. I mean, that's it's.
And D-Batch, another personal question: you didn't get no resistance from your partner or your wife for spending that much on all that gear?
That's a great question, D.
Not really, just the side eyes, I guess. Like
the side eyes, he said.
Not really. No, it's not really, man. I think at this stage of my life, just
Okay.
This is my
I could-
enjoyment. I don't go to clubs anymore. I don't go partying. I'm not popping bottles.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, those
do my
days.
thing.
Those days are. They're over, right, D? We don't do those anymore.
They're
That's
over,
the end of
but I
that.
tell you what, if I spent 14, 15K on rigs and stuff, you know what my wife would be doing? She would be open up the laptop and be like, I want to go here.
I was
This
go-
hotel. And she's like, you could
Hey,
spend
Nib,
14K
Nib,
on your
granted,
rig.
you know that stuff happens, and they, you know.
Nib, I
All
would
right, all
trade.
right,
I would
spend money on
trade.
other stuff as well. Granted,
I
sure.
trade all
But
this
that
PC stuff
14K,
in.
though, that's not all spent at one time. though. I
No,
don't think
listen,
like
that's the.
something in
Oh,
there,
but
you know?
honestly, even my number's not all at one time. I've had these monitors. My point being is
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
right?
Okay.
But Nib, I'll tell you this much: I'll take all the PCs that D has. Take mine in consideration. I trade them all in for a month of one of your Dubai trips. I'll tell you right now. If you said, Mooch, you got to trade all those in, but you can come with us, I'll be like, listen, Nib, you don't
that's
realize
why
it,
I
but my
don't
bag's
have
already
a-
packed.
That's why I don't have 14K worth of PC gear because
He's
my wife loves traveling. What can I say? I mean, like we love food, we love traveling, and this it's not cheap. Trust me. It's
You
not
know,
cheap.
no, it's not. But I'll tell you, boy, I love that you let us share those pictures that you always put on there, man. That is fantastic. And plus, you're a food guy, so you got food all over. I'm like, dude, this food looks fantastic. You know,
Look, I mean, I don't really post that much anymore because
you don't.
I feel self conscious sometimes because I feel.
Well, I
like
appreciate it.
I
I've
have
lost
this thing-
weight. Yes,
but for
thank
me, it's
you.
like I don't want to add to people's mental health issues because they're thinking, "Oh, these people get to experience this." So that's why I don't post as much. But I will say, like, even like with PC gaming 14K, went for a meal today. 2 of us,
Yeah.
£90, man. What's going on?
Oh, dude, I got news for you. In New York, and different people that are listening to the show have different prices depending on where you are in New York. But in New York right now, if you got 2 large pizzas, God forbid you get a couple of toppings, and 24 wings, you're somewhere around $80. If you get 2 toppings,
Shut up.
oh yeah, dude,
It's insane.
yeah, 2 large pizzas
That's
with two
ridiculous.
toppings each and 24 wings, you're somewhere around that
Yeah.
$80. You know, $75, $80.
In
D,
Canada, that would cost maybe, depending on where you wait. Okay, let's say we go to like a real Italian one.
Yep.
Maybe, you know, so I guess sit down and whatnot. I don't know, man, for like a big pizza, pepperoni,
Yep.
extra cheese, some, I don't know, tomatoes on half, green peppers, whatever,
Yeah.
mushrooms. $40, man.
yeah, but
That's
that,
Canadian.
yeah, but you said,
transfer that into
you s-
translate convert that into American.
but you
Lot
said that,
cheaper.
yeah, but you said I said 2 large pizzas with 2 toppings each, and then
Yeah.
I said 24
But
wings.
it might be like $50 because usually when you get
Yeah.
2 pizzas here, you get a deal.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, even the drinks I had were like £7-8 each. I'm just like, oh shit! Like,
No,
you know?
I'm just telling you right now, guys. I don't know. Listen, even if you were to go to Five Guys, my daughter says, "Hey, pull over. Let me get Five Guys. I got a what is it though? Just a single patty hamburger, right, and a small fry, $14.80.
That's what I'm saying. Let me tell you, Mooch, when I was in uni, right, I used to get a burger and chips or chicken wings and chips, a
Yep.
meal, £1.99. And now the same thing is like 10 to £12. It's insane.
I don't. Yeah, I,
I feel
don't even
like-
know. Yeah.
How much is Chick-fil-A in the States? Like for the combo?
But back in
It's, pro-
yeah.
it's probably to be honest with you, I don't really do the whole Chick-fil-A thing, but I've seen the. I mean, I'm probably thinking for a combo when you say that chicken sandwich with a soft drink and a small to medium fry. Is that what you're talking about, D?
You do Chipotle?
No, I don't really. I don't. No, because in New York, dude, we do authentic, man. If you want to go get Mexican food, I'm going to go get real Mexican food. I'm not going to Chipotle and eating out of a what do you call it there? A paper made bowl. But yeah,
Chipotle's all right, man.
it's not. No, listen, I'm not.
You know the
Listen, no,
conversations
D. I'm in the minority there. We have such great food here that, like, you want to go Italian, you go to Italian. You want Mexican food, you go to Mexican food. You want to have great, you know what I mean?
New York.
So
yeah,
but I'm not. Believe me, I'm not taking jabs. But let me go back to your Chick-fil-A thing. I think the Chick-fil-A thing's probably, and I'm really taking a stab here, but probably like $12.
a little bit cheaper here.
Oh, listen.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
I bet it
It'd probably be
is.
about $10
But-
American here.
Okay.
But you know, like the conversation we're having, and it wasn't completely offshoot. The reason I bring it up is because, like, you know, everything we're discussing, this is why we're kind of we're done, even in gaming, because this is inflation and on the
Yeah.
cost rise is something that's permeating in every facet of our life, and gaming is a luxury hobby. So prepare to get fleeced. right, we're going to continue to get fleeced, because if I'm spending 80, 90 pounds on a meal, and it's not like I went to somewhere super fancy, it's just
Right.
like, medium, like decent, not crazy fancy. And it's like 90 pounds. And obviously they're going to, this game that cost 150, 250, 300 million to develop.
Yeah.
They're going to want to, and they can
Well, it's funny because Nib, you say that, and I always try to, I put things in place of food. You guys know this in the audience too. I always put things in place of food or the movies, right? So to go to the movies now, IMAX is $20 a ticket. Maybe it's a little bit more now, $21, $22 a ticket, right? And then if you want, God forbid, you want popcorn and a large soda, everybody wants one of those. So family of 4 or 5, you're somewhere in the, you know what I mean? You're probably somewhere in the $150 range. Between popcorn, everyone gets a soda. Popcorn and soda in a movie. Hey, you don't go, well, Mooch, you need to cut back. That's what you do at a movie, right? So I'm not doing anything crazy. No one's getting like 6 or 7 things to eat. It's one thing and a soft drink. So so $150, and that's 2 hours and 20 minutes. So then I sometimes turn around and I'm like, oh, okay. So people are like, I can't believe you're okay with, $69 for a game. And I'm like, but I play the game for like 50, 60, 70 hours, and then I might play it again later, right? So I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not happy to spend $70 for a game. I'm really not. But at the same time, when I look at everything else I'm doing, like even if you used your numbers, if the 3 of us went and shared that pizza, I mean, not shared, but you picked up a pizza for us or 2 pizzas and you're paying $50, $60, we're going to finish that pizza in about 8 minutes and we're moving on to the next thing, And then all of a sudden you drop $60 or $70 for a game and you're like, dude, Mooch, you won't believe this. I've played now for like 4 weekends straight. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, well, geez, shit.
I mean, it's true though. Like even Claire Obscure, right? Say I bought this game for £40, I think like 30, £40 or whatever.
Yeah, it's $50 here, I think. I think it's $50.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable value proposition, really, when you think about it. Like the amount of joy and
you're paid $1 an hour so far, Nick.
If these big publishers, these big game companies, if they lowered the prices on the games, they'd actually sell more games. These greedy bastards can't get ahead of themselves, because gamers wouldn't even necessarily maybe even play the entire game. They'd be like, oh, this is a good value, $40. I'm going to get 3 games, and that'd be 3 more games that they would buy, because maybe they would just buy, 2 games or just 1 game for $80. You're still making more money. Like the money, like digitally, I don't understand on console how it's the same price as the physical. I just don't understand.
Yeah, do you guys remember that when we were talking about that big? It was the Xbox One, PS4 era. That big push to digital, right? Because that was when physical. That was a lot of the podcast. I can't believe we're giving up our physical data, right? So my whole point was, remember, D, some of the arguments back in the day were, hey, at least it'll get cheaper. They don't have to make they don't have to have the disc. They don't have to have the casing. They don't have to deal with the stores. It's the same price.
Same price.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah. Well, digital is a fleece, man. It is a fleece. Like, let's be honest. Like, it's a fleece.
That's wild. We used to say that stuff back in the day. We're like, well, at least when it's digital, I mean, they'll make more money on the, on the IP side good for them. But we'll also save some money on the consumer side. We haven't saved shit, which is funny. Yeah. That's very, very comical at this point. And when I say comical, I mean it's not funny. But it's interesting nonetheless. Very interesting. Crazy stuff.
But then speaking of sorry, I'll keep dragging out, but I was going to say, even when I'm playing like Expedition 33, it makes me wish that there was a mid-gen refresh Xbox, because like, I would love to play these Game Pass games on a higher end, console. And it's like, and what we're getting, like a hybrid potentially, or it's like,
it's not going to be drastically. Yeah, it's not. I think D said it. I think that Mag has said it a few times. And even some of the people in the Xbox camp have said, don't expect something that's going to be this huge powerhouse. It's going to have some technological leaps in other categories, but maybe not the powerhouse. Yeah. So that was the one thing, Nib, when you said like Expedition 33. Let's just say if I didn't get the review code, I would have probably picked it up on PS5 Pro, just because like that's just, even though I have Game Pass. I because I would like to have that extra horsepower to see what they put, and I would also look to see the developers' notes to see if they actually utilize the PS5 Pro. If it launched and it didn't, well then I would play it on Game Pass.
Yeah, but like, it's just a shame they didn't do a mid-gen refresh. I wish they had done one. I get it, because the Series S and there's all this other stuff, and now they're going But yeah, it would have been cool because, with as many games as there are on the service, and now finally Microsoft, with all these acquisitions and publisher acquisitions, they're finally getting into a rhythm now and a cadence of better output. And then it's like, oh damn it, now I've got the PS5 Pro and this is like the daddy on the console side. It would have been nice to, and it's annoying because even I remember the leaks, they came out with they were talking about a mid-gen refresh and a new controller with like haptics and everything like that. Like, what happened with that? Like, I love my haptics and I love my adapter.
Well, that kind of resurfaced this week. You didn't see it, Nib? I think Xbox is still working on having a few different controller types coming out soon.
Okay.
Oh, I shouldn't say soon. I should not say soon. But there's been leaks of the designs coming out. I still think you'll see something with Xbox with the haptic feedback and all that good stuff.
Please.
Yeah,
I would love that. Yeah.
I definitely think
I really do think it adds a lot to a gaming experience. It may be subtle, but it's that immersion factor, right? Like
it is.
Once you move away from it, like it's such a small thing.
Listen,
but when I move from,
you guys know I play too much Warzone, and I understand that's one of my faults. I know you guys will give me crap for that, and that's fine. I deserve it, but I love Warzone. I really do enjoy it. I like the rush of it. I love the win of the battle royale. But my point is that I was playing on Xbox for the longest time. Then I started playing, especially with PS5 Pro getting the enhancements. I really pushed it over to PS5 and playing on the DualSense. I don't know. I went and played the other day. I was just goofing around. I picked up the Xbox controller for the PC and I was playing on PC with the Xbox controller. And I was like, oh, hold on a second. I got to go get my DualSense Edge. I need to have that the feel of the DualSense Edge and the way the haptics are, and it's a game changer for me. And shout out to Worry Ward. I'll give Worry a shout out. Worry will write me every once in a while when a game comes out. If I happen to get it a day before him, and he'll go, "Hey Mooch, real quick, are there any DualSense enhancements?" Because he goes, "I'll pick it up on PS5 if it isn't. If not, I'll play it over on Game Pass or play it on Xbox." And we go back and forth, and I'm like, yeah, this one actually has something substantial. Or I'll tell him, sometimes I'll say, yes, there's some things for the DualSense, but it's nothing drastic, which you guys know that happens sometimes too. In that case, he'll go, okay, it's not a big deal. But it is a big enough deal to lean people to make that purchase or sway them. It is.
I'll tell you one more thing, right? And maybe like, even from then, I was like, oh shit, they're onto a winner here. Because I remember like when I bought the Series X and the PS5, right, on launch, and like my cousins and stuff came round, and we basically just had like a gaming thing, right? Get takeaway, see what's on these consoles, what to play, and right off the bat, it was like a bit of a negative, without even me trying, right? Because I remember for the Xbox One, there was no real exclusives, right? I think I had like Yakuza or something like that, and I ended up buying Assassin's Creed on Xbox, and then I hadn't started it yet, and then the Digital Foundry video came out and said the PS5 version was better, and in my head I'm thinking, hold on a minute, I thought the Series X was supposed to be the more performant console and stuff, so I ended up taking it back, swapping it for the PS5 version. And I remember like when we were all playing and stuff, and it was so weird because the game that got the attention of the group the most by far was Astrobot, Astro's Playroom.
Yeah.
And it's just because everyone was like blown away by the controller.
That was an investment. That was an investment Sony made, and I'm not even talking about the technology in the DualSense. Is putting Astrobot in the box included. That was a way for them to say, listen, there's no better way than communication of word of mouth. Hey, DualSense. Remember, people say, "Oh, that DualSense is a gimmick," and then people go, "Have you played Astrobot?" It's not.
Yeah.
I
remember thinking these motherfucking marketing geniuses, because I actually hate the look of the PS5. I think it looks over designed, but what, like, when you kind of observe casuals and their take on these platforms, it's weird because like the Xbox was like it's the same UI, like just a simple box and the same controller,
right? And
it didn't really have any X factor that was impressing anyone, right? Without even me trying, I'm trying to promote this console, right? I'm trying to get everyone into, and then on the PS5 side, like this wacky looking thing with all these white panels and this next gen state-of-the-art controller, and then this new UI, even if it's not even as good a UI, it's new and fresh and slick, right? And it just straight away had this like next-gen feel. And that's kind of what people were. And I remember like when Astrobot in the rain, and when he's walking about on the grass, the different materials, everyone's going crazy. And I'm like, it's so funny that like this simple little demo, and it's not even like the best looking game in the world, but that was enough to sell them on this thing, because
absolutely
what it symbolized was future and next gen and
Yes.
something different.
That was one of the things, and Nib, you weren't on the show back then, but you go back to 2019, 2020, you listen to the show. One of the things we were talking about as we kept creeping closer and closer to this generation's launch is that's what people want, right? You're going to go take $500 out of your pocket and put it down. You want that new eye. You want a new controller. I remember when I was a kid, going from NES to SNES was absolutely, I know you guys are going to laugh when I say this, it was mind-blowing back then. It was mind-blowing. The controller was more ergonomically, it was more ergonomically comfortable. Remember the rounded edges and having the top, I'm calling them the R1, L1 buttons or whatever they were calling it back then. And like Super Mario, what was it? It was a Super Mario World, not Super Mario World. What was the one? Came with the SNES. Anyways, outstanding day and night graphics. And I was like, and the whole interface, everything looked different. And I was like, that's great. But the Xbox, it was like, okay, the Series X it looked like, it was a dark cinder block. It was the exact same controller. And then the UI, they're like, we perfect the UI so often that we feel this one's good enough. And I'm like, I go out, I bought an Xbox Series X day one, came home, hooked it up. And to be honest with you, it didn't feel like I did anything except for the manual labor of unhooking the Xbox One X and hooking up the Series X. I was like, we're here. Here we are. We're exactly where we were. You know what I mean? It's like walking in a complete circle. And I was like, all right, with the PlayStation, it was
more like a mid-gen refresh.
Yes. And the Xbox One X wasn't even utilized to its full capability. The Xbox One X was a phenomenal machine. And it really wasn't. Same thing, I think, with the Series X, with all the power talk and the narrative, and it just didn't deliver. But again, getting back to the basics, you put money out of your pocket. The PlayStation 5, definitely crazy looking design, right? Remember all the media? Who wants this big thing? And you're not holding it while you play.
No,
I mean,
it's the presence of it, right? That's what
I didn't want it to be as big as my refrigerator, but I didn't care that it was a little bit larger in size, right? But I like the DualSense was definitely a major leap. It took me from loving the Xbox 360 controller and loving the Xbox One controller to finally actually liking a PlayStation controller, finally. And I love it. And then at the same time, the UI was different, and the ability to record video is still so convenient. Like, because I'm not always playing games and just hit record.
100%.
But then when I'm playing something and I'm like, that was a cool ass boss fight, I just press that button and it records the last 59. It records the last 59 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, or 5 minutes, or 1 minute.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's really great.
Don't even get me started on that. Like, I'm playing Expedition 30. I love my screenshots.
I'm well aware. I'm well aware.
Yeah, and it's like, it's so annoying because like, even doing media on Xbox is a bit of a different consideration. I know it sounds really strange, but what I mean is, for example, when I press the capture button, I know it actually takes the capture like a second or two after. So I kind of have to preempt it. I also cannot press it twice in a row like I can on PlayStation. I can press it 3-4 times in a row on PS5. It doesn't make no difference.
Right.
On Xbox, you press it twice in a row, it gives you an error. Then you can't take another screenshot for like a good few minutes.
You also have to know you want to do it on the Xbox. You have to have your thumbstick into the machine prior, and I'm generally with Xbox. I do the opposite. I record from the get go if I want footage because you never know. You can't go back. You can't go back.
The other thing, so when you're recording a video, if you press, or even if you do, like if you've say you want to record the last 3 minutes, if in those 3 minutes you press the screenshot button at any time, you'll have skipped frames. So whenever you press the screenshot button, you'll see in the video there'll be a pause during that moment and it won't be the full video. So just little things, like I know it's not a big thing and most people probably don't even use this shit, but there's just certain
I think it's more of if you're a social media of any kind, whether you're doing YouTube or you're doing Twitch or you're doing X or anything, Instagram, if you're doing something like that and you like you said, I think majority of people are probably not utilizing it, or they're just taking the snapshots and then send. And that's the other thing. I don't know why or how they could do it, but if Xbox or PlayStation could please sit down and work something out with X, it would be nice if it streamed right to it. Again, I missed that functionality. But it's fine. The app's fine. Yeah,
but I just mean, like, the reason I bring it up is these things like it's this in intangibles. Like even the experience of playing it is just it's a little bit more effortless. Even editing on Share Factory is much easier than editing in DVR.
Yes, it is.
It's just like and I'm surprised because Sony is a hardware company fundamentally, and Xbox is a software company. How are you getting railroaded on the software side of things?
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong; they do some things amazing, like suspend, resume, or whatever it's called. Great, right? But just give me a better, more streamlined, and more efficient, quicker. Overall,
the quick resume conversation has always kind of made me, I guess, kind of laugh a little. Like, don't get me wrong; it is impressive. Does it work? It definitely works. I don't ever remember being like, I need to do Warzone. I need to play Expedition 33. I need to quickly get Shadows. I got to play Shadows. I need to quickly get back to Expedition 33. When I sit down and I make myself a drink and I'm going to enjoy a game and get immersed, I am not quick resuming through 15 games.
No.
I just and nowadays with the SSD and the way that the consoles are made to boot up another game is seconds. It doesn't take very long. So it's not like that. If quick resume was on Xbox and PlayStation was still moving at the speed of PS4, you got something there. But they're just so fast. Both of them are so fast. Yes, I think quick resume is great. But when people are like, come on, Mooch, Xbox has got quick resume. I mean, you know what I mean? That's I don't know. It's not anything that gravitates me towards. But again, like you just said, I think each user is different because the things that matter to me and you right now with being able to very conveniently capture video and footage means very little to a lot of people.
100%, yeah.
Right.
And you, like you and me, I'm the same. When I'm playing a game, I am 100% invested in it. I do not mix and match games.
I'm not
because I feel like
jumping.
you take away from the experience doing that. You want to be. It's like you wouldn't pause a movie and start another movie.
Correct. And I'll give you an example. Even if I can prove, let me try to prove myself wrong, and I'll still prove myself right. Even if I'm playing Expedition 33, and Nib, you write me and you go, "Hey Mooch, listen, we're all on Warzone." I'm gonna be like, "Well, hold on a second. I'm gonna get to a save point here. Hold on, let me just save the game." Okay. And then and then I've been sitting there for 2 hours. I'll be like, I'll be right there. I shut down Expedition 33. I'll usually boot up Warzone. And then I'm going to refresh my drink. Right. So like, I'm not
make a coffee.
I'm not like, I'm never in the middle of a boss fight in Expedition 33. And I'll get my friends that'll be like, yo, we're all hopping on Warzone. I'm not like, Warzone now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not. Have you ever done that? You know?
No, never.
You know?
I would never do that. I would literally never do that. Yeah.
You know, it's just like Rocket League now. And I'm like, I don't need it right. I don't need it that fast. I've actually got to go and refresh my drink. I might have to use the restroom. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I agree.
I've never jumped into a game that fast and been so grateful. I don't know. Maybe that's a me problem.
No, I think maybe it's just the way some people play games, right? They just constantly, so maybe
it's cool to show off. It's cool to show off, but when people are like doing videos online, they're like, "Look at what you can do," and I'm like, "That's cool. That's a great tech." I don't use it. There's a lot of things in your car. When you buy a new car and you sit there and they're like, "Your car does this. Your car does that." Sometimes most cars will have their own talk-to system, right? But then you also have Apple Play, right? So it's like, if you're an Apple Play person, I don't need the 75 things that the other thing does. I'm using the Apple Play. So like, it's like, okay, it's cool that things are there, but I'm not using everything, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I guess it's good to have, but I'm just not utilizing it. But it's comical when people use that as an argument.
I guess fundamentally, like on the list of priority of things, right, it's quite low on my priority list. And even like, maybe even screenshots and stuff is, but I will say high on my priority list is the haptics and stuff, and I do hope that Xbox do actually implement it. I'll buy a controller instantly as soon as they do the haptics and the triggers and stuff. Take my money. Do you know what I mean? Just take my money. I'll buy it straight up. Well, but like at the moment, genuinely, it's a thing that is pushing me more towards getting multiplats on PS5 because I just find the experience more immersive. So I do hope Microsoft fix that because I would love to.
I do too.
Yeah.
I don't want to have the thumbstick in there and because there's sometimes you're grinding in a game, leveling up, and then something cool happens, and if I'm not recording it, well, I can't back with PlayStation. It's always recording 60 minutes. so I can always
Yeah.
go back and grab a cool fight, a cool scene.
Yeah, exactly.
I was playing Warzone. I was not recording, and I literally got a sniper. I got two guys. I destroyed a duo team. I literally sniped. I still have the video. I sniped both of them in one shot. You know, it was like boom, boom, and it was long distance. I got long shot. I got double kill. I got this. All these little things are popping. I'm like, holy shit!
Yeah.
I was like, I got to show this to all my buddies. Like, but I wasn't recording. But on PlayStation, I hit the button, and it was I just captured the last minute or 5 minutes. So that was cool. So you have somebody here. Bitrate says PlayStation needs quick resume. Game system turns on and starts the last game you were playing as soon as you sit down. Bitrate, I got to tell you, man. When I'm going to go down, I'm going to play like Assassin's Creed Shadows. My PlayStation boots up, and there's Assassin's Creed Shadows. The icon's right there. I push the X button. I sit down. By the time I'm sat down, I pick up the controller again. I'm back. I mean, if it's any faster than that, it's like if D Baxter was like, Mooch, your monitor's only 244 hertz. You need to get 570 hertz. I'm like, D, my eyes don't move that fast. D. I can only go so fast. So it's like, it's shout out to Dryad Chisel. Chisel? I like the name. Whatever. He says, next gen, how long do you think cross-gen will be? Can the consoles treat prices like PC? Want substantial upgrades, get PS6. Want decent performance, get a PS5.
Oh, no, you just asked a big question now, because I was going to go into it requires a bit more of a sorry.
I think Dryad is trying to keep us here for the Crossfire After Dark forever. Yes.
After that, okay. So I'll go into why I think that maybe we could actually leave cross-gen sooner in the next generation. So Mark Cerny, in his talk about Amethyst, the project they're working with AMD, in one of the videos, he actually, interestingly enough, he brought up path tracing. He said the words path tracing, something that they clearly have in their mind in the future. Now, if at the moment path tracing is just an add-on in design, right? As in, like, you have the game built with pre-baked lighting or GI, or say you have 11 approximations or whatever, and all the other stuff, you have to design it around basically pre-baked lighting, maybe with some dynamic elements, and then path tracing is just an option, right? You can turn on path tracing and it dramatically, but that is actually a really convoluted and time-consuming way to develop games. If from the very beginning you could design a game around path tracing, you no longer have to design all the pre-baked lighting, all the rest of it, right? There's so much time and energy and development that goes into having to do all those different bakes and all the rest of it. Just as like, LOD, like with Unreal 5, it kind of removes LOD systems and it has like a dynamic pixel system. You don't have to do 7 different LOD models for everything. You can just rely on the engine to do that for you dynamically. So if from the get-go, say the PS6 is performant enough to be able to do path tracing, I'm not saying it will, I don't know, but say it is out the gate performant enough to do path tracing, that actually means that fundamentally from the ground up, they can completely design games differently. Like, if they no longer have to do all the pre-baking and all the rest of it and can go with path tracing from the get-go, they cannot do cross-gen, because that game will not be possible. To have that game also work on the PS5 would be an entirely different development pipeline. So I'm hoping if the new consoles are performant enough to do path tracing or whatever other, sort of like state-of-the-art technology stuff.
Yes.
I don't know. It's a tough ask, right? Because already path tracing is so demanding. But the fact that he even mentioned it and he's cognizant of being able to customize hardware to do something like that gives me hope. And I think maybe because of that, cross-gen might not be as much of a thing, because developers will just say, look, guys, you gave us this hardware to do these things and fundamentally change how we design games. Let us do it then. Don't hold us back. Don't anchor us to the PS5. Let's just do path tracing as the only option, So that does excite me. We'll see what happens.
That technology would enable that. Now, whether or not they do that, that's yet to be seen. But I followed where you're going with that, Nib. I think it was it you who was talking about path tracing? Or I think D may have even been mentioning that on the last episode we were talking that he was on with us. But I don't remember. It wasn't for the same context. But great. I appreciate that. I also have a couple super chats. I don't want to forget them here. Shout out to Game Over Brian. He goes, Mooch, great show. The energy level is at a high. Even though Nib is putting me to sleep, let me know. He goes, LOL. I'll see him sometime in the this week's next X Space. He's a big fan of yours. He's joking. Moonshot says, he goes, I'll see Nib in his next X Space. Moonshot says, I game share with my buddy on PS5 too, and we average at like 3-4 new games each year. Works out to 6-8 games a year, between the two of them. More games than I can even beat. Moonshot, that's, kind of what it is. And when we were talking about me yelling, RPG says Mooch doesn't yell. RPG being very sarcastic there. So let me do this. I will say, I will let Nib go and eat breakfast. It's literally the middle of the morning for him.
Who needs food when you've got Expedition 33?
I was just going to say, who needs to eat when you have Expedition 33? That's a great slogan for the campaign for that. The Great D Batch as well. I'll go in reverse order here and say, Nib, thanks for being here, buddy. Outstanding as always. Great conversation. Great show tonight. Amazing turnout. Just under 500 people here live. Guys, please do hit that like button before you guys leave. Thanks for the super chats, but Nib, let people know where they can find you. And as always, man, I love when you're on the show. Loves the statistics, love the stories, love the experience, and great banter back and forth. Let people know where they can find you, Nib.
Yeah, I always enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to have D as well.
Yes.
But it's just Twitter X, just NIB95_. That's it.
Well, great to have you guys. Go over and follow Nib. Trust me, if you think he's entertaining here, check him out on X. Nib, you're fantastic. Thanks, buddy. The Great D Batch, everybody. D, I know you do a lot of work, so we don't have to. That's why I love when you're doing the card trials and the games and everything else. The portal, you covered that. You took it to work. You took it over here. You're playing Spider-Man 2 all over the place doing that for us. D, also great to have you on here. D, listen, honestly, I try to get you on as much as possible, and you're a very, very busy guy to get on the show, but when you're on here, it's well worth it. D, let people know where they can find you, and thanks for being here tonight and almost this morning.
I know this was a long one.
Yeah.
Usually I'm like, I only have an hour.
Yeah, D usually gives me a 30-minute window and sends me an hourglass with sand in it. Go ahead, D. But I love that you're here all 4 tonight. It was fantastic.
All I hear at past hour 2 is dung, dung, as everyone drops out.
Yeah, after 2 hours, that's all I can get everybody for nowadays. After you've been podcasting, a lot of these guys, D, you know this, we've all been podcasting for over 10 years. Everyone has like a 2-hour threshold. That's what their agents let my people know that. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, for real. You guys can find me on Twitter at D_batch. You can find me on YouTube at DBatch. I dropped a video today discussing about Xbox's revenue and what it means for the future, and of course their price increase today and my thoughts on it. So you guys can check that video out. Yeah, man, it was great coming on. Right now, like a lot of Xbox guys, they just cannot stand me, and it's kind of sad. At the same time, I kind of see the grift. People call me a grifter. When I've been like the 20-year Xbox fan, like all these guys that are saying all this stuff, they haven't supported Xbox the amount of years that I've supported.
Yeah,
only person that I know that supported it the same amount of years is like Tim Dog.
Yeah,
like most of these guys, they didn't even know about Xbox, right? So for them to say that, it's just disingenuous because they haven't been here from the beginning to see the complete journey. And I understand at the end of the day, some of these guys, their whole platform is built on that, and they don't want to lose that. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I feel it's just more important to be true to yourself and to be true to your audience instead of just lying to them and telling them what they want to hear. And my sentiment hasn't changed. I enjoy Game Pass. I still think it's the best value in gaming. I enjoy the Xbox games. I don't share the same enthusiasm that some Xbox gamers do with their vision for the future. I feel it's detrimental to the Xbox console, and I think it's playing out right now because last year they only sold 2.7 million consoles. We're finding out they're already down year over year already. Yeah. So that's not it's not a good look for the console, and all these people rejoicing that PlayStation gamers are buying their games. That's fantastic for the developers. That's fantastic for Microsoft, the company,
the publisher,
making money.
Yeah, the publisher.
It's great. It's great for gamers to enjoy these games.
That's right.
Champion it. You know what? It's not good for. It's not good for the Xbox console. And all you guys that care about the Xbox console, when it's less of a thing, when developers start skipping the system altogether, and then ultimately leading to them not making another Xbox console after the next generation one, or
Yeah.
barely
Yeah.
being invested into it, then you guys will see what I was talking about then. This is not a good look for the Xbox console. It's a great look for the Xbox games, for Game Pass,
Right.
for the future of their brand. Sure. The console is not. And I'm just gonna stand by that. And like always, I'm right like 8 out of 10 times. Sure, I'm wrong sometimes, but whenever I'm right, nobody ever acknowledges that I was right.
No, you'll never get that, D. You'll never get that. No one will ever pat you on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, D, you got that one right." They don't. That's
but
not,
they sure
doesn't
as hell.
happen.
They sure as hell remember the ones you got wrong. Like I still
Sure.
have people to this day telling me, "Oh, you told me Assassin's Creed was going to be 60 FPS." It's like, holy shit, that was like 7 years ago. Get over it.
I know.
The grudge holding, man, they're crazy.
Well, it is what it is,
Yeah.
D. Like I say, and I think your points are valid. I really, really do. Like I said, I'm a big Xbox fan here too for many, many years. The thing about it is that just the direction that they were going in, it just didn't see, like you said, and it really, really kind of sparked with what Nib and I were talking about back and forth with the whole, I just felt lack of innovation with the same UI, same controller. When they launched the console, it just didn't have anything. You're just kind of like, you know what, at this point, I want to start to. I want to be excited about console game. I love it. I don't care about. I have a PC. I've always said this. I've been saying this since 2018. I've always had a PC to game on, and every once in a while I'll pick a game to play on it. But I'm a console gamer at heart. That's how I started. That's where I'm going to end. So like I like the ingenuitive like fashion that PlayStation and you know what even Switch brings. Nintendo. Like I said, I didn't get a pre-order. But I'll get the minute I get my hands on a Switch 2, I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna trade in my old one and get that one. Of course I will. I've always had a Nintendo. What's that?
I really believe even Xbox fans, like fanboys deep down, they agree and they know because we remember the 360 days, right? With those 360 days, with all those incredible games,
absolutely,
the Xbox Live UI, the blades and everything, that
amazing.
Shit was next level,
amazing.
And to have Gears of War, Halo, BioShock, and Mass Effect, and Oblivion, and all these other Project Gotham, those were the days. And I know people understand because even in those days, what's his name, Peter Moore, he even said He believed that the console wars fostered more competitive spirit, and I really do believe that. Yeah, sure, there was a type of console warring back then, and the platforms were trying to secure deals left and right, but it gave us better product. They were pushing things forward, and the games designed from the ground up, built from the ground up for this sole piece of hardware, like maximizing everything it could. Like you remember the first time you saw Gears of War or Uncharted 2.
I do.
That shit was mind blowing. We don't get that as much these days.
No, that leap is not necessarily always there, but the scalability of the games, the amount you can do, we used to always be like, give us no load times. I mean, a lot of games have very little load times to none at all. We have made progress in gaming. We just 100%. We just don't. People are looking for that next graphical resolution push, and we saw. And now our eyes are used to ray tracing. So ray tracing was like wow, and now and people are like but it is a thing. It is a thing. So there's things that are being driven forward. But it's happening at these smaller scales, and it's actually amazing right now how great games look, feel, and play. So we're leaps and bounds over the 360 era. I don't have to tell you guys that. You all know that. But when people go, we just didn't have that jump, and I understand that jump is what you're looking for. But I mean, you look at the games that are even on screen. These indie games, some of these smaller games. I mean, they're still gorgeous. They're gorgeous games.
Don't get me wrong, I've still had that because I remember Rift Apart with the with the portals and stuff, and I remember there's this bit where you're in that I don't know what you call it, it's like kind of like a bar thing with all the aliens and stuff, and I went up and I was talking to this character gameplay model, right? And as I'm talking to him, I notice his cup and his character and everything else is reflecting on my visor because the camera just zoomed in. And I'm like, oh my God, that shit is insane, to see this close up of this visor, everything. And then and even Spider-Man 2, I remember when I was playing that. And there's these bits where you zip into a tunnel, into a pipe, and it just shoots you out into the city. So you go Yeah, you'll go from like a whole interior like area to like one out in the city, flying, zip lining
Yep.
about with literally no loading times. So stuff like that is still impressive.
There
Don't
was,
get
I
me
mean, there
wrong,
was times back in the day. Go play an older Spider-Man game from back in the day. My God, just moving sometimes from building to building, it would like stop, freeze, and then do like a slide over to the other building. It's just like we've gotten so far. It's just that it's happened incrementally, and I'm not blaming anybody because when it happens so slow and so small like that, you don't realize it, right? And but these are, but when you take the time in a large gap, it is an unbelievable large a leap we've taken forward in gaming. So it is something to be appreciated.
The thing is as well, realistically, we probably like the second half of a generation is always the technically proficient one.
Correct.
Right?
That's what I said that last week.
Yeah, we've had an elongated cross-gen period, right?
Yep.
So imagine, like, I'm sure Death Stranding 2 is going to be incredible, like
unbelievable.
Imagine Naughty Dog's new game, Guerrilla Games' new game, or whatever. Like, so I think even Fable, I'm sure Fable is going to be a technical powerhouse. So I don't think like we can even necessarily be disappointed yet because we have these the next wave, second half of the generation games coming out, and they are current gen only. So I would say wait until we see what they can do, because even the glimpses we've seen of what people can, with Hellblade 2, with Indiana Jones, with Rift Apart, with like we've had some phenomenal shows. Even Burning Shores, the Horizon Forbidden West,
that was gorgeous.
DLC with the cloud. Oh my god!
Because it was for PS5 only too, so that really allowed them to
phenomenal.
It allowed them to flex their muscles a little bit. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So I just say let's wait and see what we get.
Let's see what we get the second half of the gen when it's all dedicated PS5 and PS5 Pro, nonetheless.
Exactly.
I do recommend Nib starts a podcast called The Never Ending Podcast. It'll be on always.
I'll be honest, I'm not talking like I know I'm on a podcast. I'm just having
I know you are. No, Nib, I love it. I always forget. I don't mind. I have tomorrow. I took tomorrow off. I'm off tomorrow, so I'm going to game after this. I'm good. I don't mind at all. D Batch, by the way, is writing a note to himself. No CrossFire for 3 months. Okay.
Or without alcohol.
Oh, D, I'm gonna have to I'll send you a bottle of bourbon, buddy. The great D Batch, great Nib is here. Death Singer, I think we lost Death Singer a bit ago. The great Death Singer, everybody, he'll be back next week. You guys know to find him over on X. I'll give a couple shout outs too. I had to leave early. Jez7780 over on X, as well as the Gaming Grindhouse. Brap couldn't make it tonight. He's Coach of the Year at Brap_podcast. He'll probably be doing Brap tomorrow night. Shout out also to the Crap Gamer. It's at @the_Crap Gamer. It's Crap Gamer Reviews over on YouTube. Middle Aged Game Guy. It's Middle Aged Game Guy over on X. And of course, go over and check him out on YouTube as well. He's doing some great work over there. He constantly has 1 or 2 videos a week, and he streams games, which is awesome. Shout out to everybody that was here, everybody that could make it. Shout out also to the great Gaming Forte and Slow-Mo Backslap. They're doing DPS right now. If you go over, tell them Mooch sent you. Shout out to Eric, the producer, who's here. Texas Lean, Bitrate, that stayed here the whole time. Shout out to Jerome. Great to have him here as well. Kevin, I see so many of you guys. J-Boy72, great to have him here as well. Jimmy Mack, just shouting out to all the people that lasted the whole time. Spectre as well. Guys, outstanding. We'll see you next Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Remember, May 10th, we're doing a soft launch over there again on twitch.tv. Go over. My phone pings when you guys join over on Twitch, so I'll see who's over there, and I'll see who's joining. I think we have over 2,000 followers over there. Let's get more people. Let's make that a big channel, because I want to make that big so we can do VODs over here and make more content for YouTube and Twitch. Have a lot of fun. Let's not just talk games. Let's play games. Guys, we'll see you next week. Enjoy it, and on the way out, hit that like button. See you next week. Peace out. Good night.
That dude got what he asked for. He said, "Don't